Damn. Oh, fuck. Been waiting for this whole week. I need a lot of coffee. It's early. Oh. Is that bad? Kind of bad. I don't want to put it there though, cause like.
But you might put your feet on there, no?
No. Is it gonna leave a mark?
Is it started?
Yeah.
Raining already?
Yeah. Do you think it's gonna leave a mark? No. Maybe.
Put the over this.
Eh?
We say it's how is it now? Good.
Huh? Fuck. Do you have a coaster? Too hot. One minute.
I'm not sure about it.
Oh my god, let's see what's going on. Oh. And I'm ready. Are you guys ready? Probably no one's watching. Are you guys ready? What the hell? What the fuck? Hello? Rocket League? Hi. What the hell? So funny. Hello. Oh. What the fuck? Yo, what the hell is a scam? Why is everyone late? They're late for work, yo. What the fuck is this? Uh, 11 minutes? Okay. 11 minutes. Okay. Oh, that's hot. The coffee's hot. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Ah. starting soon. It's starting soon. Oh my god. Oh, what the hell? Oh. Yeah, they get started. They get started soon. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. So 5 minutes. Oh, we got a minute. Look at that. Oh. Let's see. Figure some shit out. Oh. Let's go.
Open 1 concluded a few weeks ago with a dominant K-Corp victory. All eyes are on Vitality this week to see if they can come in revitalized as one of Europe's top 2. The road to Birmingham trucks along as we enter into Open number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you into the Rocket League Championship Series. As we have a lot to talk about today, I've brought some friends along. I, of course, am Leaf, and it's CJ and Johnny joining us. Unfortunately, we got Gibbs back, but I am excited to see CJ and Johnny. Hello, CJ.
Hello. Good to be here. Thought, I guess week 1, you guys wanted just the best in the business. You know, you wanted to just put me and Johnny on the sidelines and worried about maybe what we'd say or if we'd ruin the show. But I'm glad we're here. Clearly, week 1 was a success, so you can, bring in the B squad for week 2.
No, Johnny, we're saving last for best. That's why you're here now.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see who turns out for Regional 3, but here we are, Regional 2. We're back. It's good to be back. Excited for some more EU Rlcs.
Yeah, the quality of the shows, Leaf, are not going to reach any higher than 5 because you're on every single one. So that's just how.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I guess I did open this can of worms today, did I not? Anyways, it's going to be a lot of fun. We got a few things to get through today. You can see it on the sidebar if you want to get spoilers of what we're going to talk about. But of course, just to give you an overview of the journey that all of these players have throughout the year. World Championship, of course, capping things off with the last chance qualifier just before that. And if you weren't paying attention before, for some reason are only starting to watch, 1v1s have also been officially added into the Rocket League Championship Series. So we'll see those as we continue on, but we are only in Open number 2 right now. So there is another Open before we get to that. So hold on tight. We'll eventually get there. And of course, if you're just curious about the week, because you don't want to think that far ahead, I don't like to either, here is the schedule and what's going on. There's a lot going on, a lot of Rocket League, so screenshot that. Of course, First Touch is back on Wednesday. So if you're in the middle of the week and you're like, there's not enough Rocket League, well, there you go. Go join in to First Touch. And of course, we mentioned the road to Birmingham, but also Raleigh was also mentioned. So tickets will be open for that, but Birmingham's up first. So get your tickets to that one first and join us. Johnny, we didn't get to talk. I mean, this is you're the closest to this, so I'm making you talk about this location.
About the closest to Birmingham geographically, you mean?
Geographically, yeah.
Yeah, no, Birmingham's great. It's I've been there before for a Rocket League event, a much smaller Rocket League event than RLCS. But excited to go back. You were there as well yourself.
I was
for,
there, yeah.
For an Insomnia back in the day.
That's
That was
where I
really fun.
lost my passport.
You did, yeah. That was probably a bad idea. Don't do that. But yeah, we're going to be going back to Birmingham for a few of us, and then first time RLCS Birmingham for a lot of us. Excited to be there again.
It will be, of course, but again, a lot of Rocket League to get through before we get to that point. Now, we started something to celebrate 1v1s joining into the RLCS, and we figured we'd get this out of the way before getting to good Rocket League later. We got to start with bad Rocket League. We have a caster 1v1 series going on. We're showing one of those every single week, and last week we had, or the first few weeks ago in the open number 1, we had Cole and Stumpy going off, and CJ and Johnny, you guys weren't here for that. Are you surprised by this result? Because I think we were.
I am. Yeah, I'm very surprised. I know Cole's been grinding the mechanics, and I know Stumpy can't fast aerial, so I thought Cole was going to beat him there. So really well done, Stumpy. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I think Cole would be very upset. I think myself and Johnny Boy have a lot of experience playing some in-house scrims and gameplay with Cole and Stumpy, and Cole can get very tilted, so he certainly would. That could ruin the partnership between those two, that loss.
That's 1v1 best of 1, so anything can happen,
true.
but that is a big upset.
That is true. Well, up next is going to be actually Gibbs and myself. We'll be showing that in a few minutes. But chat, we thought maybe if you are interested at all, you can vote on who you think's going to win it. Is it going to be myself, or
That's
is
so
it going
crazy.
to be the former Rocket League pro player Gibbs?
To be fair,
So insane.
that was 9 years ago, Leaf. I just want to point that out. Anytime I play ranked, and they're like, "Weren't you pro 9 years ago?" All right, guys.
Get paid.
So-
Were you a pro in the sense that you got paid money to play the game, or that you played in the same team as Chronovi? Which one was it?
I mean, I got carried by Kronovi, but I did get paid by an org. I
There
did.
you go.
So yeah,
You're
so I
pro.
was a
Yeah,
pro.
you
But
were.
again,
Yeah,
9
yeah,
years.
no, that's-
9 years.
This
I mean,
was
also, to be fair, he was kind of half a pro because he only played in the back half of the field. So he kind of just he only did one part of Rocket League, which was saving goals. He didn't actually do any scoring.
And
so
I
don't
did
know
it
how it's
very
gonna
well.
go in a 1v1.
I'll be honest. I was happy to even for a brief moment hit 20% there. So thank you, chat. But I do believe we have the 1v1 ready to go. Shogi's put it all together for us. So why don't we take a look at the result?
I cannot lose to you. I cannot.
Yes, this is so for
cannot.
Gibbs. This is a lose-lose
Yeah.
because if he wins, he's expected to win, and if he loses, that's not good. Do I style on him right away?
Oh no, please don't. Oh, buddy, try for a flipper set already?
He goes.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. He likes to fake. Well, he knows I know that he goes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to mind game you here. I don't like this. I don't like this. That you know actually how I play. See, go for the ball.
Yep. No, that works.
Let's go.
What?
Let's go. Attack, 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 baby. I didn't think this would work. I thought I was done for right there.
Can you skip the replay? Like, oh my god.
I
it's
can,
once.
but I wanted to see my beautiful challenge.
No.
Hello, Leaf.
Actually, kind of a good
Goodbye,
idea.
Leaf. Let's go, baby. All right, it's time. It's a 2-goal lead. We're bringing out the cow.
I gotta-
It is time
wait,
to milk the clock, baby.
I play an ultra wide usually. Mm-hmm. Where are you, Gibbs?
Oh, no. See, I don't want kickoffs.
All right, Gibbs, what you got? You fancy?
Nope.
What? It almost
tried.
worked too.
I tried.
What are you doing?
What a terrible touch. Don't you dare.
don't know.
Don't you dare clip on me.
Gibbs?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay. Tie game. Got to make it exciting, you know.
I go. You bump.
You make me laugh, and then I stop driving. No.
No, Gibbs. No.
Yes.
No!
All right, I got it back. I got it back.
It's so close. This is way too close. I thought Gibbs would just wreck
Oh,
this
what?
guy.
Yeah,
Let's
I forgot
go,
the one
baby.
thing he does.
Let's go.
I forgot
Where's
the
a
one
book?
thing he does.
I need a book. I'm just gonna, you know.
It's not a book. You literally
Go.
just no brain
Just-
it.
Leaf
There
X
are-
will hit it too far. Challenge immediately. There we go. All
There
right,
are
beautiful.
3 total brain cells involved in the play you just made. I tried to fake it and then forgot.
You almost had me.
planes.
You almost had me.
I want a goal. I want one more goal, man. My room is really cold right now. Bro, this time I brought a kazoo and everything.
Let's go.
Sad kazoo noises.
Did I catch an excuse there? The cold room copy? Was that what that was? My room is really cold right now. What's the problem?
It was. I tried to make as many excuses preemptively as possible, but that one came out a little bit later.
So I got to talk real quick. It's CJ. There was a lot of pressure on me to take down Leaf. It's going to be a lot of pressure on you to take down me. And with my cow strategies, I don't know if you can take it down.
It is outrageous that you go 1 goal up a minute into a game, bring out your cow and say, let's stop to milk the clock.
My defense, baby.
Scoring
Defense.
1v1 I've ever seen. We were watching, it was like 2-1 with a minute left. Johnny and I were like, what are you guys doing?
What is going on? Like, are you guys just, like, we obviously edited this down, thank goodness. Did you guys just dribble the ball around and nothing happened for 3 minutes?
It's classic Gibbs gameplay. I can only play defense. I can't play offense, so no goals were scored.
Yeah, well, that was that, and I think you guys need to have a little bit of eye bleach here. So it's time to get to our progressive top plays. Let's get to some good stuff. Looking back at the Open #1, we're gonna go globally around the world. Johnny, why don't you start us off?
Well, let's head over to me now. Let's take a look at Falcons against Twisted Minds. Lovely passing play here. 1-2 pass, bottom corner finish. Falcons with the team plays. These guys, everybody's so scared of the solo plays when you're up against these guys. You do forget sometimes they will pass instead.
Well, same map, different region. We're going down under. OCE TSM taking on I Love Strawberry, and it's got to be Super Lucky. Everyone knows this man, Super Lucky. And look at this, Amphis with the paint play underneath, but Super Lucky just falls off the roof with a ground pinch. You can see the defense have no idea that Super Lucky was going to go for this one. Amphis, so 0 boost. Let Super Lucky have a ground pinch bottom left.
And the talk of North America, you got to talk about Space Station, the old Snowmen roster, and coming out and just clipping on NRG with a fantastic pass and play. Scribbles with a nice little backflip pass pop. Space Station made it all the way to the grand finals. They do fall to NRG, but they made some waves and people are talking about it.
That was much better. I think that was the kind of gameplay we needed.
Hang on.
Huh.
Look, I saw some people, we saw a good OCE play, and they said, where's the nonsense? You know, where's the absolute chaos? Well, ladies and gents, it's not a top plays, it's the worst plays of the week, and we've got a bonus clip for you guys, because this is the greatest own goal you will ever witness. Back down under, it's the Chiefs, it's Hunter, and check out this own goal. Final into his own net. They lost this game by a goal. That is ridiculous. What an own goal.
You know what?
OCE.
OC always in delivering. You can, it's entertainment. That's what we'll say. But now that we've seen some of the best plays, and I guess
really
worst
just
plays,
do that?
let's just look generally at the regions for that played last week, or the week before. Sorry, in Open 1 here. Gibbs, this is the North American bracket.
Yeah, real quick, again, Space Station made it to the grand finals. That's after a very difficult group on day 4, where they beat NRG to put them into the lower bracket, but NRG made it all the way through. Former G2 roster. They finally woke up just in time to win the grand final on Champions Field.
Just look at, it was crazy to see NRG just like take so, they started so bad and then looked so good by the end of it. It was really fun to watch. And then over in OCE, CJ.
Yeah, back down under again. I'm just the resident OCE guy, I guess.
I guess
the
so.
pre-show. And it was Wildcard again getting the job done. That is the X-Power roster, your Banana Head Fever and Torsos. Torsos, well, not only has Wildcard now won 7 regionals, 7 events or qualifiers in a row, as they won every single event last season as well. Torsos has also won an event in 2016 and now 2025. 9 years apart, so I mean he's got to be the longest, I don't know, the longest goat. Just who does that?
The longest goat.
The longest goat.
Well, like one of those
Greatest of
goats you
all
draw when
time.
you're in primary school. It's just like a really long body, like tiny.
It's like cat dog, but
Like
a goat.
a sausage goat.
sausage goat. Indeed.
he's credit to him. He's a veteran and he keeps performing. So too good.
Absolutely. And then over to SSA Gibbs.
Yeah, we got to talk about Maestros, formerly Team Mobula, who was playing in APAC last time. Well, they're going around the globe playing in SSA, and You might hate them, but they're winning. They're winning cleanly, 4-0, 4-0 to take the first SSA Open.
I don't think have the bracket at the moment here, but just I did want to check in, Johnny, quick on Mina. I mean, Falcon's still good?
Yeah, they're still good. They're being pushed a little bit harder, having to play a little bit more defense, particularly up against Twisted Minds, but they did get the event win. Really looking forward to seeing more of that match, but particularly the Twisted Minds Falcons as season goes on.
Well, that's the rest of the regions, but we, of course, want to give you a chance to get caught up on the European Open #1 in case you did miss out on it. So I do believe that Cole has you guys covered.
Europe kicked back into gear for the first EU Open of the season, and spoilers, one of our fabled French Orc super teams did indeed end up winning all the marbles. But which? Carmine Corp and Vitality engaged in remote warfare across two different groups, with KC in A and TV in B. And at this early stage of the competition, it was, drumroll please, Vitality who looked the more menacing. They dropped one game, just a single succulent game, to Dignitas across 3 best-of-5s to qualify as the Group B first seed. Well, Carmine Corp, get this, dropped 3 games across 3 best-of-5s to qualify as the Group A first seed. Did someone say Vatira washed? Meanwhile, Geeke somehow finished as the lowest seed in Group A, setting up a lower round 1 playoffs banger against Ninjas in Pajamas. Just ended up backwards. There's big demo there from Oski against Archie. This could be the moment. Nash gets the bomb!
But the boost grabs by Ninjas. Oh, Aaron touch! No! Not how you want to end it there.
What a banger! KC and Vitality eased past Dignitas and Gentlemates respectively to put themselves on opposite sides of the semis. Shock. Their challenges would only be found by a couple of actually banging series.
He just wastes boost. I mean, finally, it's now gone back onto the backboard thanks to Abject. The double as well on target. Stizzy from the backboard sends it awkwardly high. Now Jorius finds himself on his own. And that is the metal that he can show. Lewis being back central. And Cruz there. It's on target. It goes live 100%. The underdogs take down the battling wolves of Europe. Nas now challenges. Itachi central. Nas is there on target. Shut down in that midfield, the final 5 seconds for Dosen. Final chance, Itachi can manage to clear it away. The 1-2 and the third lands on the floor. NIP.
As if we'd lied to you twice. Vitality got yet another sweep.
It's chaotic. Zen to clean it up to win.
While Carmine Corp dropped another game. This is getting embarrassing, lads. In a grand final matchup that shocked precisely no one, Zen, Monkey Moon and Exotic finally got their chance to avenge their off-season humbling against Vatira, Atto and Drali. And looking at the games differential between both teams up to this point, you can see why our intelligent and very handsome talent team made the pre-match predictions that they did. Not really sure what Norwich boy over here was thinking though.
He's not having his best series, Exotic, it has to be said. There's been so many mirrors, and then Vatira dunks the ever-loving heck out of Zen.
See, that really would be the momentum swing. Zen's in there. Or looking for Exotic in the center. Exotic picks that towards goal. What a big start it is! Do it. Driving up against Exotic. He gets the ball above. Vatira has to go for the pass. The shot is the pass. Is that goal? KC always find a way.
It's 4. It's 4. 4-0. 4-0 in a 4-0 series.
Too long, didn't watch. Vitality good. Carmine Corp even better. And Shogun made his first ever correct prediction. On to the second open.
Congratulations, Shogun. Sending some love out to him too. I think he's feeling under the weather, so hopefully he feels better. Give some love in chat. But also, let's look at those groups. We got some time to talk about what happened yesterday, because to me, the big story coming into this was Vitality again. I mean, being able to bounce back from what happened last week. We look at those two as the top 2 teams, K Corp and Vitality. And Vitality, looking at Group A, it felt like maybe they still aren't there, like trouble in paradise, CJ, for the world champs.
Well, I don't know if it's trouble in paradise, but I just think K-Corp are making everyone look a little bit silly at the moment. NIP, though, there was nothing really to say, Johnny, after the first event that they weren't just as good as Vitality. I mean, they lost to K-Corp in 5.
Yeah.
K-Corp swept Vitality in 4.
Yeah, no, they both beaten each other once. Vitality took down NIP in the group stage last event. Now this event, it's NIP who come out in a 5-game series on top. But we'll have to wait and see if that translates to the actual playoff bracket, because the group stage best of 5, A little bit different than the best of 7 with the timeouts.
That's true. Another story in this bracket here for me, Gibbs, was Geek as well. I feel like this is a squad that has the potential to work well, but they came out a little bit flat in that first open.
Yes, they did. I said they were frauds last time around because they didn't look good at all, and that was also after the FIFA E World Cup as well. So they look a little bit better now. It's like it's hard because in Group A, you're going to expect the top 2 is always Vitality and Ninjas and Pajamas. So they got the job done getting 3rd seed, but now they have to make that lower bracket run.
Looking over at Group B, obviously K-Corp, people were watching them to make sure they can cruise on through. And to me, it was the same kind of story here, Johnny, for K-Corp. I mean, you drop a game here and there, but that's all good for K-Corp.
Yeah, K-Corp are not having any problems. They won the group comfortably. The big story, actually, I mean, we've got some crazy stories in this group, but 100% lose to Gentlemates early on in the group, round 1. Then they eventually actually make the run through the lower bracket and qualify, whereas Gentlemates eliminated. So they fell to K-Corp, no harm there. That's, not too bad. But losing to Ascend, that's Giuk, Matt, and Nico, 3 upcoming players, 2 French, 1 Danish player. That's a massive upset. This is the upset of the season so far. Gentlemates eliminated, and their split might already be over in a way. They kind of need to win or at least come second in the last event just to have a chance of making the major now.
Yeah, I guess, CJ, what does this mean for the region as well? It feels, I mean, Gentlemates is one of those squads I expect to just kind of consistently be in like a top 4.
Yeah, you kind of had your top 4 pin with NIP, KC, Vitality, and Gentlemates, but I don't know if you agree with this, Gibbs. I think everyone was kind of gunning for that Gentlemates spot. Certainly GK were as well with their poor performance in the first event, so now it's pretty much blown wide open.
Yeah, we talk about, again, top 3, you expect Ninjas, K-Corp, Vitality, you expect them to make it 100%. They barely even squeaked into this weekend. Then they squeak into the top 8. So they are finding ways to win when it matters most. But generally speaking, like if you can reach about 20 points, probably about a 90% lock to make top 4 finish, because K-Corp and Vitality are probably going to take a lot of those grand finals points, and maybe Ninjas as well. So look for that. But that means with the mates, like even if they make grand finals next time, that's only plus 10 points, and that could put them right on the bubble of a top 4 spot. So very likely they have to win the open 3.
They need 100% to lose today. They need Dignitas to lose today. Or they pretty much want everybody to split the points as evenly as possible in the rest of this event.
And let's take a look at the prize pool too, because it's not just points they're fighting for, but of course, points are the big thing. While we look at this, is there any clinch situations that we're starting to approach towards Birmingham?
I assume there is, but I don't know if it's mathematical. But like another grand finals with 25 points at that point. I don't know if it'll be mathematically in, but very, very likely. And again, 20-point threshold is about where you want to be. So after 2 opens, if you're around 20 points, you're looking great. So teams like Vitality and K-Corp very likely will be in a spot where maybe not mathematically clinch, but be very, very close to doing so.
The bracket here, because it's all best of 7s now, and again, one of a few stories that we can be looking at. So let's glance at that before the matches start out here. The thing that's crazy to me is right off the bat, I mean, today we're already, CJ, going to be seeing a K-Corp Vitality.
Yeah, it's the top 4 again. Dignitas keeps sneaking their way into these lovely little matchups as well. The lower bracket looks good for them. GK down there potentially as a quarterfinal matchup or 100%. But K-Corp Vitality, we get the grand final rematch straight up. Could also be, Johnny, a rematch for this grand final as well.
It could. So if you are a fan of K-Corp or Vitality, don't panic too much seeing them up against each other in the upper bracket round 1, because the winner of that will end up in the top half of the semi-finals further along the bracket. The loser of that will go to the other side of the bracket in quarters. So they'll be on opposite sides until they get to the grand final, regardless of how they get there now.
Ninjas and Pajamas and Dignitas. I mean, give me some thoughts on that matchup.
That's a golden opportunity for Dignitas. I feel like Dignitas so far, they've had a very easy run through both opens, and then when they play a top 3 team, they have faltered. So if they can get the upset versus Ninjas, puts them into a top 4 spot, they will take over that top 4 points threshold from 100% based on what they do today. So huge match for Dignitas to kind of quiet the doubters, because right now I think there's a lot of doubt with that team because they've had such easy matches throughout these first 2 opens.
I will say that I am disappointed. Myself and Johnny Boy did some predictions for this week. Now, Gentlemates losing hurts the excitement, the entertainment factor, because if they had won that game, there could have potentially been the loser of K-Core Vitality taking on Gentlemates in a quarterfinal match. We don't get that. We don't get the chaos, but maybe Ascend can do another upset. Who knows?
Potentially. I mean, just so you know, before we get to kick off here, let's throw the schedule up. So if you guys are looking for a particular match, you guys know what order they're going to be played in here. Hopefully you guys join us for the entire day. But that Ascend start point will be giving us the first match of our first best of 7 into that Geek 100%. We've talked about the other matches here. Let's spend a few seconds on this one. 100% in Geek. Do we feel, Johnny, coming into this, that Geek might have I mean, I guess a bit of a better run? Are we a little, worried about what we saw the last time?
Well, they do look like they've improved. They look like they have made some steps in the right direction. And also, good news for the GK squad is 100% are not looking as clean as they did in the first event. They've been struggling just a little bit. They're still here in the top 8. They're winning in game 5s. They're making it through when they need to, but they don't look at they're playing at quite the same level as the first event.
Well, all those matches to come later. Right now, we're getting into our first best of 7. Ascend is going to be facing off against Start Point. Now, I loved what I've seen from these squads. While all eyes are still really on K-Corp to dominate this region, I'd like to see some teams start to rise up to the top here. Some names a lot of people might not be familiar with, Gibbs. I really like when we can get these newer storylines to start talking about.
Yeah, a brand new top 8 basically for Team Ascend. Nico, Matt, and Juke have never been here before. So it's going to be interesting to see how those nerves play a factor. Like on the other side, there is some experience. So you would expect that of like a Chronic. He's a top 4 world championship player. So you expect them to have the nerves game won, but sometimes you're too naive to know how much pressure there actually is. And that could play a factor here as well.
The question, CJ, is there a nothing to lose kind of, I guess, approach from Ascend in a situation like this? Or do you think the pressure on themselves to take down Start Point is going to be a little too much?
Well, I think when you take down the likes of a Gentlemates, you kind of in the back of your mind, whether you want to admit it or not, thinking, well, if we can take down these top 4 open for us, we can take that spot. And I think just watching these guys in the off season as well, they've been playing in an absolute ton of tournaments throughout the off season, and I've really loved their grind. I think that they've got huge potential, albeit quite inexperienced in the RLCS. So I'm loving what they did. I think the upset was huge for their confidence, and if they can take down Gentlemates, Johnny, they have to be the favorites in this one, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. This team's playing some great Rocket League this weekend, and they're just going to be looking to take that exact same play style into today. They're playing confidently, they're playing aggressively, they're trusting each other on the pitch. As for Start Point, they've got a little bit more experience on their side, and I think that will help in these longer series, the best of 7, especially with using timeouts, as we keep mentioning. So that's going to be the factor for them. I think that's the part. Matane and Icronic in particular, very experienced players.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the progressive fan vote is up, so make sure you're getting your hashtags in there, Gibbs. But I did want to touch on that. I mean, the experience, I heard you get a little yup in there too, agreeing. Maybe that experience from someone like a Chronic might help them in these longer series.
Yeah, so on paper, Team Ascend is the better team. They played in the top 32 round. It was in 2-1 round, I believe, and it was 3-0 for Ascend. But again, top 32 match versus being on the weekend in a top 8 match is a completely different ballpark. So again, we'll see what happens with Ascend here, because if nerves play a factor, like Nico had a fantastic performance yesterday. He plays their third man role very, very well, but he scores a ton of their goals. The thing is, when you have nerves, it usually comes down to when does that third man go for the challenge. And if you're a little nervy, you might make the wrong call. So the defense might open up just a bit more. So for Team Ascend, play it like you've been playing. But again, that is a very difficult task when all the eyes are on you.
Well, that's the thing, CJ. I mean, like, we'll go to you because you obviously have the most experience being in those situations. It's like, how do you continue to tell yourself we've done it before without overthinking it? Like, it's so easy to just let yourself get a couple steps too far ahead.
It can, but I don't know what it is about these up-and-comers, the next generation, but nerves just aren't as much of a thing as they used to be, I swear. I think nowadays we're seeing more nerves from the top teams from fear of losing, rather than the up-and-comers, you know, thinking, oh my goodness, we're playing, you know, I'm playing an Acronic, you know, we're playing a Gentlemates lineup. I think these guys, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the new generation, Johnny, but they just don't care. They don't respect their elders. They don't respect the experienced guys at the top. They just go in and they want to take everyone down, and it certainly works for them. So I can't see Ascend getting more nervous just because this is a, you know, Saturday playoff matchup.
Yeah, not because of who they're playing, not because of the situation. You know, they may get nervous if things are going badly. Yeah, I don't think they're nervous right now, though. I definitely agree with CJ on that. These young players, they just trust their mechanics. They know what they can do. They're playing a lot of the game. They're grinding ranked. You know, these guys, Nico, Matt, and Giuk in particular, have been super active in the off season. So I'm not surprised to see them making improvements this season when it comes to RLCS results. They were already making main events last season, here and there. So now they're actually making playoffs, making top 8, maybe even a top 6 here, getting into the conversation for the major.
Yeah, keep those votes coming in, guys, as the match is about to get ready. Still waiting on a couple things here. But yeah, I really love the underdog story. I mean, this is kind of spoiling, I guess, a bit of what my prediction will be here, but I really love the new up-and-comers. I feel like Europe in general, Gibbs tends to be a bit better for showcasing a lot of that talent as well. And I really have to back what I'm seeing. I love this storyline for Ascend.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I will look on paper first, always. Unless you're Jorius, then I might look the other way when it comes to like quarterfinals or big games. But besides him, generally, I'm going to look on paper. And like Ascend, again, that top 32 match speaks volumes. Getting a 3-0 versus this team, like, you expect that to happen again. That was just last week. You would think that these teams would play like that yet again, but Ascend, they have quality wins. They beat 100% plus the mates. 100%, that was a placement match, but also Ascend scored 2 goals on 0 as well. 1 to tie it to force an overtime, 1 to win it, I believe it was game 5, to force the overtime. So they're clutch. They're clutch when it matters. It just comes down to, again, when those timeouts get called and when teams try and mess around with their tactics, will that matter? Or will these teams play the same game for 35 minutes here?
Go back to a bit of my question there, Johnny. I'm curious if, because maybe I'm just hallucinating here, but it does feel like we oftentimes see some more of these newer names popping up, more so in the European region than, say, like North America. Do you feel like that's true? And if so, if there's something you can pinpoint that too, like why this happens?
It's hard to know exactly, but there's few things that I would speculate. One of them, especially when it comes to French players, is the different sort of communities you've got in the EU region. You know, the Spanish community, Italian community is starting to make waves in RLCS main events as well. French community is obviously massive. The UK scene, which kind of overlaps a little bit with the Dutch scene. And a lot of, like, you know, national teams, you'll see a Finnish team, a Swedish team, like a Norwegian team, Danish team, and that does help, I think, younger players come through. It's also a bit of a rivalry. I mean, when these guys match up in rank, there's definitely low-key national pride in the line just with rank points, never mind with RLCS. That being said, NA is starting to get that next generation coming through right now as well. So although historically and even recently there have been more players coming through the European scene, this season NA has got a lot, and last season as well, we're getting a bit of hints of that. A lot of young players coming in and taking the spots from the OGs.
Well, I feel like it was always a risk, CJ. Like, okay, do we try this new person or stick with someone we guarantee, especially like again with North America? So I love when these players get chances. I think Chronic was maybe a big icebreaker for something like that. But I mean, how scary is it to take that risk on like an up and comer?
Well, I mean, obviously we're on the EU show, but if you look at NA, they're all too scared to pretty much make a move. So the Space Station Gaming lineup had to just team with each other for the up-and-comers. And look, I think it is a big move, but more often than not, how many times the roster moves, you know, rookies winning world championships, it's a recipe for success. And you know, Johnny spoke about as well the French community. We've got 2 Frenchmen on the Ascend lineup. They just, just fish in a barrel or something. They just pluck these rookies out of nowhere that just come in and just dominate and perform on the stage. I think the one guy missing from here we spoke about in the off-season was the I call him the big cheese, the EU cheese, the mozzarella. I mean, he's not on the lineup. Obviously, Nico's in instead, but they're all great friends.
DJ, he's playing with Italian players, mozzarella. Of course he is.
Of course he is. It's just
he's playing with Italian.
All the ingredients are coming together for the big mozza. But look, yeah, they're just I don't know. EU's just different. The rookies keep coming through. They keep showing up.
Let's flip them all at once here and see if anyone goes out of the way. Because again, I mentioned before on our predictions that I wanted to follow again these up and comers of story. I got to stick with Ascend, and it looks like everybody is kind of on that same side here. I mean, just no faith. I guess Gibbs in a Chronic on the other side.
I mean, like it's a rematch of last week. That was a 3-0. That's where I have to go. And also, Team Ascent has 2 French players. Other team has 1 French player. It's like, it just writes itself.
Is that a real stat? Like, is this real analysis, Gibbs?
Yeah. I mean, I mean, France is pretty good at Rocket League. All right, we already know this. So, Matt Giuk, I'm going with that.
Cole picked start point though. He's the only caster who picked start point. It's not on the screen.
Does that give us confidence?
Pick it, though.
That does not.
It gives me loads of confidence. I'm even more confident in my pick now because Cole went against us. So I'm happy, very happy with where we're at.
CJ, yeah, I mean, just to follow up on that is like, again, it seems like no faith in the expertise and experience of Chronic on the other side. Ascend is, are you just going off that last result too?
Well, it's not just head-to-head. They also beat Gentlemates. So I think they've got the results on the board. They got the runs on the board. They're the deserved favourites, but we'll wait and see in a best of 7.
That's true. Well, chat's not entirely convinced at this point. The only way to really settle this is to get into our best of 7. Right now, we have Nico, Matt, and Juke trying to ascend to the top. And this is their starting point. It's now up to Yushin, Mitane, and a Chronic to stop that climb. First best of 7, open number 2. Let's get it started.
We go again, another day at the Rlcs, more excitement, and Gibbs, this time it's between Ascend and Start Point. And as Johnny pointed out, I'm the only person to go for Start Point. I just feel that they've got a little bit more experience. And now we're here in the latter stage on the mainstream. That certainly counts for something.
Oh, absolutely. But this is a golden opportunity for both these teams. Again, when there's 2 teams that come into their first top 8, it really comes down to, all right, golden opportunity to take a win and push for a top 4. But do what 100% did last time and spoil the hopes and dreams of other teams. So we'll see who comes out on top here. But my one player that I watch is Nico. You have to look at him. He plays defense more than most. He was like bottom 5 on defense, or actually top 3, I'm sorry. A top 3 playing defense, but number 3 in goals per game. So he's going to play that 3rd man role, look for the cleanup opportunities, and score a ton of goals. So look out for Nico.
Watching your games, Gibbs, from back in the day when you were pro, semi-pro, partly pro.
Again, long time ago.
You played with Konobi. Exactly, a long time ago indeed. But this is the here, this is the now. And these 2 teams are players that are trying to make a name for themselves. The Start Point players got some more of the old guard. Got Matane, who seems to have been about in the Rlcs for donkey's years now, as he's almost gone into action on the goal line. And a Chronic as well. I always get excited when I see him playing here in EU, especially in the playoffs, because he burst into the scene. He was such an exciting player.
Oh, absolutely. Like top 4 world championship player, then almost took like a year off, until finally he just places into a grand finals in the final EU Open last year. So shows that he's has the capability to be a top player still. We'll see Nico off the back wall trying to clean up the pass. Matt is going to have to leave this for Juke, and we'll see if they can get any offense going for Team Ascend.
Yeah, so far it seems to have been Ascend that have had more of the ball. The team in blue, as Matane gets one towards Giuk on the goal line. Matane's going to try and get this one over the Frenchman, but Matt should be able to take this one away via a pinch. Decent play from Ascend. You can see why they won this first game 3-0. I don't think it's going to be a smashing, but they certainly seem to have more of the ball. They seem to be getting there faster at this point.
Yeah, but we got to watch out because there was a correlation, a positive correlation. More time played on defense meant you won more games in the EU Open number 1. We saw that a lot with teams like 100%. They would finally go on offense, but they would get counterattacked and be scored on immediately. So even if you are on defense, it's more about when you're on offense and you have to just boost control everyone out so they can't get those counterattacks.
Oh, the bump.
Oh, well, there was your perennial defender who almost got a pull shot right there, reminiscent of Gods Millers against K-Dop all those years ago. Almost followed it up himself as well. So a nice couple of attempts there. Here comes Nico again. Wants the flick over Eugene. Gets it. It's up the crossbar. Surely no
Matt, though, he finishes it up, and that is 1-0 finally.
Oh, Juke. He should have probably had this one for sure, just didn't read it properly, but luckily enough, all 3 members collapse on the net. Matt cleans it up and Ascend with the early lead.
Well, they've had the pressure, they've had the opportunities, and finally they have a well-deserved goal. Only 3 shots to their name, despite having the ball in orange territory for most of it. Nugent can come quite straightforward. Hopefully that will give Start Point a little bit of hope. The fact that they are relatively limiting their opponents to not too many shooting chances. As Giuk, it's a slightly loose one forward. Matt makes something from it, and Iconics back to defend.
Nice controlled save, but then just throws the ball away a bit, and Nico making a good challenge off the ceiling. But the ball goes into the blue half. Matt, great challenge. Nugent has to back out with 0 boost.
Decent 50 towards Matane there, but he leaves that one actually for his teammate to shoot. What a great decision that was. Matt gets a save across the goal. I thought for a second that Matane would have taken that one himself. He opted not to. It was smart. That's that experience I was talking about from these old heads. It didn't quite work out to a goal, so Ascend stay in the lead. Matane sends that one towards a Chronic, wants to get the double tap and does, but not really to any avail. So half a moment so far for Start Point, but Ascend looking the better.
Yeah, 1 scoring chance maybe for Team Start Point there, but it was mostly just bad midfield play on both sides, really. It's sloppy play coming out again in the midfield, and Nico will just get a free one.
Not the best defending there, a Chronic. Try to force it to you.
Oh, no.
It's like, all right, you don't want my pass? Fine, you can't have the ball either then.
Chronic does not want to see that one again, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I did base my prediction on the fact that he had plenty of experience, but if that's what he's applying it to, then I might be in trouble here with my prediction. And so too might Start Point, more importantly. Eugene comes forward, gets a decent demo, when they do get back on the board, it's Matane.
That is a great morale booster here. Eugen, great pass out with the aerial bump as well on Matt, and Matane slotted it to the only spot he can, the far post. And when you have a bad play, the best thing that you can possibly do is score immediately after. Team Start Point back in it.
See what Chronic was trying to make happen. He was like, look, you just need a little bit of inspiration, Eugen, with that bump, and so it proved to be. He got the bump right back onto Ascend, so smart play there, retroactively from a Chronic. Here comes Eugen, gets the flip reset, wants to go over the top. Giuk should be able to stick this on away fairly cleanly. And flicks it past the Chronic. This is the real chance here, Giuk, sorry. Let's slow it down for a second. Nico over the top of Eugen. Chronic there, leaving that one towards Giuk. Towards Nico, onto the backboard. Matt wants to beat this one against Eugen. And the Chronic can come forward.
Just gotta be careful for Team Ascend. Don't send too much out when there's only half a minute left to play with that 1-goal lead. You don't want to go into a 3v2 situation after a bad pass off the back wall. So we'll see if Ascend plays a more casual midfield play here.
20 seconds left, so Ascend more than capable of slowing it down. Nothing wrong with that, especially when a couple of bumps come in. Someone's following. It's Giuk towards Matt. Man, missed again. Opportunity came knocking there for Ascend. Now, one more chance for Start Point. A Chronic gets the challenge. Matane the opponent. Eugen could be in. Does he have the finish? He does. And they've completed the turnaround.
The double demo on one side with Team Ascend, but they were playing too passive because of that 1-goal lead. They follow it up. Team Start Point, double demo, wide open net, tie game, trying to force overtime.
4 seconds left. Who knows? This first game has had goals in it. Will there be even more drama from the kickoff? It's a neutral one. Goes towards a Chronic to the ceiling. He's got an opportunity here. Leaves it. Fakes it up for Eugen. Blocked out at source. 2-2 overtime.
That's a great save by Matt. He gets faked out on the first challenge, but follows it up to just hit that ball into the ground to not allow the fake shot to happen. Well done by Matt.
And all the momentum for Start Point. Nico leaves that one. A Chronic is looking dangerous for a split second. To the ceiling it goes. Matt's gonna just try and take a touch. He does. Trying to tempt in Matane. Matane accepts the offer and gets the challenge towards Giuk. A Chronic into the center. Huge challenge one. That goes forwards. Eugen can only get a touch backwards. So Matane has to be aware here. Which one of these teams gives will stand up after the slightly shaky game one?
Yeah, it feels like a Team Ascend probably a little more nervy, like after not going for that midfield challenge goal that they had a chance at, but they can right all the wrongs here. They have been playing more offense, but Team Start Point just needs that 1 scoring chance.
But no avail because a Chronic haven't quite banked on it.
Maintains challenge into the center, falls to Matt. This could be game one until in comes Eugen. GX turn this time. The challenge in the center. Matt towards the side. Eugen out wide. Eugen's following it, so Start Point happy to defend for now. Just like we saw in the game as a whole, really. It's Start Point doing the defending, Ascend doing the attacking, Start Point wanting to get some counters.
Yeah, they're just waiting it out, trying to get boost control as well, but we see Matt trying to get the shot in just a little bit high. But Team Ascend just, they continue to collapse with that third man. Finally, the ball is spilled out. Matt on limited boost just has to throw it wide. The demo comes out, but off the crossbar for Start Point.
Set for Start Point. Another demo. That was the key to breaking through Ascend. Remember, the fact that these teams played in the previous round in the Swiss means that they could have studied each other's games, and perhaps Start Point have realized that maybe Ascend are a little bit static in defense. Certainly some targets there for them to challenge, but it is Ascend that have the pinch, and Mitane has to half of his way towards some boosts. Acronic actually claims it, and Acronic thinks he's taken out. This could be the moment. Eugen up against Nico, and more good reflexes from the defenders.
Yeah, the ball keeps spilling out close to the back wall, so there's no real shot for Team Ascend, so they can't really do anything with it. And I think that's a little bit of a fortunate bounces here for Team Start Point at times, but Ascend just has to try and force that ball to get better rebounds out, like after their midfield challenges or their offensive challenges, but they're just not getting yet.
But he does have Giuk trying to escape and going back towards his own goal, so that means he can still do something with the ball. And then it falls towards Giuk. Matt fakes it out. Giuk does get a flip reset bump. It's nice play. But it's not going to do too much for them. Ascend need to get that final pass going. The final thread isn't quite being made. Matt fakes out again, and that will be enough. They've gone for them so many times, both teams. It's Ascend for whom it works.
And we saw the scoring chance just before where Matt didn't have boost, so he couldn't go up with Giuk, and this time he can. He gets the aerial bump play, the pass out to his teammate, and Team Ascend. It was sketchy, but they get game number one.
Clean enough to suggest that the 3-0 that they got previously is going to be expected to repeat itself right here. Start Point showed their chances, but in the end it was one fake too many that they couldn't deal with. And as the GGs come in between both teams, and it's Ascend that take a slightly nervy game one victory. Plenty of shots in that one in the end. There was 14 for Ascend and 12 for Start Point, so plenty of attacking prowess.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to Team Start Point's got to figure out how to get out of their defensive path. Because yes, you can play great defense as long as you want, but if you make that one mistake on one of these challenges, the ball's going to spill out, and then you have those aerial fakes coming out by Team Ascend. So we'll see if Start Point tries to figure out that midfield game just a bit more to try and get more onto the offensive side of the field. While Ascend, I think you play exactly how you just were. And I think they kind of took my words for gospel when I was like, hey, you have a 1-goal lead with half a minute left. Be a little bit more passive. And they were just a little bit too much because it was like a miscommunication, right? Two of them go up for demo plays, and the third's like, I don't want to commit to this because I don't want to give up a free goal. And then it cost them in the end to force the overtime. So Ascend, I think there's some miscommunication issues, but you expect that again in your first top 8 experience. That's going to be those nerves playing a factor. While Start Point, I think they just got to find a way to control the ball more.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Start Point got those 2 late goals against Ascend when it seemed like game one was not completely sewn up, but certainly theirs to lose at the very least, shows that these kids have got some nerves, as you'd expect from another generation of up-and-coming French kids. So we'll see how good they end up being. The sky's the limit, you'd expect. Well, game 2, let's see if it starts the same way game 1 did, which is plenty of blue pressure. So far, they've at least had the ball in their own half, but they've managed to get it back to orange territory pretty quick as Matt tries to flick that one back towards his opponent's net. Actually, it was back towards his own, he had to be careful. Nico and Matt combined to get it to Giuk, so there seems to be that Ascend easing their way into the second game, not going all guns blaring at the start. Acronic has a chance. This could really be it if it goes on target. Not quite. You got to take those games until it falls to Eugen in the end anyway, and that is 1-0. So I guess you didn't have
every scoring attempt right now is one player's going up for bumps or an aerial bump, and then another player follows up. Both teams have to be aware of this. Don't leave your third man alone in these 2v1 spots, because both teams know exactly when that happens. They send someone to bump out that third man, and you cannot make the save. So great job by Start Point to realize that, but now Team Ascend has to kind of counter that. Maybe be a bit more passive. Have
Oh.
defensive front rather than just one player back.
Big Matt here just about gets in front of him. We've seen that a few times from Eugen. Certainly speedy defensively. It's exactly what his team has needed a few times. They have their first lead in the series. 2 start points. Nico's trying to change that by beating Matane. Can't do so. Chronic can slow things down, as you mentioned, Gibbs. Looking exactly the same, and that one was played to perfection.
Oh, it's so beautiful. All 3 players getting involved. The Chronic going for bumps. You can't really see him until just there at the end. But the give and go, the one-timer by Matane. And again, the placement on the shot. Far post, bottom left corner. Perfect placement by Starpoint. And they look in full control right now.
This must be one of those really awkward and horrible games to play in, where wherever you are on the pitch, someone's bumping you, you're not quite in the rotation. It's far from clean Rocket League, but fair play. Both these teams are going all in here in the knockout stage for them both. Miko has to send that one high.
That's a bad save.
Falling maybe towards Eugen. Jiuk against Matane. Allows Ascent to get that one out, but it's more good pressure from Starpoint. They're looking the better team at this point. A Chronic gets that one across, and it does not look like Ascent have got 4 games in a row now against Starpoint.
Oh, absolutely not. And it looks like 2 different offensives, too. Like, we see Team Starpoint, when they're on offense, their scoring chances right now are way more plentiful than when Ascent, in game 1, had tons of offensive pressure, didn't get a ton of scoring opportunities out of it. So Team Starpoint is doing a great job with their control, but not only control, they're like actually getting these offensive opportunities for goal scoring chances. Because sure, like you can have the ball on the blue half all game long, but if it's in the corners, it doesn't really matter. So Team Starpoint doing a fantastic job there, and Ascend now has to figure out that defense, not give them the space like this right here. We see Matane going up with tons of space in the midfield, cannot get the pass out though. And we'll see if Ascend can counter with Matt on a full boost tank. Cannot. Matane, 0 boost, makes the stop.
Players really get going mechanically and have a few solo plays in them, then that could be enough to take either of these teams to game wins. Still, Matane there had the opportunity. Finally, the floodgates have begun to open. At least offensively, as far as Ascend were going, you know, do not have to be bumped.
Double bumps. Triple bump.
Another bump comes in, you know, there's not a bumping play. And Matane didn't quite have it that time. Let's see if the next opportunity comes up. Either he or somebody else takes it. Jiuk up against Matane. Eugen going for the speed flip towards the ball there. Nico is underneath this one, but that's great play again from Eugen. He's impressed me so much. He's certainly doing Ascend for pace right now, but it remains at 2.
Again, scoring chances. Team Starpoint, fantastic scoring chances. Ascend had 1 where Matt bumped like the entire team, but those are very unlikely. Here we go. Here's an opportunity for Nico. Going for the top right corner, cannot hit the shot. No follow-up as well. The back pass to keep control though.
His team have got just over a minute to grab a couple of goals. Starpoint did it to them in game 1. Can they return the favor? Eugen's got no boost, he just has to try and... Oh, he's got the flip still though, actually. I don't know if he even had that. So while he had no boost, he was still able to get that one back towards the goal. It could be a chance now. Eugen could kill it. He goes too high though, Gibbs. That would have been the moment.
Starpoint, that's twice now that they've missed wide open nets. The counterattack by Matt, but again, Matane, as that front man, getting back with 0 boost, getting the challenges out. Like Ascend has to accelerate more when they're on offense. They're getting caught by that first man for Team Starpoint on defense multiple times now.
Happy just to keep this one in the blue half. Eugen beats yet another opponent to tee up a teammate. Matane, one more pass. Maybe one too many there. A Chronic is keeping control of the ball in the end. Matane does follow up, and this time he slams it home.
And Ascend, this is worrying. 0 boost on both members on defense, and Juke tried to get something going, cannot. Matt can't really do anything either because he only had 12 boost. So, like Ascend just caught flat-footed with 0 boost, and again, Team Starpoint, that experience is coming into play. When they have those offensive opportunities, they are making them count.
Does all he can to get something from this game, but it is looking impossible. This is looking like, unless Matane gives them an in, which he has done. 2 goals, 12 seconds, surely not Gibbs.
It's possible. I've seen crazier. I normally don't cast them, so I'm kind of hoping not, because I'll like mess up the call or something.
This is sort of moment where everyone suddenly sits up and stares, because if they do get a 3-goal comeback with 12 seconds left, then all right,
kickoff.
Already got the first.
The kickoff goes well for Ascend. Juke's got to do it all here.
He's
the flip reset. They tried some bump plays too. Could not get it done. Eugen with a great save, and that'll do it. we got a tied series, Cole. Competitive series.
We do indeed, and Mitane will probably chuckle at that mistake now. If they'd have scored that couple more, maybe he wouldn't have done. As it stands, he can relax, and Startpoint can enjoy finally getting one over Ascend. And it's best of 7, it's a long series. You know, these teams will swing back and forth. The dominating team will probably change game to game. But Startpoint certainly showed that they have got an avenue which to really attack Ascend in that one.
Yeah, and Eugen, like, I don't know if you see it on the main feed, but his title, he's a title annihilator. He plays drop shot, so I think I'm going to change my pick to Startpoint because, you know, like, drop shot mains are awesome. So Eugen, hats off to you, but that was just a great game by Startpoint. Because again, it's like, it's not about just throwing the ball at the net and getting, you know, tons of shots. It's more about the quality of opportunities, and they had many opportunities throughout this. A lot of them because of those bump plays. When they have a man up, we see it here by Chronic just moving forward. He knows that they have a pass and play involved. He can just move up and bump everyone out. So got to be careful. You can't give up that midfield space to allow a 2v1 to happen, or even in that case, that was a 3v2, but they made the bump plays happen anyway. Doing a great job there, but Ascend got to clean up that midfield play to make sure that doesn't happen in game 3.
Ascend's biggest advantage of game 1, which totally deserted them in game 2, and they had no pressure at all. So whatever Startpoint changed going into the second was certainly effective. Now it's Ascend's turn to mix things up. I've certainly been impressed with Eugen. I mean, to me, he's been the fastest man on the pitch today. The amount of times he's straight up beaten a blue player to the ball. Decision-making has been all right. I think can improve upon it, but certainly looking like one for the future. As Chronic is beaten out of the way there, that one's going to go straight in, and not even my speedy boy Eugen can get there.
And this is what Nico does. He preys on this. He plays in the defensive half, and when he gets an opportunity again, though, another bump play there by Matt. I'm not sure if it mattered too much there, but Nico just faster to the ball, puts in a wide open net. Exactly what Ascend needed.
Great return. Again, we're seeing that these kids are fearless. They won that first overtime after falling behind, and now in game 3, after having a bit of a shocker in game 2, they're straight back at it and going at Startpoint like they believe they are the dominant team here. Matt gets a flip reset. A real mechanical quality in this series, and Nico's forced to make a slightly awkward touch in the corner. Chronic keeps the attack going. He delays his flip to get over the top almost the defender. And the ball falls slightly awkwardly in the blue corner until Matt can try and do something with it. Mitane tries to charge him down, doesn't quite get it right. Giuk onto the backboard and some neutral territory. So fairly standard 40 seconds or so of gameplay here. Neither team really breaking forwards.
Yeah, like I said, though, did have a good counterattack to get the ball out of their half. Nico, he's the only one who had boost in their team, actually went for a double bump as they were slow clearing that ball out to allow Ascend to have that offensive pressure. So we'll see if that continues.
Almost gets in there. Mitane's going to shoot Eugen.
Nice ball.
Bullying Giuk. It's a very standard goal for this series.
Eugen, this is a very difficult bump because the player's trying for the squishy save. Giuk trying to deke him out, but Eugen meets him on the upside down part of the net to get the bump. Well done.
Again, beating a blue player for pace. Eugen, very, very impressive performance in a scrappy game of Rocket League. These are the ones where it can be really difficult to stand out in, which is what's impressing me so much. Time for an Ascend player to step up themselves. Eugen up against Giuk. Nico here tries to make Eugen think twice, isn't able to do it. No! Tips that one in. Mitane's turn. Mitane via the crossbar, does get his goal, and Startpoint turn it around again.
Chronic saved it at first. There was no one in net. That was just in, but luckily the ball bounces out to Mitane, forces the own goal by Nico as well, because that also was not in. So Startpoint getting a little bit lucky, but they should have scored it anyway before all that, so I'll give it to them.
Chronic is an interesting player this game. First, he got the team infield bump, which they conceded from in game 1, and now he's got the team save, and they've scored from that. So he knows what he's doing. You got to trust in the Portuguese, Gibbs.
He's just an entertainer. He just wants us to go long, go to Champions Field, get the most out of his time on stream.
Exactly. He really wants to enjoy his Rocket League after taking some time off in the last season or so. Giuk takes out a Chronic. Mitane almost makes the most of it. Eugen is in. They're in there for him for Startpoint. On this occasion, Nico just steals that ball away and beats Mitane. Nico's going for the bump, I presume, and the Chronic dodges it and gets a big save.
That was a big save. Just had a pre-jump and just hope that shot's going directly at him. to cut off as many angles as he possibly could, and he had to avoid the bump as well. So well done for him. Yujin tries off the ceiling, does not get it, and the Chronic's going to play it in the corner. This ball does spill back out, though. A little bit of nervy defense by Ascend, though, just trying to dive at things. Yujin off the ceiling again. Juke with the save, but Matane throwing it back in. Another bump comes out. Double save by Ascend to just keep it out. And it's just madness right now on the blue side. Oh, Yujin.
Oh, why not? Keep it going. Keep the scrappiness going. Just don't concede from it. Oh, Matane with a flick. Yujin's back behind him. Matane has one all to himself. Tries to beat Gia for pace towards the goal. Unable to. Needed a bump, ironically. Nico tries to shoot and Matane is back there. This is madness, Gibbs.
The one time. It's like, can you bump for me? It's like, I've been doing it for 20 minutes straight. Sorry. Nico here, getting the goal off the pass. And guess what? There was another demo on the back line here as well. Juke going out, clearing out the defender. Nico's got a wide open net. And again, I love the placement. They know where the demo is. That's the spot that was being guarded. Throw the ball directly at it and put it home. We got a tie game goal.
The haymaker after haymaker flying in. Ridiculous gameplay. If it's not going to be bumped or demoed ahead of the play, you might as well stop watching because it is the only way these teams are scoring against each other. Guaranteed.
Here we go again.
Prove me wrong with a solo play. Yeah, is sweeping in front of him. Do you know what it reminds me of? You know curling? Where they throw the big stone thing and you got sweepers going sweep, 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 right?
Yeah.
I think Leaf does, as a Canadian. It reminds me of that. The bumpers, they're the sweepers. And the person taking the shot is like, sweep, sweep. We could do this. We could score goals in this game, you and me.
I don't want to play them in curling, though, because I think they'll take us out.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, almost there from Yujin. Now it's Jiek's turn.
Nice move.
Over Matane. One more attempt. Chronic goes high. Chronic keeps control of it for himself. Maybe a ceiling play is incoming. Here we go. A Chronic, a little bit of spice. Doesn't quite have the boost to make something from it. Just had a glimpse of a chunk.
Oh, that's in.
Oh, the back flips! Oh, no! And that's how you score without
tragedy.
bumping.
I don't even know what to say anymore, Cole. The feels backflip man comes out for Matane. Juke, though, was in a great spot on that counterattack by Ascend. We talked about that's been a correlation that's been happening a lot. Just play a ton of defense and get a quick counterattack goal, and Ascend gets one there.
Can they hold out for the last 32 seconds? Yujin keeps it going, wants to get the pace going again for start point. Matane loses that one behind him to a Chronic, who has a clean touch, 35 boost, not too much. Goes for the reset to the floor. Yujin's in! Great play there and a lovely goal.
What an
oh my god, that's all bad.
When he's on the ball, he's
what the hell am I saying?
Look at that, just jumping down to the ground to get his flip back
Perfect
off the ground.
pass.
Gets the infield pass to Yujin. Great use of his double jump to accelerate to the ground to get there just a bit faster than the defense.
Simply refuse to be beaten. They keep on going and Ascend again. They're going to have to get another. That's a good touch from Matane towards Nico. Nico booms it as far as he can. They will mow Ascend. This is danger all the way to the very end of this game. Yujin gets his jump wrong. Matane's behind him. Nico, will there be one more chance here for Ascend? Matt's in the middle. Matt goes for it. Matt can't quite get it, and somewhere the ball falls to the ground, and we do have another overtime.
This is a huge game 3 overtime. I feel like both teams are probably frustrated with like the demo goals and all that, but if you lose the overtime, they're going to be even more frustrated. I can see a timeout like after this game. We'll see if they can call it in time, but it's anyone's game at this point, Coley. As we've seen, here we go. We have a shot by Yujin. Matt clears to the side, but not a lot of boost on Ascend. Nico has to make the challenge, but a Chronic up in the air going for the pass. Juke on the back wall will clear it away.
Could be in depending on how this ball falls. He's not. It falls to Nico. Great touch away. Goes behind the ball.
Oh, that was epic.
He had to slam the brakes on. That could have been disaster for him. Instead, it's a Chronic. Wanted to get the reset. Gets it!
Oh my
a Chronic's come online. Start point takes series lead.
Don't give open space to a Chronic. He is
Oh
a
my
threat when he has the ball. We saw the great midfield pass. And now the overtime flip reset winner on limited boost. Start point, taking the lead.
Ascend don't get bumped or demoed on the way. I imagine they'll call a timeout. Let's see if they're able to, if their keyboards aren't just knocked off the desk before they get to type those magical words.
Yeah, the one part is
Nothing's come in.
After an overtime game, it's so hard to call the timeout very quickly because I think you only have like 15 seconds or 20 seconds to call it. And if you just lost an overtime, it's hard to like think about that like in that reference. So it normally happens if you lose 2 in a row and you know you're about to lose that game, you'll definitely call that timeout because it's like, all right, we have time to think about it. But right after that overtime loss, that is not what they were thinking about. There's no timeout called here by Ascend, so we will continue on.
We will. Ascend are going to have to go straight in to game 4. 2-1 down in a series. With at least one of those games, they'll be thinking, we should have taken it. This should have been their game. Nico got 702 points and ended up on the losing team, and that has got to hurt, especially when you do have that inexperience. You know, these players aren't ones that can look back at 5, 6, 7 series in their professional careers where similar things have happened. It's all new to them to be in this point.
Yeah, it's your one golden opportunity, right? To make a name for yourself, and you just never know like if you'll make it back to a top 8 like this again. So you want to make the most of it, and that puts a lot of pressure on. And again, like a lot of these players, there are times when they're so new to it, they're just naive, and they're like, oh, we'll do it again. So I'm not too worried about it, but it seems like on defense at times Ascend will double commit, and that seems to be playing like into those nerves right here. Matane somehow gets that around. No one expected it though, so there's no follow.
It didn't have much boost, so thankfully for Ascend, Nico was able to help out, but it's more pressure coming in right now from Starpoint, who have all the momentum, all the play, and almost one more bump goal to add to the tally. They keep this attack going. Matane tries to. It's a bit high and loose. So Gia can get it away, but look, already, Starpoint have got 2 players back, ready to defend, and Ascend haven't got much going on right now. Gia does manage to get through them. Matane got his read, and suddenly it's Starpoint back on the attack.
Yeah, Ascend's got to figure this out. Like in that midfield game, there's so much space being given to normally a Chronic who just has time to do his flip resets, and they're working very, very well. So they got to figure out to move up just a bit more out of their defensive third. But right here, a double commit on defense by Starpoint. Nico's got a shot opportunity, puts it home, and Ascend back on top.
But desperate, there was a double commit miss. Matane getting in the Chronic's way. And then Matt, of course, had a little swipe at Matane because it is still this series. What are you going to do?
Yep.
And there was the finish. Ascend, an all-important lead. Now, can they hold it this time? They have to show some solidity after scoring the first goal. That's what I want to see from them this time. Chronic.
Space again.
He goes to the ceiling, might get it straight back once more. He fakes it to Eugen, who somehow took all the pace off the ball.
Oh. Golden opportunity wasted by Starpoint, but they're still on the offensive side. Great save out by Ascend. Juke's going to make 2 saves in a row to try and clear it out. No boost for Matt. Plus, Nico just got 100 just in time. He will get the clear out, and Ascend can breathe.
Tane, the 2 of them, and the ball slams into the ceiling. A Chronic, no boost, but does have some pace. Fire a few chain dashes. Tane's underneath this one. Matt following it up. The ball slows down for a second. Who'll be first to really take control of it? The answer is Eugen. Gia stuck on the floor. I think there was a little nudge on him on the way. So Matane can come forward, wants to beat Nico, can't quite do so. And Matt, who's taken out a Chronic, has a clean touch. Has Eugen in front of him, has a chance to go solo here. Gia's coming in onto the back wall, and a Chronic gets the save.
Matt wanted that infield pass, but just turned around the ball just a little bit too much to lose pace on it, so they couldn't get a quick infield. They had to try and change the play, but it was a little bit too long of one, so Starpoint's able to capitalize on that defensive opportunity, and now they have the ball back in the blue half.
To Matane,
that's a really good pass.
Eugen who shoots. Gia, a huge save. He had the read. A Chronic gets
another,
Matane,
my
and they can't
gosh.
keep it out again. And
These
Ascend
infield
have
passes
reached
are
once
getting
more.
And Ascend, they have 2 defenders. One has to guard the shot, one has to guard the pass, but it's a Chronic. He's just such a threat, and you don't know what he's going to do. And this time he uses speed. He doesn't go for the fancy flip reset play, just quickly with the infield pass. And Chronic's my MVP so far throughout this match.
It was Eugen for me earlier, but now I would agree. A Chronic has been the true mechanical difference maker out of that little bit of quality, that dusting of skill that we needed in this series. See a team pull away, but one change from Ascend could change that instantly. Here comes Eugen, though. He gets a flip reset. He turns it into a backflip. Matt forwards. Good defending there from Ascend. That was so dangerous.
Juke's going to try and get some done. Gets a little bit of a bump, though, so he's going to slow play this. Trying to get his teammates around. Matt, with no boost, went for the challenge. Eugen on no boost, gets the bump, but Juke is there. A Chronic, though, again, open space. Let's see what he can do.
Oh man, that's
Ceiling
crazy.
is on the
He has
reset
a lot
from
of
it.
boost.
Almost. Metane's turn. Eugen's behind, waiting to strike.
He's so
Metane's desperate to get it
tank on that.
towards
Oh.
Eugen, but the ball goes across. And that's safe for the Blues, at least until a Chronic sweeps in from the side. Eugen's already up, but Chronic, I think he took it away from Eugen. Eugen wanted a Chronic to fake, it just didn't happen. Could have been a real opportunity. Instead now, Ascend once more. But a Chronic slows it down. It seems that it's start point asking all the questions. So far, Ascend have the answers.
So far, but I think sometimes they're on very limited boost. Like, I've seen Matt close to 0 more times throughout this game than I think the entire match so far. So hopefully he can clean that up and get some boost. Nico by himself, but the ball is just thrown out to him so he can make an easy save and an easy clear as well. Tate will throw it back to a Chronic who has a little bit of space. Nico going up the ceiling, cannot make the touch. So Chronic, again, given space, tries to make something happen, but Ascend this time with 2 members. Make a stop. Nico should follow this up. Matt as well there. Got to be careful, but the pinch works out.
To himself as well, smart play from Matane, was well aware he had nobody around him. And so he was able to just take all the time in the world. Now though he has to speed things up. Chronic, it's that block in the center. Eugen was slipping around that ball, hoping he could get it. Now to go back on his heels if he wants to. Giet could be in here. 2 start point players squeeze together to get it away. That touch is loose. And Chronic now, for his pretty boostless, at least they were then, start point, just prods it forward. 19 seconds. Next goal should well be the winner of this 4th game. No longer looking most likely for start point, although they do have the ball now in the Blues. This is some danger. Gio gets it high. Anyone following up Matane almost beats Matt, but Matt gets it away. Gio gets for this ball, but has no boost. A Chronic's touch towards Eugen. Eugen has a flip reset. Oh, winning in somehow. It just makes it.
A Chronic again has the space. Maybe a poor first touch. It doesn't matter. He goes for bumps. Doesn't matter either. Eugen does it by himself. Bumps out the 2 defenders. Scores the aerial dribble bump on 0. Start point with the commanding lead. And it looks like we will get a timeout for Ascend here. They need to figure something out, Cole, because right now these bump plays are killing.
Can't believe it.
And it is Start Point who are the team that just woke up a little bit mechanically. It was it wasn't even the difference between the 2 of them. It was what was exactly the same between the 2 of them. Both teams were going for their bumps. They were going for the fake shots, and it was impressive. It was exciting. It was good to watch. But who was going to be the one that would be able to really do something when they had ball control, when they had some boost? The answer is, I believe, the oldest player in here, a Chronic. He is the one who, in the last couple of games, has said, "Look, give me that ball. Get me that ball. Some magic will happen. Good things will happen." And Ascend, they haven't really evolved in the same way that Start Point have. So I think it's, maybe you'll disagree. What I want to see from Ascend is to go solo a bit more, to try and match Start Point toe-to-toe and remind themselves, we 3-0'd this team recently. We smashed them, you know, in the context of the series. So what has changed? Why is it different now?
Yeah, like it feels like they just don't have the boost when they're on defense to plays in the midfield right after. That's why we keep seeing plays by a Chronic where he's just flying in the sky with 100 boosts and he's going up against 2 defenders for Ascend that have like 20 or so, right? And that keeps happening. Like that game, Ascend, 2 shots on net the entire 5 minutes. So that is not going to win you a lot of games in Rocket League. So Ascend, I think it begins when they're on defense. Try and control your corner boosts, because if you can control those, you can at least try for the threatening counterattacks. Right now, it just feels like they spill the ball out midfield and just hope for something to happen. They had one good play where they made it push out. That was because Nico did a double bump like on the 2 midfield defenders. Besides that, like Ascend is just caught in their back half, and they just have to throw up like free balls to a Chronic in that midfield for start point. So, like Ascend, you don't throw up free balls if you have boost, because then you can aerial with the ball and go for the challenges. But right now, with no boost, they just have to lob it up, and it's not working.
World as well, where Start Point have long since realized that Ascend are going to chuck 2 players forward for every ball and for every play. There will be bumps going on. Now Start Point have started to read that. That is meaning that the bumping and demoing player from Ascend is essentially taking themselves out of the game. If you miss that bump, it's high risk. And credit to Ascend for taking these risks, but you have to realize when to change. Ascend have to change something if they're to survive in this series, and they have to do what they did in the Swiss Gibbs and win 3 games in a row, starting right now.
We'll see if they can do it, Ascend. They're on the back foot, and off the kickoff, already on the back foot here as well.
That's going to be able to slow this one down. Jiuk is already trying to clear a path from him, but Start Point is defending that one with ease. Nico can come forward. The pressure is still on, though, I've got to say. It could well work out for Ascend. Eugen takes control. Slows it down. It falls to a Chronic, who has no boost, but someone at least into the blue half for a second. Nico has 100. In he comes. He gets the flip reset. He shoots. Mitane saves.
It's already better, though, by Ascend. We saw some midfield control where like Chronic had no boost because the control was to Ascend, so they got 2 scoring opportunities out of it. It's already better than game 4.
Mitane is on his opposition backboard. The Start Point would love an opening goal here. Maybe they will sense that that could well be the fight squeezed out of Ascend if they can get it. Chronic's trying to make it happen. More quality. Gets a few taps. Was sniped away there by Jiuk. And now Eugen to the air in front of his own goal. Slightly risky. A Chronic towards Mitane. He's got a Chronic behind him, trying to follow up. The Chronic almost gets the follow-up, but suddenly, though, Eugen's left alone. This is where you go for the bump. Instead, Nico tries to offer a passing lane. He couldn't quite get the ball, and another chance goes begging for Ascend. This one just a snapshot. Mitane above the goal. And Matt's coming in now. Ascend suddenly improved onto their timeout. Great strike, but an even better block on the goal line.
So unfortunate for Ascend. That first midfield pass match just kind of bottled it up, so they couldn't get it done. Then he finally gets a good one, but Nico throws it off the board, but they keep the pressure, and Nico finds an opening with the chaotic defense coming out. Juke just beating out 2, and of course, the bump. Matt says, Nico, let's go bowling, and takes him out.
In the end, it was all reliable, but worked out for them. They tried the solo plays. They tried to say, look, I'm going to stay here for a pass. This time they thought, you know what, it is time. But straight for the kick-off, surely no! Oh, Gibbs!
This is, like, there's no worse thing. You're down 3-1. You finally found offense again, and just right off the kickoff. And Matt, he moves upfield, but I bet you on the other side they also moved upfield. So don't be saying rotate to your net. Didn't happen there for Ascend, and we're all square.
And very let's go bowling of him, was it?
I had to just bring that one out. That's the only thing I wrote down. That was my one note.
I look forward to seeing the big book of Gibbs' notes at the end of this season. There'll be some stunners, I'm sure. Matt gets it towards the Chronic. A Chronic could go for a little doink here. Instead tries to leave it. Definitely should have doinked. But Nico didn't fall for it either way. Nico's beaten by Eugen. Mitane gets a clean touch. Start Point, since equalizing, have had all the play. Jiuk has to be careful in front of his own goal. Does so, and Eugen can go solo. What's Eugen got solo? He gets to the ceiling. Matt read it all the way. Mitane's chance to squeeze that one through, not quite there. Eugen around the corner, puts it dangerously, but Matt was the only player there.
Yeah, good control by Matt on the defensive front, and turns into a bit of a counterattack by Nico. And again, you expect that out of Nico. When there is a counterattack, he's going to be one trying for those shots again. Number 3 in goals per game throughout day 4, and doing a lot of that by playing a lot of defense, being in the bottom 3 for that stat. So Nico, that's how they got here. We'll see if he can get back to that form, playing great defense, and then get those counterattack shots.
Nice.
And Jiuk with a goal, and Ascend have an all-important lead back.
And Matt just gets that one for free. Like Eugen and the Chronic both have full boost. Neither makes a play on the ball at all. And Juke scores the easiest goal of his career, and Ascend capitalize on the mistake to get back in this.
Eugen backflips that one towards Matt. Ascend will be feeling a lot better about themselves right now. The Chronic into the middle. Chronic up against Jiuk. Nico has Matt in front of him. A slightly different passage of play there. Different way to try and break through Start Point. Ascend will be much more comfortable now they have this lead. They've been looking pretty good with them, apart from the kickoff that we saw earlier. The Chronic has to do something solo. Does so again, gets the flip reset into the center. Matt is there. Eugen onto the corner. But it's going to be no one there, and suddenly Start Point looking a bit reluctant.
Yeah, it's wild though. Every time a Chronic gets the ball, I'm like, there's danger. Like Ascend knows, like, oh, we have to be careful. And even with 30 boost on that play, he still made something happen. But unfortunately, the pass was just a little bit wide. But always got to be worried about where a Chronic is on the field.
Mitane up against Jiuk. Mitane has that one to the ceiling. Eugen to the corner. This could be something for Start Point. Jiuk's trying to just get the fear of death on a Chronic there. Exactly, in front of the ball. Just trying to make them feel scared, as you can imagine why. It's been so effective for them. Jiuk onto the back. Eugen round there. can Eugen do with this
Well,
one?
that's epic.
Oh, what a
That's
flip.
the answer, kids. I don't know where that came from.
That was nuts. And luckily, the third defender just gets back in time for a send, but what a shot.
Nico. Retains here, leaves that one. Matt has control of the ball. Starpoint has to get something going if they're to end this one now. Matt, over the top of a Chronic. Nearly. It's looking like this game is going to fade away in Ascend's favor unless Chronic can weave his web between the two of them. Eugen forwards, Matt clearing it long. Ascend showing great defense since taking the lead, Gibbs.
Yeah, and they have two members on defense more times than not now, but it's also about you have to challenge at different times because you know these aerial bumps are going to come out. And Ascend did a great job there of like one challenge early, one just waited right behind, but here's a chance. Matane with the triple scores it at 0, and Starpoint does it again.
Oh, not again. Poor Ascend. Just when it seemed they'd done enough in this one, Matt gets beaten, all ends up, and Matane forces an overtime. Now, game one, Gibbs, we praised Ascend's resilience after conceding a couple. Can they do it again here at the death?
Well, they have to, right? That's the only choice. If you don't, then you're not playing Rocket League for the rest of the day. So Ascend, it's up to you. But Starpoint can close the series out now. They definitely want to do it here because Ascend, they know that Ascend can beat them 3 times in a row. They did it in the top 32 round. So we'll see who closes this one out. It's going to be close.
To attack this one with everything they have. This is a free hit for them, essentially. Both in the series and after that 0-second win equalizer, a Chronic goes for the bump on Matt, tries to give Ascend a taste of their own medicine. It's almost flipped towards goal. Giat takes it away, Matane's already up. Eugen underneath it. Eugen certainly slowed down somewhat after the first couple of games in this series. Matt gets a double tap onto the backboard. A Chronic is there.
There's no boost.
He
These
goes
guys on
forward. He has a
defense
shooting
have no
chance
boost.
here, almost over the top of Giat. Matane corner trying to keep that attack going.
Nice.
Eugen has overcommitted. Nico has a chance now for Ascend. Ascend would love this one to just go in, but it's a demo from Matane, takes Matt away, and will kill that particular attack.
Yeah, there's no infield pass as well, so they kind of just wasted an opportunity. But that's going to happen because you have to be careful exactly what your opportunities are. Chronic, though, 100 boost again, has space, but this time Nico meets him in the air immediately.
Loses out on that one. A Chronic has a chance here. He goes to the back wall, fakes out. Is there anyone following up for Starpoint? Not this time. Eugen takes it slow, gets the flip reset, can only try and get the block on the defender. A Chronic again has the 100 boost, demanding the ball. Keeps it low, goes for a flick. Matt up against him. A Chronic sends it high. Retain's going to get the catch. He wanted to catch one a bit more on the front of his Fennec. So unfortunately for them, the attack goes nowhere.
Chronico, every time, just so deadly. Just coming up with a creative play to beat one member out, to get a challenge on another. Ascend, got to be careful. Here he goes again, going up there, but Matt meets him. And Matt's been doing a much better job in this game, doing the pre-jump plays on defense to just get a body in front of these balls.
Against Matt, this could be the chance. Penal's arriving. It's Matane. Great pace there from Giuk. Nico has to keep the defense flowing and going. A Chronic's touch is awkward, almost peeling towards his own goal there. Matane slows it down, shows that experience, stays behind the ball. Eugen to the side. It's Ascend that are looking the more likely right now as Giuk comes in with that chance at a Chronic. Surely not. He's had such a good series. But that was another scary moment. He's had a few of them. Matt tries to punish him even more. Matane just prods it towards Eugen. And Starpoint should be able to defend, but that one's going to go onto their backboard eventually via a Chronic. Starpoint got rid of the ball. Nico almost gets the shots. And now he has to rotate out. And finally, Starpoint can breathe.
Just a little bit, but still, the bumps come out. The infield pass, Matt misses the shot. Just barely couldn't reach it. He had a wide open net as well because bumps were in play. But Ascend, for the past half minute or so, doing a great job on the offensive side to also boost starve their opponents. There was only one time I saw the Team Starpoint had 2 players on like 90+ boost. Every other time, only one member had anything in the tank. So Ascend doing a great job. See another boost steal by Matt with the demo. The infield pass from Giuk to Nico to close it out, and Ascend survives game 5 to force game 6.
Raise their composure. Ascend, it looked like the world was against them, but up they have stepped. And that infield pass is enough. There was a demo in the corner, and almost another demo as well.
Yeah.
Matane, he had to dodge that one and couldn't quite get the save because of it. So great forwards play there from Ascend, buzzing around. And they do put themselves back in this series, and I wonder if Starpoint are going to think about a TO. I'm imagining, it's seeming like they won't. They're going to roll straight through to game 6 and then hopefully
and then call it there, right?
game 7. Yeah, I imagine so.
Oh yeah, Matt didn't do much on the like for the assistance that saves. He had 1 assist, 0 saves, and 1 shot. That's all he did. But so much time was him pre-jumping on defense to just hover, to put a body like in front of a play, and he was doing such a great job at that. They don't count his saves necessarily, but he made so many plays like that happen to allow that 2-man defense to play a role. Where Matt pre-jumps, he's going to force out maybe an aerial bump play, but then there's another defender behind him to make the actual save to make it a lot cleaner. So I think Matt did a fantastic job in that game. It won't show on the scoreboard, but for the defense side of things, Ascend kind of figured out the 2-man defense to avoid those bumps, and it worked out beautifully throughout game 5.
Sort of player, Matt. He's the sort that you won't always see him in highlight reels, but he must be such a boon to his teammates. You just know that when he's on the pitch with you, if you have half a chance, he will turn it into at least 3/4 of one. And now, Ascend have given themselves a real opportunity at taking this series. They have to continue going. They have to stay dealing with this player on the ball right now, Chronic. In the last 5 minutes or so, they have dealt with that threat much better than they were previously.
See if that continues. We have a Chronic getting the back pass fed to him with 100 boost. Beats out 1. Will he beat out Nico as well? He will not. The ball will be cleared away, but he does take the corner boost. Matt's going to try for a clear. A band clear. Eugen up, but Juke making the save.
A good touch towards Matane, but Matane was a bit floaty on it. So Eugen has to try and sweep up defensively. Jiuk, there's 2 players in the center. Can he find either of them? Nico has to just flip out of there. A Chronic chance to go solo, but Matt, a lovely car design. Look at that, Fennec. That is beautiful. Let's sit back.
Gotta be careful about these wall passes by Team Ascend. That there's been a few times where they'll wrap around the corner and just get absolutely nothing out of the infield pass when both players move up expecting a great pass, and then they almost get counterattacked on. So I think they gotta clean up these when you wrap around the corner, make a better play to the midfield, because right now it just has not been threatening. So Team Starpoint can just kind of wait on it, and it's been working out.
Nice try there with the breezy flick. Put a bit of trepidation into the start point defense. Eugen sends it long. Jiuk's already up. Great pace being shown.
There's no one here, man.
As well.
There's nobody.
That's what we need to see from the team.
I'm so sad. There's a fucking hour. Nobody even stopped by.
Jiuk is
I mean, these 2 teams are not popular, but still, look, there's almost 6,000 people watching this.
So trying to thread the ball forward, start point.
And nobody's. I don't blame them, because like I'm just no one, like, you know, nobody knows who I am, so it's like, why would they want to watch the games with me? But like, yeah, I guess, but I don't know. I'm so sad right now. It's gonna be fun.
Matt as well, because Matt had a bad touch on his offensive opportunity that allowed that counterattack to happen. Juke making a great save. I said, now on the offensive side, it feels like there's been a ton of offensive challenges outside of that one. Very conservative first 2 minutes of play.
No one's here anyway.
So he leaves it to Matane. Now it's Eugen's turn, but the shot is weak. Had a chance to really pick his spot there. Didn't do it. Chronic tries to get the dunk across. Matane keeps it going. Seems to be what Start Point are trying to do as much as possible. Just keep this attack going. Hope something falls for them. Not really forcing the issue. Now they up the pace. There's a miss there from a Chronic, though. The pass wasn't quite on target.
Yeah, that's a tough one when you have like 30 boost or less to just try and read that pass. It's a good idea, it just didn't work out. But Ascend, they had boost in the tank to counterattack, and they'll take over pressure for a bit here.
As Nico in front of him, that's a good challenge. But Jiuk misses it. Matane is in, maybe. Forces it to the ceiling with Matt. It's Eugen into the far corner, and that's the lead for Start Point.
Small mistakes happening right now for Ascend. That they got bailed out once by Jiuk, but not this time. The misplay, and then the bumps come out as well. Like Matane just trying to cause havoc on the goal line. Start Point.
Maybe tomorrow.
Point, up 1, 2 minutes left. Can they close it out?
Maybe tomorrow. I don't know, or maybe later. You're right, there's still a long day. There's still a few hours left.
Chronic below him. Matane in the ceiling. Matane is faked out.
I know later for sure.
Territory here for his team. A Chronic.
Yeah.
Corner.
I'm gonna be
Dumped too hard here. It
playing
is Eugene on the
zombies
back
later with
wall with
everybody.
no boost at all. Ziyech this time has a pass towards
Hopefully.
Nico. He can find it, but it's a bit heavy yet again.
Yeah.
Final pass has been lacking in this series for both teams. Matane up against Matt. Matt prods it home, and that's the equalizer.
Oh shit, this game's
Nico
getting
just kind
interesting.
of just tries to force something out of nothing. Here's finally a back wall pass that works out because it was a challenge. And Matt reads it properly with no boost as well. Just faster to the ball. They know they had to keep him upfield to just hope that 50-50 went their way. And it went perfectly for them. Great read by Matt.
Nico is able to get that one towards Matane.
I'll come down the next
That
goal.
was dangerous for a second. Eugene wants this catch, instead leaves it to a Chronic. Matt sends it as long as he can, though. Eugene
Chronic actually
into the center.
A poor first touch there, which has been rare for him. Like when he's got space, he's usually great. But that allows Ascend to play some offense. A Chronico midfield pass out to Matane, cannot get the backflip pop. But a Chronic 100 boost with space.
Flip reset. Oh, turns into an edge and gets the bump.
Oh.
Lovely from a Chronic. So much work and so little boost. But Ascend, they team up, the three of them, to somehow swipe that ball away. Eugene, a Chronic to his right, no boost, so he goes solo, uses everything, gets the final ball off the ceiling. Ziyech, what a read that is from the crossbar with 40 seconds left.
Those are impossible to read. Juke's just gotta pray, and he got it right that time. Now, to Ascend on the offensive chance here to Nico to throw it off the back wall. Cleared out, but Ascend will keep pressure.
Ascend?
Matt
Are they
with the
doing
challenge
this? Oh, no,
corner.
Chronic
Doesn't
with full
spill
boost?
out
This is
well.
fucking
Chronic
scary.
again, 100 boost with space. Going
Is
for the
that
aerial
like a
bump
good
yet
bump?
again, but he gets bumped back into the ball. But Eugene follows it up.
What is
Matt
happening? Dead
meets
ball?
him in the air. And Ascend trying to hold on for these last 10, but instead
That's
they
a
have
good
a scoring
flick.
opportunity. Juke with the flick. Tries to get it infield. Anyone
Matt?
from Ascend cannot get it. Nico was waiting.
Sure.
The ball spills out of Ascend. I think will force this to overtime. Maybe one last scoring chance.
Golden goal.
Yeah, there's been a couple of 0-second goals so far from start point, both of them effective as well and necessary in the context of their games. Nico sends it long, and maybe if they admit it, Ascend are happy to see this one go to overtime, because they have been on the receiving end of those before. Matt gets a great kickoff, wants to put it home, the Chronic gets the save.
Just not enough boost for Matt. He was also being pressured, so he had to throw it at net as quickly as he possibly could. Chronic great save, but Ascend, they need this. Both teams really need it, because if you go into Champions Field, they play after losing 2 straight for start point. Ascend gets the scoring opportunity. Chronic will clear it. Juke should be able to put this back into his own corner, but a Chronic pressuring Matt
on defense.
clear. Nico has a
Oh,
chance
it's off the
backboard.
Off the back.
The
He's
shot
bumping.
coming out, puts it home.
Oh
Matt
my god. We're
forces
gonna game 7.
Ascend go into Champions Field.
They have to
Oh, can I
repeat
have
their trick of getting 3 games in a row against Start Point. They're 2/3 of the way there, thanks to that finish on Neo Tokyo. And of course, instantly, Start Point take their time out. So it'll be even longer for Ascend to think about this one going into Game 7. And all of us as well, to chat through it and just try and take stock of what's going on.
Yeah, it's truly a coin flip. Obviously, most games that go to Game 7 are going to be, but it just feels like every game has been so close that there's been a few outliers here or there where one team will dominate, but we've had a lot of overtimes, a lot of close games, some clutch goals on the last plays of the game as well. So either one of these teams have a golden opportunity. We talked about this when we began in Game 1. Golden opportunity. You're playing 2 teams that are brand new to a top 8. Here's your opportunity to make some waves and maybe push for a top 4 appearance, like 100% did in the last Open. So both teams know what this means for them, because if you lose this, you're virtually knocked out for a major spot, right? But if you win this, you still have opportunities to go further into this tournament and be in that conversation to go into Open 3 to make it to a major, which is ultimately the goal of all these players.
That's what every player dreams of, walking through into the crowd, onto these huge, beautiful arenas, Gibbs. Must be an incredible feeling to do so.
Oh.
You have to fight through so many opponents to get there. You have to find the right team. The odds of any one player doing it are so low. All of those who have managed it, just huge players in our game. The Chronic, of course, has in here. He has made majors. He's made world championships, and he'll hope that this is their start point. But it's been a tough series about this. This is like a proper exhausting series because there's not been a lot of flow to it. It's very bumpy, very demo-y. You're constantly looking left and right. Their right analog sticks are probably going to have to be replaced after this series.
And then we talk about how, like, it's different playing on the mainstream with top 8 nerves. It's also, you have these timeouts, you have longer matches as well. These guys have been playing for nearly an hour, I would say, about now, which is unusual for both these teams, right? They're probably used to the best of 5. Maybe in practice, they'll play teams for longer, but it's not with this pressure, right? And those nerves, while it might not matter like on the field, it is going to tire you out. It is going to cause fatigue as well, and that will result in some misplays happening. So we'll see which team handles the pressure better on Champions Field.
Okay, well, I mean, it's been a wild series. It's been a long old run, and we are here on Game 7. With Start Point hoping to avoid losing 3 games in a row. And Ascend trying to take that from them. Remember, the last time these teams faced, it was a clean 3-0 for Ascend. Start Point have stepped up from there, and they might continue to step up as the Chronic gets the easiest finish of the series to make it 1-0.
And we've seen this a lot by Ascend. Double commits on defense. It hasn't hurt them too badly, but this one absolutely does. Great infield pass by Eugen, and the Chronic is there to clean it up. Great start for a start.
Ascend have come back from a few seemingly devastating points in this series. Will they be able to do so again? They have to keep their nerve. They've shown they can a few times, but also had a couple of shockers from kickoffs and at 0 seconds. Matane is going to shoot. It could be 2-0. Oh, changes things dramatically in their minds.
Really well.
Juke. He's on the line, but he has very limited boost and just can't reach this in time. He was playing more for the far post. He was just a little bit too far over and cannot make the save. Start Point, fantastic shot placement, commanded 2-0 lead.
From Matane as well, this is the chance for Eugen if he can get the touch perfect. Not quite on that occasion. They'll be gunning for a third, you'd expect. Start Point. Still 4 minutes left.
Yeah, still 4 minutes.
He can't win in the first minute. He can certainly lose in the first minute, as Giok has to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes of this one trickling towards his own goal. He does okay. Gets that one towards the middle. A Chronic is there, tries to fake out 2 of them, but between the 2 Ascend players, they manage to get it forward to Orange territory. A goal back here would be delightful for them. Right, whatever happened for now, though.
Yeah, they've seen the Chronic a lot with open space. Like, no, we'll just send 2. We're just going to force him to not have the ball at this point. But Ascend, again, it's got to clean up those double commits that they've been having like all match long, but they haven't cost them as badly as it has so far in this match. It's basically 2 goals that were given to Start Point, I would say. Like Ascend made mistakes on both of them, so now they got to correct those on the offensive side.
It's going to sweep that one to the side. Giok threatened going for a Chronic, instead jumped up for a huge pass towards him. Lovely play there from Ascend. Nico's in. Nico can't quite, I don't think, get that one on target. No, it was off the crossbar.
Oh, dead.
That's a read, but not that time, and Giok follows up, and that is 1-2.
Holy, this has been a
The
crazy
defense
series.
was asleep, and the Chronic had no boost, trying to pick up some of those 12 boost pads, I assume, and Juke just like, all right, you can look for them, but there's none there, a Chronic. He still was on 0 boost. Great shot by him to notice the wide open net and throw it home, and Ascend, they're alive.
Well, isn't it? A great finish, to be fair.
Yeah.
Interesting to go in slow motion. We all sort of assumed that there'd be a save on the goal line, and then all of a sudden there wasn't, and it's 1-2. And Ascend have to try and build upon that. Chronic, he's reversing out of his opponent's corner of the pitch, all the way to the boost, and now he's going to have Matt with full momentum up against him. Matane tries to nip at his heels. Giok now up against a Chronic. A Chronic does emerge from there semi-victorious, has the ball under a spell to an extent, as long as Matane is following up behind him, which he was. Now a Chronic can go to the side. Is there a pass on? There is. Oh, how are you, Jenna? That was a bit of a pre-jump. Lovely idea. Just not quite on the end of it.
Yeah, like, I was surprised how open that actually was, but Ascend gets away with that one. And we'll see if they can get this ball out. Juke backwards off the back wall. Great save by him.
Chronic versus Matt. Matt wins. Ascend are winning all these challenges right now. Nico to the backboard. Eugen has to get this read. Great effort to force that one to the side, but not quite as good from a Chronic. Just feeding that one back to Ascend. Not ideal from him. I would have wanted him to show a bit more composure in that situation, especially considering his history. Matt now keeps it going for Ascend. They are really banging on the door of Start Point at this point.
It's close. I feel like both teams, like in the midfield, kind of throwing the ball away. at opportune times, and I think it is one of those, like, we just don't want to make that mistake while trying to control it. We'll see what Nico does off the ceiling. Great free-jump save by Matane there.
Just need one more. I want to send the score here.
He's got to challenge a Chronic.
Need
He
these
does
guys
so
to
well.
score.
It'll be a pass out to Matt off the ceiling with full boost. See what he can do. Infield pass to Nico. Juke alone again.
Nico
Watch out for
gets
bumps.
cut off.
Yujin
Matane
does not go for the bump.
with
I'm
boost.
surprised on
Doesn't
that
get this
play.
flip.
Surprise Gibbs. I'm sure the defenders were as well. Maybe that is why. Maybe just trying to
winning all the
their cards close to their chest. But I mean, they've let those cards go pretty close. You know, saying we're going to bump you the whole series. So price him change now.
They've done it for an hour.
Oh, that's my go in. That's going in.
Yujin's up too far.
Oh, this shit.
Gets the open net, and we are all square at 2 with what I would say is 4 mistakes on defense, 2 for both teams, and we're all tied up.
What a yikes.
Matane as well.
I'm sick of this
Not
series.
even defensively. That touch into the center was so loose, and it was pounced upon by Matt.
I'm fucking sick of this series.
Despite beginning this game 7 to perfection, have to do so much work. Now they're bumping each other as well. Matane gets it pretty good against Giuk. Chronic's coming in. Matane gets out of his way well. Matane now, a shooting chance is too high. Anybody following up? Chronic tries to get a bump, but it's time for a counter. Giuk, he goes high. Yujin into the corner. Tries to get a semi-psycho, and instead it's going to fall to Ascend.
A great first touch by Juke there. Beats
No
out Juke.
way!
We have a golden opportunity, a goal line save. The ball is still
Okay,
up.
it's up, it's up.
Ascend,
Matt.
just jumping for it. Matt.
Nico.
Going again. Nico, third man. Bad challenge. Matane will get the clear.
They've got no boost. None of them are trying to time
Okay,
their
Nico,
hard
full
volleys
boost right now.
to get something on it. Nico. Here comes Nico. He gets the prod. It's off the crossbar
Oh,
again.
no.
And Matane sends it sideways. Start point living a charmed life in the last
Matt,
30 seconds.
challenge in the corner.
Gets it high, pops
Nice,
it for himself.
great
Matt
challenge.
had the read. One more goal could kill this for
Nico's
either
up.
team. Matane sends
Oh
it
my
as far
god,
as he can.
the
The
nerves
Chronic's
right
already
now.
up, goes
Chronic
to
with
the
a great
ceiling.
shot.
Giuk gets the read.
Oh.
Eugen's back. Matane's in front of him. Matane with
Nico
the challenges the
mid.
middle. There's a pinch towards
To
Matt.
Matt.
Matt goes high. Nico up against Matane. Nico wants to get the double. Can't do it, Gibbs. And obviously
Golden
it's Game
goal.
7 OT.
Of course.
It's coming down to one
Well,
goal,
let's hope
boys
for a world of
and
a goal
girls.
like a Chronic off the kick.
Oh!
Gets the shot. Nico throws it away.
Oh my
Juke,
god.
Great pass out to Nico on one
Oh,
boost.
good fake.
See what he can do with it. Absolutely nothing, which is expected. Juke, though, infield pass to Matt, but two
To
close
Nico.
to each other, so they can't get the shot. Matt, though, with a great challenge on it to keep the play alive. And Ascend will keep control for now.
Fully dunked there in defense. The one thing you do not want to do is hit the ball to where your opponent's going. A Chronic loses out on that one. Eugen slightly further back this time, still a bit far forwards, trying to force the issue, and he's got no boost as
Oh my
well,
God,
so Nico can
Nico.
get a clean touch. Eugen underneath. Matane's got
That's
no
a good
boost.
shot.
He's got no boost. The Chronic looked like he was flopping about for a second, but somehow managed to get a clearance.
And that's why you're on the
that's a
back
good
wall.
pass.
When you have zero boost, you can cover way more of the net because
Oh my
of your
god,
jumps
they
and your
cut
side
off the
flips.
pass to
Chronic does a
Nico.
great job there.
That might just go in.
This one goes for a demo as the ball didn't fall for him. Matane onto the backboard, then follows up
this
with
isn't
another
good.
demo.
I don't like
Start
this.
point now. The one's going for the physical play. It's a Chronic with Nico in front of him. A Chronic. I thought he'd leave the ball and go for the demo as well. Everyone's at it, but Matt takes out Matane. It should just release that valve for a split second.
But Matane with a bad clear there and Ascend just didn't have any players available because
gonna be the
of
closest
all the
series of the
demos
day.
and just everyone has to get boost on like the line change. But Ascend back in the orange half. Matt's gonna go for the challenge. It's actually double challenge by Ascend, but it's won by a Chronic who's got all the space in the world. Matt, great limited boost save there from him.
Close there from a Chronic.
Just on the
Couldn't quite get the final
corner.
touch that he needed.
Eugen.
Eugen. You can just see that Giuk is terrified of a bump coming up against him. Matane, couple of touches. Giuk has the ball all alone. A Chronic's already up. Eugen behind. The Chronic doesn't want to get dunked. Instead, it falls to Eugen. He shoots Matt. Helps out Nico on the goal line.
Matt, they're just spilling this ball mid. They can't even get it
We
out.
have Matane going up for a flip reset off the
And
ceiling.
Nico no
Cannot get
boost.
it. Ascend trying to get the clear, but with no boost, the Chronic will keep this play alive. Matt, great challenge.
Yo, what
Juke, though,
are
does
you
go for
doing?
it. Eugen trying for the infield pass, going for the
Okay,
bump
thanks.
plays. Matt clears it to the side. Nico's demoed out. It's a power play for a split second. A Chronic trying to get the infield pass. Eugen the pre
What was that?
Ascend survive.
What
So
the
close,
fuck
so
was
great.
that?
It wasn't Matane, it
If
was a
Ascend
chronic.
wins this
Gets knocked
three,
back
what
towards
the
zone half. He's
fuck?
lucky it goes to the side,
No
so he should be able to
way.
sweep up. He does. Keeps control of it as well.
To get a demo.
Follows this one up. Wants to get the dunk on Nico, but Nico gets over the top.
They're going for the
With his
bounce, going
grasp.
for the boost steal.
Eugen clears long. Jiuk underneath it.
Jiuk,
Ascend
full
need to take a
boost
split
over the
second
mat.
here. Start point looking the more likely, but finally, Ascend have a few
Oh,
chances
that's a
of
good,
their own. A
really
chronic.
good challenge.
This
Oh,
is
that's a
nervy
great
times
challenge.
for start point. Eugen keeps it going and gets the boost. Huge play from him, but the challenge isn't great. It falls to Matt into the corner. Matt,
Oh, Matt.
couple of touches. Now we have a demo
Oh,
on the
that's
start
tough.
point from Ascend.
Oh,
And Eugen can slow it
that's a great
down.
challenge
It's
for Nico.
exhausting,
That's the
Gibbs.
corner.
Yeah, but the midfield challenges by Ascend right now are doing fantastic work. Finally,
Holy
clear out by start point.
Oh, that's it.
50 spills out. Off
Eugen.
the crossbar, they cannot score.
That's it, that's it, that's it.
Open. So that's it for start points after the chaos on the goal line. Trying to get it clear out, cannot get enough power on it, and a chronic finishes it off after a marathon of a match. Start point, move on.
I'm exhausted. You exhausted, Gibbs?
Oh, yeah.
Chat, you exhausted? That's what they're saying, yes. These players, they'll be exhausted too. They will be absolutely shattered after that one. And it was just, you said marathon, I think that sums it up beautifully. It was 26 miles of Rocket League tomfoolery.
It was just wild, and that's always the hardest thing because you're going into Champions Field and you're already nervy and you're already tired. Then you go into overtime, and both of those just get factored in so much more, right? Because now you're playing longer than 5 minutes, which is unusual. So you're going to get more fatigue there. The nerves are at all-time high because no one wants to make that mistake. And start points, they capitalize, they get it done. But Ascend, what a performance from them throughout this tournament. They should hold their heads high.
Shit, but start point, well, turning it around against a team that 3-0'd them last time they played,
Too bad, because
having to get that OT after throwing a couple of goals lead from the start of Game 7. A massive performance from them, and their reward is to face other harder teams later on. Next up on this show, though, we've got GK versus 100%. See you then.
Don't pause, replay. Don't pause, press play.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it, rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand
Mm, 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 mm.
Talk about procrastination, because that was last minute all the time for Start Point. They started with a bit of momentum, but Ascend decided they're going to keep things entertaining and bring it back to a Game 7. And hey, why not go the distance over time? But of course, Start Point comes out on top. And now I am talking to Yujin. Hey, buddy, congratulations. This is, I think, your best placing in the RLCS now. You must feel great.
It was amazing.
That's good. Now I want to know, coming into this, off against Ascend, or up against Ascend, you know, they take down Gentlemates. Were you anxious about your chances to be able to beat Ascend, knowing they'd taken down Gentlemates before?
No, I think every team is different, and them beating another team doesn't make them necessarily better. So we're just trying to play our game, and yeah, it worked out.
Nice.
Did work out. You guys took a while to get there. Game 7. A lot of these overtimes came with last-second goals. You had that ice up into those final moments. Do you enjoy playing those games that are so close, or is that just anxiety-inducing for you?
It's really stressful, but yeah, it's what making competition great to play. Like I love the adrenaline and shit and stuff.
The adrenaline and stuff is really good. And for I guess the team, how do you hold yourself in there? How do you make sure that the adrenaline doesn't get out of control, handshake, and you can't play as well? Does the team have a strategy for that?
I think it's mainly individual. We have our own ways to deal with it, and I'm learning how to manage it, because I have a hard time managing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly hard. It's a journey to be able to do that. Do you look to your teammates? Have you asked them for advice, or does you know, coach or any other mentors help you, or is this just a personal battle for you to handle that stress?
Of course, for basic stuff, I ask them how they deal with it and how my coach can help me with it sometimes. But yeah, mainly I think it's something you have to figure out individually. It's different for everyone.
Hopefully you figured that out soon to be able to handle it. You guys are handling it so far so good, but of course things don't get easier as you guys go forward. I believe you guys play the loser of K-Corp and Vitality, if I'm not mistaken. Are you, I guess, nervous for that? Are you going to be watching that matchup? What's your plan to be able to be prepared for whoever you face against?
I mean, we're just gonna try our best to play our game, and we know we can beat anyone when we're playing really good. So just try to play our best, and whatever happens, happens.
Congratulations on your wins so far. Hopefully your journey continues throughout the rest of this bracket here. Thanks for joining me, and good luck on that journey.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There's Eugene. Yeah, I think it's truth. I mean, Nicole, it gets nerve-wracking when it's always 0 seconds in overtimes like this.
I think that what that series has reminded us is that you can't put a price on experience, and it was the more experienced teams in these situations, and also in a best of 7 in general, Gibbs, as you mentioned. The fact that that was, what, an hour or so of constant, just brutal Rocket League, and in the end it was Start Point that won it. And Eugene, he's the newbie out of the 3 of them, and yeah, I was really impressed with his performance overall.
Tony, looking at his performance, I mean, I guess how do you feel? I mean, do you think he handled his stress fine? I would say evidently so.
Oh, for sure. I'm super impressed with Eugene and the Start Point roster as a whole. I mean, they won the series. They got the job done. And you know, we're not really gonna mind too much about the series score. You know, the fact that it's close sometimes is used against teams when you're making predictions, ranking teams. Oh well, it was close, so you know we're gonna maybe take a little bit away from them. But that just shows me that they can, win under pressure. And they, lost the momentum of the series. Ascend were coming back. They won 2 straight. They still managed to win the game 7. Start pointed. So really good job to them, and good luck in the top 6.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is they might need it, because when we look at the bracket, I alluded to it before, and by alluded I mean I correctly said they'll have to be facing quite a tough opponent next, Cole. So their journey certainly does not get any smoother.
It does not at all. You look at that top 4, and whichever one you end up with, either in the quarters or later on the semis, you're not happy. You don't want to face Nip, Dignitas, Carmine, Corporate Vitality. But I guess for teams like Ascend and Start Point, that is what they're trying to do. That is the sort of echelon they are trying to break into. So Start Point have done that. We will see how they get on in the quarterfinals. That is question number 1. But they've made it. They've done their job for today. They can just breathe out and relax.
Right. Yeah. For now, but I don't know if it's relaxed. I mean, it's definitely still going to be. Let's get prepared for whatever that matchup is.
5 minutes off, Leaf. Come on.
Fine. I got no.
Be a brutal coach.
Cutthroat competition. Get back to it, guys. Anyways, looking at the schedule, of course, we're just going to go up the bracket there. So we'll have Ninjas and Pajamas and Dignitas last, with K-Corp Vitality come after. But up next, let's start breaking down this matchup, because it's going to be 100% facing off against Geeky. Now, Johnny, we talked about this in the pre-show here. Well, Gibbs specifically did, is that the Geeky looks like a strong roster on paper, right? But coming into that Open 1, it didn't feel like their best performance.
Yeah, they failed, a round sooner than most of us expected them to in Open 1. I think coming into the season, most of us had them ranked kind of 5 or 6, like alongside Dignitas. Obviously, you got the big 4 that now Gentlemates have fallen out of, but Carmine Corp, NIP, Gentlemates, Vitality, the obvious 4 teams coming into the season.
100%
I think that Joy Archioli clear next in line alongside Dignitas is the rise of 100%, and a couple of other teams as well that have made life a little bit difficult for the 2/3 top 6 of Worlds roster, and also 2/3 England FIFA E roster.
On the other side, Cole, with 100%, how do you feel about this roster? I mean, I guess looking up against these guys.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously last time around in the Open number 1, 100% had that huge upset against Dignitas, and that is really what truly put them on the map. They were sort of scrapping about in the lower half of these brackets, but you get that win, a 4-3 victory, and suddenly everyone's looking to you. They have made the semi-finals. As it stands right now, they are in the ascendancy for making the Birmingham Major 100%, but now they have to prove that it wasn't the flash in the pan, that the case of coming up against these huge teams and beating them. I think EK is a really good opponent for them, 100%. I think it's good enough that you're laying down a gauntlet without being too tough, like a KC or a Vitality, where you can get a bit overawed.
Aggressive fan vote is up, so hashtag 100 or hashtag GK in chat. Let's vote for the team you think are going to win here. We'll get, I suppose, our thoughts on the board. I also want to know just how close you guys think this is going to be. Like, we just saw a Game 7 overtime. Let's throw the predictions up and talk about it too, because, Johnny, is it going to be close? Are we going that same distance here in our second best of 7?
I think we should have a close series here. I wouldn't be surprised if it does go to Game 7. 100% won the matchup last time the 2 teams played, and that actually really shaped Event 1 massively, because they won in the group stage, ended up on the easier side of the playoff bracket as a result. That's what allowed them to go through RRG and Dignitas into the top 4. Now, can they do it in a best of 7? I'm saying no. Mostly for drama. I would love to see.
Right.
I'd love to see it go the other way this time, because then we're more likely to have tie breaks. Well, at least we're more likely to have tie teams going into the third event. We can't have 100% win in everything.
Yeah. Cole, I was a little flippy on this one, because I went Geeky last time. They let me down, and you don't want to go with them at all this time.
No, that's fair. No, I mean, I'm going with my head over my heart for this one. I think that 100% have shown enough. I think they've shown just a little bit more than Geeky, and I think that they're a team that really, truly believe in one another. They truly believe that they're here together as a trio, and I think that counts for a lot, especially in a best of 7, as we've already seen so far today. They can be knackering. You have to rely on your teammates.
Yeah, I just love the way Geeky play. I'm going to give them one more chance. If they fall flat again here, then all faith is gone. I'm sorry, guys, but you're right. This could be the difference. I mean, I was going to say you're the odd man out again, Cole, but like really not. I mean, I think across the board, we're split down the middle. with the talent team. Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense. Chad is agreeing with that out slight edge to GK. I guess maybe they still believe. But yeah, Cole, this just isn't as much of a one-sided thing where I'm like, why would you pick that? So I think you're fair to sit on that. But again, the only way to sort this out is to play the games. Another best of 7 with 2 more following after that 100% and GK. The analysts think that this one will also eventually be going the distance. Let's find out our next best of 7 here in the Rlcs.
One team trying to reach the top 4 again. The other, well, their major hopes might just be tarnished with a loss here. And I'm joined in the booth for the first time ever with Randy Gibbons, and I cannot wait.
It's going to be a good time. We have a great match here. Like, the last match was more of like golden opportunity, but this match is more of take out your peers. You want that top 4 spot, you got to beat the team that's right above you. That's what we're playing for with GK. 100% right now is that 4th place team. GK wants it.
Yeah, 100%.
Halo, losing the car,
400%.
lose
They want to get top 4 as well.
out middle.
GK,
A weird bump comes through.
disappointed,
What
would you
is
say,
that?
with that
Acro
first
comes
event?
in, they'll
Obviously,
take the ball.
losing to this team up
There
there.
you go.
I guess top 4 coming into the season.
Controlling the ball,
Would have
man.
certainly set their sights on
Archie with
that,
a great
albeit how
challenge to
competitive
follow
it
it
is
up.
up there. But seeing
Archie
Gentleman's
going mid
drop
to
out,
joy.
it is
Oh,
wide open for the taking. So let's see how they've improved from week 1 to week 2.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've seen GK, like, they've had some tough runs in the top 32 brackets, because they'll go 2-0, then always play K-Corp and lose, so they get a bad seed. Makes it a little tougher when it's like top 16, but they got the job done, at least in the lower
let's
bracket, only with a
go.
great bounce shot here, the half volley off the crossbar to open up the score.
Yeah, that's the best possible start here, GK. You just see the shot. That's class from Louis P trying to get there, but it's bar down. And it is going to be 1-0, as you said, GK. It feels like this is the boys.
This
Joyo
is
and
the
Archie
start.
certainly have formed some sort of a friendship, some sort of a bond. Obviously, teaming back again
Oh,
this
that's a
season,
great
so
pass!
it's
It
gonna be
didn't last
exciting,
long
but
at
that's
all.
The best case scenario to tie this one up 1-1. Louis P.
Oh
look
my
at the
god,
reset
what a
pass, though,
great
Gibbs.
pass.
Right off the kickoff. The kickoff plays come out. Rezi, all the space in the world. The flip reset
Unbelievable.
pass. Fantastic way to counter. 100% tie it up.
Gibbs, it's nice hearing just being in the booth with you. I'm just smiling. I'm grinning from ear to ear. Ladies and gentlemen, one in chat if we're just the best joy in the business.
This weather you can't just do.
3 goals already. Louis P.
Oh my god, Joey and Oli popping off. Watch out for Oli.
Downfield, easy as you like.
And Acro, he was the 3rd man. That was their problem last time around. There are times when he tries to creep up just a bit too much, and we saw it here again. Like, Acro thought there was a better play there. He had to flip back.
Gives it
and
right
flip
to them. Oh
off
my.
the kickoff again, hits it off the crossbar. 100%. Watch out for these kickoffs. They're deadly.
It's absolute chaos, and if I learned anything from that first series is I don't know if you want to be in the lead until the last minute. It just seemed like whoever was behind would just...
What is happening?
It's an absolute goal fest. Because it's 2-2, minute 30 and Rezi scores.
Joyo
Joyo loses the ball.
Brilliant catch and the quick dribble
These guys
around
are
Oli to
compared
get
to the
goal.
last
Archie
series.
doesn't have enough
This
boost to
series looks
catch
so
up.
much better.
And we're going to be in for another long one, it looks like.
It could be. I don't know if you want to be in for another long one, but honestly, it feels a lot like a game 1 right now. It's sloppy from both sides in transition. There's certainly holes everywhere. You can see Joyo just flopping around in defense and handing the ball straight up to Rezi, taking a 50 with Archie last man. And certainly a lot of gaps on both sides. And you can see the nerves. It's clear these guys have played each other before, and there is a lot on the line.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of Archie on the offensive side, just trying to cause some havoc. That's generally what he does on this team. He doesn't go for the big boost, though, when he's trying to cause havoc. It's more about the bump plays for him. While on the flip side, with 100%, number 1 team in taking away big boost pads on the offensive side. So 100% has kind of changed their whole game plan. Because last time around, played tons of defense, or they would go on offense for a split second and get counterattacked. Right here's a shot by Rezi turned away. But they would just get counterattacked because the other team always had boost. And I think they really took these last 2 weeks to try and figure that out and go for more of a boost control game. To be fair, it didn't work out that well on day 4. They didn't look that great at times, but I think they're still trying to work through that playstyle to figure it out.
Going for the backboard. Archie's there.
boost.
Joyo
Aggressive
controlling it off the backboard.
play style is going to play off against an Archie, as you said, who loves to
Doing
just sit
a
in net. He's been known
great
to be
job.
known as a
Finds
bit of a stat
Archie.
patter, sit in net simulator and get some
Resi
stat
hits him
padding
in for
saves up, so
Acro.
we'll see what
Good
he can do
challenge
here,
from
but it's 2-2.
Acro. It's
No
double
source
top
is
shelf.
but it's an open shot. Acro, does he get the chance? It's actually just going a little bit wide for the follow-up, but Joyo's still in big trouble. Only actually going to get this one out. GK really getting tested in that defense. Definitely could have been 3-2 there.
Holy though,
100%.
shooting again. This guy can't be stopped. Hattie.
I thought surely this was covered, but he had other ideas.
Resi with full boost just kind of gets confused in play. He goes to the
Hattie
net.
for Oli.
Thinks he's blocked every angle, but Oli just puts it around him. Just kind of sloppy defense there by 100%. And again, that was their main fault last time around. Their defense was
Another kickoff. We'll see what the 100% has in
counter
store.
block, so you can't let those ones.
Resi, let's come to rip.
From Resi, he had 100 boost.
Right
and
to
all he had to do
Joyo
was
though.
cover low, and he just
But good
jumped
speed
over
on
the
the
top of the ball,
challenges.
really, in the end.
Acro gonna hit it
Great shot from
midfield
Oli.
to lose speed,
MVP
but
now. With
Joyo's
90
there to
seconds
meet
left,
them.
100% trying to get
Resi
one back down the
out
wrong
from
end
the
at
blue
the
half.
moment. Here's Resi. Tries to work it across. Only finds the 50, but Resi's got a lot of value
Blue
from his
speed,
low boost that
finds
he did
it
have. There's a
mid.
pass across. You're not going to see 100%
But
push
the
for that one.
boys in
Still in
red
the 20.
are
They don't
there.
need to be
I mean,
rushing too much for this equalizer. A lot
Oli
of
is
time left
dangerous
here in
right now.
game
Watch
one.
out, boys.
Louis P now. Control
Oli
it
putting
across.
the ball in.
Joyo happy to 50
Archie
this straight
dumping
in
it to the
lap of
corner.
Archie. Looking at
Finds
ball
another
forward.
touch. Oli.
Here goes GK. One more
Nice.
goal.
Joyo's
Could
there
secure
to
game
keep
one.
it in.
100% still low boost here.
Yeah, 100% have to make some desperation plays there by Resi. The pre-flip
Okay.
to save on Oakley.
100% though, looking dangerous.
But they do finally get it out and can get some boost to their name. And again, we'll see if they can keep that offensive pressure going and take away a
There's
big boost, because
45 on the clock left.
Resi
Resi with a flip reset. Oh.
Flip reset. 3 defenders there though, and Archie, you said it before, he's going to make a lot of those plays on defense, but I think it's
Acro
more
hits it
because
up in the
normally he's
corner.
upfield, he rotates in third, and so he'll
Loose
get
Pete
credit
clears
for
it
that save,
long.
because the other two
Resi's
will challenge
chasing.
earlier. So I would say he's
Archie.
not like me.
Oh my god,
plays in
Resi
net.
gets a great challenge on
But
Archie.
we'll disagree on that one.
Yeah, he does
This
find
ball
himself there.
just
Look, he
keeps
said it
finding
himself.
the blue boys.
He likes to just pad the
Acro
stats
up.
a little bit.
Sure,
16
sure,
seconds,
fair.
100%. Let's see
Back
what
to
they
Lewis
got.
P.
They can find this 3-3. You
Archie,
can just see
though,
the clearance
cuts it
game coming
off.
through from GK. All 3 sitting in there. They just want to
Resi brings
hang
it out
on
with
to
a
this 1-goal
reset.
lead. Last chance now.
Fake from
to miss.
Acro. Nice bump from Resi. What did he say? Oh my god. This is fucking nuts.
Holy, how do you make 2 saves there? I think I just peaked everyone's speakers because I screamed way too loud. Fantastic saves, but they still find a way to score.
Oh my god, I'm all tied up. Golden goal.
And I think my mic's broken.
Oakley's just throwing himself across the that was Joyo. That was ridiculous. We have another overtime. It is exactly like the first series of the
Joyo
day.
up with a lot of
You just do
boost.
not want to be in front just before that final whistle blows. Overtime again. How many
Holy,
overtimes do we have in that
it's
first series,
dangerous.
Gibbs? 4,
Watch out
5?
for
It was
Oli.
too many to count.
Joyo.
Definitely too many.
Hits
We'll see
it
what
mid.
100%
There's
does.
two.
They
They're
have the
still coming on
offensive
defense there.
advantage.
Resi.
With the flip reset, trying to go off backboard, but again, all
Lewis
3
P
members
off the
back for
backboard?
GK.
Oh,
It really looks like they're trying to play
Nice
behind the
DK,
ball
let's
and not
go.
worry about that
Come
first
on, Archie.
player,
That's a great
on the offensive
beat.
side. Maybe they know to counterattack versus 100%, but it does seem like they play
Acro
very
mid,
passive
Resi off the
on
backboard.
defense. We'll see if that
But
continues,
Oli's
but
there to
Oli,
cover
a
it.
great catch there off the back
Archie.
wall. Archie will get the clear out.
We'll just send it. We're
Louis,
dumping
another good
chase
catch
for them
there.
boys.
Just control it. That's the #1 goal.
I don't think I
when
like
you're on
it, but
defense. Catch the ball, play close
Oli
to the bottom.
dumps it in
Yeah, I
again.
think you just see
They gotta get better than that.
So much for playing too defensive too early. You saw GK that final minute. They were happy with that 1-goal lead, and eventually they're losing enough boost pads, they're losing enough pressure, and now they're in situations like this where they should have taken game 1, but 100% might be
To
able
the
to steal this.
corner, the
Louis
boys
P
in
fakes
blue.
out 1 low boost. The
One
demo
gets
comes through. You can
demoed.
see the infield. I think Akarak, who actually was going to pre-jump that one.
Joyo and Archie
GK
connecting on
trying to work
defense,
this
trying
one
to get
out.
this
Archie
ball
down the
out
line. He
to the
knows
blue
Joyo's
side.
been demoed. He just has to buy enough time. Does so.
Great challenge from
Above the low,
Joyo.
but Joyo throws
He's
himself
getting it
off the
mid.
edge, rolling around all
No one
for
there.
100%.
Resi.
But really, GK,
Hits it
they
up.
look a bit scared, Gibbs, to get in there.
Yeah.
Like they're not willing to push forward for that extra shot.
They are very, very passive right now, and that could be a game plan thing, but
Oh,
it
nice.
could also be nerves. Who knows? Game 1s are always weird. But right now it looks more game plan oriented. They're just hoping 100%
Nice.
just makes mistakes like that right there.
Oli again? Oh my
The
god.
challenge, the win off the post. GK takes game 1.
And it came off the demo. You thought
Oli.
it looked good for 100% that counter-attack situation, but the one demo downfield just opens
Oli
it
got
up,
all the
and all of a
gold.
sudden, Oli's got a free 50-50 with a third man. Acro's pushing up left mid for really no reason. Just too confident in his teammates, and GK, well, nearly threw that one, but 4 goals, 4 sausage rolls on the board for Oli will get the job done in the end, and that might be a crucial game one gives.
Yeah, what a game
I hope
for
they
them
can
too.
repeat that.
Oli, 4
That's what we're
goals is a
hoping.
great confidence boost. He's not the one you
Hoping they can
normally
do that
talk
again.
about on the squad to put up the clips. You know, that's a joy. That could be an RG at times, but like Oli getting the job done. There's a few mistakes, but it was also just good passive defense. Oli's like, I have to challenge this early. We've been so passive. Now we got to do a game changer, right? And challenge immediately because we know demos are coming out and we know they're trying to go for that pressure play. So well done by Oli. Great game one for him. And the saves too. And the saves. Look at this. Oli, what a man. What a man.
It was. I still
Yeah,
think
really
they should
thought
have
that.
been. If you're making goal line saves like that, it just shows they were way too willing to sort of let 100% attack. And we saw when it got down the other end, GK weren't willing to really push forward and really secure any sort of offensive pressure. So I don't know. What done to Oli? He was kind of a one-man show there.
Yeah, we'll see if this continues because 100% that was their main fault last time around. They would finally get offensive pressure and then they would just give up a goal because they just send too many forward. They are too confident in their teammates. I think this used to be an issue on the old big roster with Jack and Jorius and Scrub. They were so confident that every play will work. They all move upfield and then the challenge goes wrong because yes, you're playing against good opponents and then everyone's out of position. That kind of happened there in that overtime winner. I do like the idea by 100%. You're kind of seen as the underdog. Like I get it that you have a top 4, but you sometimes have to just force wins. And they tried to, it just backfired.
Just bear with me, everyone. We're still just about to upgrade to 240p resolution in Australia. Currently on the 144p still, so just leave me alone, all right? Anyway.
You still look better than me. You still look better than me, and
that is just so not true. Everyone knows Gibbs is beautiful. Everyone, let him know in chat as well about it. Here we go, game 2. Let's see what 100% have in store. Johnny Boy confident that in a best of 7, Gibbs GK will be too good, but these guys have done it before in a best of 5. I don't know why 2 more games isn't out of reach for them.
Yeah, like that was an overtime, right? So anyone could have won that one there. So 100% feels like they should have won it. So we'll just have to see. They did score at the last moment to force that overtime. We'll see if they can kick that confidence out. But Resi, I think, is the main key factor on the offensive side. I think he's going to do a lot of the pressure plays to open up
Boys
doors
in blue
for
on the
Acro, who had a
attack.
fantastic open number 1. But he did that third man role.
Archie's dumping it.
Very well.
DK's doing this a lot. They're just dumping the ball, and I don't know if I like it.
Side of the field,
Dumping
chaos
through.
happen,
Oh, it's kind of working out,
and then
though.
it would open up the door. So we'll see if Resi can do it again here.
Resi,
Game 1
to
felt like
the
a
boost.
game of 2 halves. It was absolute chaos. It was scrappy at the start, and then we sort of
MVP up for Resi. This is actually kind of fucking
Let's
nuts.
see if they continue that, or GK might be a little bit more
Acro
aggressive. So
playing
far,
it
100%.
slow,
Having a fair bit of offense here in game 2.
but Archie is having none of it.
Here is Archie on the ball. He's got low boost, finds a nice 50. Joyo underneath. See Oli all the way back on the other side, and that demo will
They're
be free
coming in.
possession here for 100% Acro.
But Oli says no.
Over the 50, 100%. Just a touch awkward. Everyone front post.
Joyo trying to keep
Out of
this
nowhere
ball
as
in, keep it
Joyo does get
dangerous.
Space with a reset. This is where he is dangerous. GK with the most offense we've seen so far from them, pretty much this entire series. 100% able to work this one
Yeah,
out.
they're keeping this in. Oli is
Straight
making it
to Oli
happen.
again.
Alright
Now
for
they're in Archie with a
Archie.
great shot. You can see Louis P just sitting himself on that top
Let
corner.
Oli shoot next
He makes
time.
a lovely save.
Yeah, great save, and also places it perfectly on that rebound to not force 2 or more multiple shots there. So Luis, great play there. Now Acro's got an opportunity with the bump coming out.
Oh.
They cannot secure it. The inside-out save, or the challenge at least on the
Close
play.
one.
Well done by
But we
GK.
got away with that one. That's good.
Great play there.
Archie coming to the
Half the
corner.
game gone, and a very different story to game 1 gives. We had 18 goals already in the first. Scoreless so far. Can see now.
Oh, great off the backboard. Joyo buries it bottom right.
Joyo with the first.
Can we just talk about Oli here? Look at
Oli,
this
it's
first
just doing
perfect touch
everything.
around all 3 members of 100%. Joyo, 0 boost, it doesn't matter. 120 frames, he doesn't even need that there. He needs 20 at most, and he puts it home. Oli, fantastic pass there again. Game 1, 4 goals, and now the perfect assist to open up Game 2 scoring.
Only
This
MVP
is
right
where
now.
do they keep the foot down or do they go a little bit too defensive? As we did see in game 1, I'd love
100%.
to see them just keep
Trying to
pushing
get something
forward, continue with
going
what's
in
working for
midfield.
GK, but Louis P has
Archie
a
with a
little bit
great
of space.
challenge, and Oli is there.
Nicely
Of
intercepted
course
by
he
Archie,
is.
helps out.
Oh,
that
what a
back
Louis
line, but
P, though.
A little bit of the classics rotation. Front
Louis.
post, stealing all the boost. Delays the flip, great pass across.
Ooh.
GK looking to cover it. 100%
Oh,
though.
we're low on
This
boost.
is a lot of
GK.
offensive pressure. They're not too worried about that first goal, and that's a great fake so far. GK
Nice though,
just
Joey.
going into
Clears
this shell
that
and get a touch
out.
out. Gibbs.
Yeah, it seems like that's how they want to play this match. Just play all 3 members behind the ball, wait till 100% makes that mistake. It's going to come down to, again, those boosts in
Oli
the
is
corner. 'Cause
going
if
insane.
100% can force
Nice.
them
Oh,
to
I
have
thought that
0
down was
boost.
coming
Yeah,
to Marky,
then you
but
have
he
3
missed it.
members behind the ball
This
playing
is what
defense,
he
but if you have no
intended.
boost, it's not going to matter. They'll still score. So it's kind of like a chess
Bump.
match going on right now.
Ollie launches that one
Ooh,
downfield,
dude,
just a
gets
minute
bumped
left.
off.
This is where we did see GK just buckle a
Acro
little
getting
bit.
it by.
The final minute ticked
DK,
over, 100%.
but not as far as
certainly
Joyo.
was more confident in that game 1.
Joyo
Until that
misses the
overtime,
ball
Rezzy
though,
gonna
giving
lead
up
this
this
one off the
ball.
backboard. It's a
Oh my god, double
This is where
commit.
the panic is setting in for GK. This is their Achilles heel at the moment. 40 seconds for 100% to get to work. It is very
40
scrappy
seconds
defense.
left. Oh
Positioning's
my
all over the
god.
place, And Archie's tripping up on the post. Gibbs 1-1.
Archie,
Just fucking
0
clean.
boost. We talk about boost is going to matter.
Joyo, what is
very,
that
very poor touch
touch?
on 100 as well. But Archie just can't really do anything. He's trying to get up on the back wall because he knows it's the only chance he has. But with 0 boost, he just cannot make it in time. 100% capitalize, tied up.
This has just been a story of the day so far. It's just last minute, last second equalizers galore
It's good.
across 4 teams now. Louis P. One more. This would be a
Acro
devastating
up
loss
off
if
the
GK
ceiling.
Acro is
Fakes
making
it, oh
the
my
ball.
god.
We actually
That
go fake reset into the low. Basketball dribble shot doesn't go through. 15 seconds left. Still pressure here. It feels like they put the cue in the rack, GK, since they got that first goal. Rezzy, last chance, throws it downfield. Louis P has boost.
Okay,
Ollie's
just
looking
dump
for a clear.
it?
Archie
Oh,
has
that's
0.
perfect.
He's found a ring. Almost stealing that one, but this looks like overtime imminent, and
overtime.
it has been
Golden goal.
100%.
I don't get paid
Again.
hourly. What's going on here, guys? Come on. Let's clean these up. Here we go. Off the kickoff. Oh, the miss by Archie had 0 boost. Could not get the angle. 100% live only, though. Trying for a little bit of a fake, and Archie will keep the ball deep into the blue half and see if 100% can finally get a good clear. Acro, though, on 0. He's going to turn around and back to the defensive shell of GK. All 3 members behind the ball, but Joyo's
Joyo's
got
already
some
up.
space out
Oh,
of
nice.
nowhere, going for a dunk on Rezzy. Cannot force it. Ball goes up
Come on,
above the
Oli.
blue net.
Oli, you're cracked.
And
You're
with a demo-
insane.
with a demo,
You're insane!
With the flip reset, almost finds something out of nothing.
Oh my
But
god, that would
100% on
have
the
been
counter.
cracked.
Will we get
Their nemesis at the moment here, Gibbs. They're just not able to get anything to work. You mentioned it before, 100%. That's been a strategy of theirs, just looking for as many boost steals as possible. Only not able to get that one through due to having 0. Rezzy, that's
great
Nice.
Louis
Louis P off the bar. Okay, Louis P has it again
to
though.
finish those, but 100% they're up for the offensive chance still. Acro's going to go for a double tap. Try and throw a middle. Cannot
Okay.
reach the ball.
Joyo.
It's Freestyle Friday for him. Going for the flip reset fake. Almost gets a goal out of it, but Rezzy will turn it away.
Even then, he didn't really have that ball, but that's just the Joyo factor. You just think he's going to get multiple resets. You've got to be worried about this man as well. Acro has a
Oh my
reset.
God,
This is
Oli,
bad
those
positioning from
takedowns.
100%. It's going to force Rezzy to make a good touch corner. Gets the double, but it's straight to Archie, who read it. 0-50
Nice,
Acro there.
Oli.
Oli again, this third man just throwing himself. Doesn't work out this time,
Oh,
but they still
Joyo
keep
with a bad
pressure.
touch.
Oh, don't it could be wide open. Oli has to get back. He has 0.
God, Oli was
There
a
are
hero.
holes in the defense of both sides, absolutely everywhere. The boat is sinking, but both teams staying alive
Louis
in the second
on the
overtime.
backboard.
Man,
Get a
this
read
is
on
about
it.
who gets the counterattack first. That's what it
Archie.
really feels like at this time.
Let's
because
go,
with
Archie.
GK with 3 members are
Oh,
back,
his fakes.
it's
They
hard
gotta just go.
to do anything
Too many
against that
fakes.
defense. Here we go. Counterattack.
Louis.
Louis trying to go. No
Yeah, Archie
chance there by
needs it up
Acro.
top.
He was on 15 boosts,
Oh,
but
this
Rezzy
guy has a lot of
going
boost.
for a flip reset. Gonna try and get something happening with a
Oh,
50.
he gets it by.
It does work
To
out.
Louis.
Gets the pass
Oh.
out. All 3 members back. It doesn't matter. Rezzy makes them look silly
Rezzy.
and puts them on top. 100% ties the series.
That was
He
a great
absolutely
pass.
picked them apart. He got the early reset,
So
and
what?
then he just
GK to win.
baited it out all the way to the low 50. Beautiful pass across net. Back post shot. 100% tied up, and Gibbs, you are in for a long day, my friend.
Oh, I am for sure. But Resi, those are the plays you have to make, right? When there's 3 members that are like, we're just going to play defense, play behind the ball. You got to do something crazy to beat us. Resi did it there. Great challenge, great infield pass. But it does feel like with Nick as the coach on GK, they usually game plan very well because Nick is, you know, a very experienced coach. It does feel like they are just playing this, we want to counterattack, and we will win based on that. There was a great post on Reddit about the positive correlation in Open number 1. The more time you played on defense, the more likely you would win the game. And maybe Nick is looking at that like, we saw that with 100% when they played, I believe it was Vitality. It was just counterattack goal, counterattack goal, counterattack goal. So maybe that is the game plan, but this is a different 100%. They're also trying to change, which is a great thing to see. Like, even if it doesn't work, it's still awesome to see that a team that is a big underdog. They were top 4 last time, but they're still trying to improve. They're still trying to make themselves better because they know it's very difficult to make top 4 again. So 100% trying to be more of the boost conservationists, I guess you would say, on the offensive side. And this time it just worked out based on clips, right? When Resi just made some fantastic plays and they got the win.
I mean, you mentioned Nick, though, you know, strategizing, analyzing, creating different play styles, trying to counter these teams like 100% off their game last week. But I think as well, Gibbs, you've got to leave room for the creativity. You know, you've got the likes of a Joyo on the team. And, I mean, it's like telling Picasso, giving a paint by numbers book. You know, at some point, you've just got to let him do what he needs to do and not really confine him to the shoebox. So, sometimes you got to release the shackles a little bit. And like Louis P's doing right now with the reset double to open up game 3.
Louis P just wide open space, 2 defenders back. Archie backflips. Oli has 0 boost, can't make a play. And Joyo, he pre-jumped a mile ahead of it. So Louis P beating all 3 defenders again, 100%. They're just clipping on him right now.
Oh, no.
I don't even know if his teammates realised he had that one, Louis P. Acro certainly pre-jumped for the pass play, but he said, I'll do it myself. I've got this thing covered. This is again awkward for GK. Oli's passing it back with 0 boost. They just feel a bit stiff. You know, it just feels a bit stagnant, this structure. It doesn't feel, you know, it's not the Joyo sort of play style I'm expecting from this lineup. And it's really at the moment costing them. 100% with the early lead here, Gibbs.
Yeah, let's not forget that this is 2/3 of that Oxygen team that went to the World Championship, played Carefree Rocket League, and finished top 6, right? So, like, sometimes you just got to let them loose. And we'll see if that changes throughout this match. I bet, like, after a timeout, we'll see some gameplay changes. But sometimes it is more about just play your game. Like, play to your strength, not necessarily the other team's weakness. And right now, it seems like they're trying to play to 100% weakness. But with the game plan change right here, free net, the counterattack again. Louis getting it done in the midfield. Archie going for a pass. Joya with 0 boost doesn't even jump. And Oli, I don't even know where he is. So 2-0 to 100%.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing the counterattack style, but you still need a 3rd man. And they've just completely thrown the structure away.
Terrible.
Chance there. You know, you look at, particularly last season, Archie was calling himself the tap-in merchant. He was a tap-in specialist. But if you're not creating that pressure and, you know, if Joyo's not beating 1 or 2 on the ball, you're not getting those tap-ins. You're not scoring them with counter-attack goals, certainly. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if perhaps a timeout if this game continues to go the way it is trending. But credit to 100%. They are looking fantastic. They've found a work so far. Almost the bump, Louis P. Really well to dodge the demo. This could be a nice impact.
Nice
this should be
pass.
Beautiful finish. That's better.
Really will score him.
That's the threat of Joyo, right? He's got all the boost, all the time in the world. You expect him to do something by himself. Instead, makes the great infield pass to Oli, who is there for the shot. That's what you want to see out of a Joyo. Don't always go for those freestyle plays. Use your teammates effectively. He does so perfectly there.
Yeah, you're probably expecting him to go for a corner double or something. He'd be doing that every single time. Reset double.
No way, though.
Nearly another opening in the defense there with GK. It's really strange where they're trying to position their 3rd man. It's almost like they've got 2 2nd men that are pushing up, looking for the passing option. He's leaving a couple of gaps in the defense. Archie to 50 that He goes straight in the net. He's almost followed it up himself. Double save coming through. Resi having to clear that one. Joyo just happy to launch it downfield. Only going for a bit of a cherry pick a lot season 4 kind of operation. Oli doesn't get that one. Archie is just sitting around the front post, almost tying it up.
The 2 members fully commit, but the 3rd man, Joyo, keeps the ball out. So just to waste some time so his teammates can grab some boost. Archie going for some demo plays. Joyo going for the aerial fake challenge. And Oli is just waiting as that 3rd man to see if he can counter, but great touch by Louis there to throw it deep, and 100%. They get out of a jam again.
It's a massive flip reset, but I still don't like seeing that double committed defense from GK. It's not too much of a threat of reset that high up on the sidewall. And they're still panicking. They're still not quite trusting each other to make those reads. And they are still 1 goal down here, just over 90 seconds left. Sully works it across, 0 boost. All up, no one
Man,
ahead.
they need Oli back behind. We can't have Oli at the back.
Does well to get it back corner for him, but both members are going to be low, which
Look
means
at Oli
100%.
third
They
man
can just push
fucking
forward
shooting.
with ease. Oli, the only one with boost at the moment. Doesn't hang on to that one. Louis P looking to control it. He's going to actually pass it off to Acro.
God, Acro.
Oh, that is delicious from 100%.
Looking dire.
Talk about pass and plays. Acro, everyone expects this to be a double tap in. That's what Oli expects. It turns into an infield pass to Resi, using all 3 members on 100% to get the job done there. A commanded 3-1 lead.
They just butted him up in offense, and I love, as you said, the composure to not go the early shot. When you have the free double, secure the goal, use your teammate. The trust, that's the difference right now. They are looking like a well-oiled machine. They're looking like a 3-man team. As GK just finding a few iffy moments. Louis P's going to go again.
Oh, what?
Archie in the back of the net, 4-1.
Archie just gives this to Louis P here, because Louis P can't really do anything with this ball. He needs to use Archie. That's the only way. And Archie just gifts one to 100%. Commanded 3-goal lead with less than a minute left.
Looking fantastic, 100%. I don't think I've been giving these guys enough credit. I thought that this was certainly going to be a GK series 4-1, 4-2, but 100%. Not only winning, but doing it in style. Here goes Resi. Can they get 5? That's a beautiful first touch off the backboard this time. Red just in time. Oli got that one. Joyo downfield to Archie.
Nice.
You get a low 50s. Trying to get the pass,
it's too obvious.
Haven't seen the defense even 100% covering all options.
Oh.
Archie's done that a lot. Snuck up on them like a librarian. Still not going to be a goal. Acro downfield, 23 seconds left, Gibbs, and this has been a statement in game 3 from 100%.
Yeah, 100% great play there, except for the defensive mistake, because they didn't realize that Archie would do that rotation in so quick. But you should expect it with half a minute left and you're down 3. These guys have to send everyone. But 100%, they get away with it, and they will take game 3. What a fantastic game by them.
Yeah, it was just been, I mean, Archie's going to go to psych. Oh, doesn't land it. 100%. Well, we had a couple of overtimes, and then we really saw 100% put the foot down. GK called the timeout instantly off the rip. For good reason as well. I don't think they've really found a winning play style. Even after game 1, I wasn't feeling that confident yet.
Yeah, and it really does feel like they are trying that turtle defense at times, or maybe they're just flat-footed. I'm not really sure. Like, we don't have the boost numbers live like during the match. It doesn't seem like 100% is taking away too much of their boost. It just seems like they want to be behind the ball at all times, and then the few times they get a chance to play offense, they're just kind of disorganized, right? So it's kind of messy right now, but 100% credit to them. They are playing their game and they're playing it well. They are clipping on them when they need to. They are just making the plays happen, even when there's 3 defenders on that back line.
Tell you what, it's a fun series too. I'm loving the way that 100% are playing. GK, this is the problem. You know, you call the timeout, you get the coach in. Obviously, things aren't going well, but
what is this guy even gonna say?
If anything, you know, you don't want to be overthinking these situations. It just feels again that they're not really playing with much freedom. It's very you know, you sit in X spot, you sit in Y spot, rather than just kind of, you know, just roll the shoulders back a little bit, Gibbs. I want to see Joyo just loosen up and go for something. We saw a glimpse of it with that pass to Oli with their first goal, their only goal of that game. But outside of that, it is just, you know, just bang the ball down the line and everyone get back to net.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Again, you know, World Championship, they show up, Archie and Joyo at least, and like yeah, we barely practiced because we weren't supposed to be here. We just got like a quick invite, and they finished top 6, right? So it's like when they're playing Carefree Rocket League, they can be one of the best teams in the world. And I know, so you understand that you don't want to always play that way, right? Because you want a team composition that works to make you one of the best teams in the world, because obviously that's the end goal for a team like GK. They want to take down the K-Corps and Vitalities. But when you're going up against a team that has less experience than you, and if it is not working, like at this point, like if I'm coach, I'll just be like, hey guys, just go out there and have fun. If this game plan has not worked, like I will take the blame or whatever. It doesn't matter. Just go out, have fun, and just try and bring this back. And don't worry too much about the pressure, which is very difficult, because if GK lose this, 2 8th place finishes means very likely outside of that major spot.
Oh,
and when Gentlemate's losing it, kind of puts more pressure on, you know, knowing that this is your qualifier, this is your open to perform, to get some points and maybe jump into that top 4. See how that timeout plays out in this game number 4 here. As you said, it's 100% really in the box seat at the moment. Just love to see GK stop climbing over the top of each other, just trust each other and play some fundamental Rocket League here. Really get going. It's Joyo now with 0 boost.
They have some pressure here.
This one in the corner here. He's definitely been the best player on GK so far. The shining light, certainly in their first win as well. Archie not able to hang on to that one. Acro downfield, off the corner. Leave that one for early. There's the clear that just leading to a lot of space. You can see there Gibbs for 100%.
Yeah, it was the Acro trying for a pre-jump off the wall, but Archie makes a good play there. But it was a double commit on defense, and then a miss because Archie's on no boost. Turns into an infield pass for Louis P, and no, just can't get it done. Because Acro's being a little bit more patient as that third man. Didn't have enough boost to really fully
it's a good
counter
pass.
But another infield pass. Resi, though, somehow misses that shot. Golden opportunity wasted for 100%.
Yeah, Archie was a sitting duck in net for about 30 seconds there. No goal though, GK. Keeping it scoreless, Joyo. Try to get to work, but actually manages to land a 50. Archie backing off, 100 boost. Louis P with the flick beats one. Only trying to control. Archie going to sit downfield. He has really tried to mix things up. It's a nice save. Only almost finding the back post. Joyo, looking for the solo, one more. When does Archie go? He's going to be patient, wait for Louis P, but the control is beautifully, finds the 50. Joyo, can you get the cross to Archie? There's a shot, another solo, Louis P out. And they're out of danger, 100%.
Louis P, just right place, the right time, 0 boost, but makes the clear attempt so they can reset and 100% will get all their boost back.
There's a space for Louis P, 100 boost acquired. This is going to be awkward for him. He's going to go back post, but Archie's ready for it.
Oh, nice.
Double, maybe middle. Locked out this time. Louis P low boost. This is where GK have found a bit more certainty, but Acro, can he get the bar? Archie's in trouble. He has been caught a couple of times. Joyo looks for the reset down the line. Louis P, 100 boost. He's going to let that one go through to Acro. GK, this is the most offense we've seen from them. We just don't want to see an overcommit. Like this, Oli's just been caught, but he's going to leave it for Joyo. Archie there, but they found a way out. Just a little bit too crept.
Yeah, just got to watch out for Archie. He's trying to play aggressive, but there are times when he's on 30 boost and he'll just rotate back in and confuse his teammates, and then it'll be a double commit and they kind of get caught out. So I just want to see like Archie try and just calm a little bit better with his teammates to know exactly when he wants to play that aggression game, but only trying for the infield pass there. Joyo throwing another one up. Nothing doing. Pre-jumps challenged by Archie. Will keep it alive though with a 4 GK. We'll see if Oli can get this middle. He cannot, and Resi will get the quick.
Yeah, you mentioned it perfectly. You can see what Archie's trying to do, and it's a good thing, but it's sort of walking that
just a little off
between making sure everyone's on the same page when you are going to push forward and play a bit more of that cherry picker role. Here he is, 0 boost, trying to fake. Onto a nice 50. Rezi's going to actually dodge the bump. You can see Oli shift his direction, change his mind mid-air. Joyo trying to find the 50. He wants to be able to wedge it in. Is anyone there in time? No one for GK. But this ball has been in the blue half for the best part of the 4 minutes we've had so far. It's just about to be 1 minute left on the clock. Scoreless game off that timeout. It certainly has worked. Considering this game 100% scored 4, but Louis P's found some space here.
He had some space. He didn't do anything
Oh,
with
nice
it, though. It
shot
turns
from
into a
Archie.
counterattack, and Archie gets the redirect on the goal, and Louis B wants this one back. He has all the time in the world, but Archie just calls his bluff
Great
and gets the pass out to his
from
teammate,
Noah.
who then passes it right back to Archie for the great redirect.
There he is, playing that first man, Archie. He's flipped, exactly as you said. Perhaps he's saving them because he's always last back into net, because that time he found a good 50. Louis P just took too long off the kickoff, though, with a reset. You'd see Louis across with the pre-jump. Finds a 50. 50 seconds left. 100%. Found some late heroics in game one. They're going to have to come up with
Archie's
something
low
again
too.
here in game
Over
number
to
4.
Oi.
Early downfield. This has worked so far. Archie with a shot. Acro makes a save.
Nice catch from Archie.
This just feels like 100% just has to find a way to make them make a double commit on defense. Resi with 0 boost cannot make the challenge.
Oh,
Joyo coming in, that is a double commit, but it does fall back to Archie, who
Nice.
gets the clear.
Oh, that was open for Oli if you found the pre-flip. He had no boost, but he steals the corner. 20 seconds for 100%. There's 0 boost on Louis.
Nice
There's no way he
Joyo.
can flick that. Low 50s from Joyo. Could call game. Resi gets the pop over the top. Archie trying to play
Nice
third man. They
jumping
just have to hang
again.
on 10 seconds. They can tie this one up. It's been a beautiful game from GK so far. The pressure's
dump,
been far
dude.
better.
Oh,
They
nice
found there.
though. Joyo.
So it's such an important goal.
Ball.
And it could be the
Five
difference
people.
right here. 0 seconds,
This is
100%.
good right now.
Just need to keep this one up.
Let's tie up
Acro
the series.
swings it across. Louis P's not going to be there. Ball shot in the ground. Oh!
Nice.
Oh, alas. A little glimpse. A little glimmer of hope.
Wow.
GK.
That's
just
good.
That was wild. That was that bounce on that corner. I was like, I don't know how that ball is not on the ground, but all right. Archie, that was almost a nightmare, but it worked out for GK. And again, it's more about they held the ball on the offensive side of the field for most of this game. They were playing a great job of like not necessarily the best like offensive opportunities, but you don't necessarily need that. As long as you keep possession and don't make mistakes, it's going to lead to a 1-0 game, and that's exactly what GK did, which is odd because when they want to play more defense, it turns into more high scoring. When they actually play offense, it's more low scoring. So maybe that is the gameplay change of trying to keep the ball on the offensive side, but not take too many risks while you have it there. And it worked out well here.
Yeah, the big thing was that first man, like you mentioned, Archie willing to take that role on. And it's more about being confident enough, Gibbs, that when you do make a challenge as first man, that you don't need to hustle back. So, you saw game 1 and 2, GK would, make a play and instantly they'd be looking to rotate back. They'd be looking to get in behind and play defense. But you see what Archie's doing. He's getting a 50. He's sticking around. They're stealing a corner boost, perhaps getting a redirect. And just now they're in the back of the minds of 100% knowing, okay, we don't have space downfield. We're probably going to have an Archie, stealing our front post and coming in from our blind spot. So that just puts a bit of doubt in 100%. And I really like that shift from them.
Yeah, it just seems like game speed by all players on the field right now.
good shot.
Relatively low. We get a shot here, but Acro does turn it away while someone is trying to bump him. But game speed relatively just feels low. Okay, Oli. Didn't like that, but sure. That's one way to save it.
He really misread that. I think his teammates knew the position that he got himself in, but he finds a way out through a little ground pinch. He's nearly pinched himself in the end off the goal line. Scoreless still. Joyo gives his one up with the reset. He has low boost. He wants Oli to come help out, and he's actually beaten everyone to the ball here. Louis P on the backboard. Almost gets demoed. Acro's trying to find the 50. They nearly left an opening 100%. This is still nice gameplay so far from GK. Demo's going to help out, certainly, for an attack. Great boost acquired as well from Oli. They've stolen everything. There's space for Archie to get to work on the transition. It's a nice 50. Louis P's going to back up in the net. The shot is, well, pretty ordinary in the end, though.
Yeah, not his best moment there. That won't be on YouTube for sure. So Joyo wants that one back. But it's still a 0-0 game. Again, people they're filling it out. There's been a couple scoring opportunities, but nothing too incredible. And I think it is going to come down to that. Never mind, game speed. But Louis P is just everywhere. It just feels like he is just being a nuisance. So Resi just pops this out with a 50-50 challenge. And it just goes to the perfect spot for 100%. Louis P is there to capitalize.
Yeah, it's a beautiful 50. It's a little bit fortunate, but he was able to find the challenge on Archie, who was covering the middle, which meant Oli had to hop off the backboard, and he was just late to that ball. First goal for 100%. Out of nowhere, really, in the end. Caught us by surprise. Nice musty play coming through from Resi. No boost for him. Really awkward front post. This isn't the best spot here for GK. They're just going to throw a shot on net. Joyo's going to pop it up for Archie, who's right there, but
Somebody's got to grab this ball, but they're low.
The corner on it.
Joyo's low.
Been beaten. Oli's very low. They find the pop. It's a goal. Oli just gets out of it.
Oh, that's good. Oh,
finish it, he does. The flip reset, delayed challenge to get the dunk, and great opportunities here by Acro. But I thought his first moment wasn't the best when he just threw it on net, but they kept pressure, they kept the like juicy rebounds. And Acro, he does capitalize eventually. Again, zero risk on the offensive side. Wait until you have those moments. Worked out very well there for 100%. Counterattack though, Archie throws it high. 100 boost on everyone on GK, but they can't get it done. Great challenge by Louis.
She needs to get back. He found a demo, but
oh.
He's got to work on the other end as Joyo spawn doesn't get the touch. Shot on Archie with a redirect. Louis P that time shows a bit of composure. I was going to mention off that goal, Gibbs, Archie definitely needs some 50-50 practice. I think he's been dunked into his own net about 3 times this series. Louis P, speaking of good 50s, Reezy's actually said, I'll have a piece of this. He's pre-jump, fakes him at Louis P.
No, what a save from Joyo.
On the line, they throw everything at it 100%. They keep the 2-0 lead.
Hey, Joyo, make it happen.
Fortunate they threw so many resources at that one. Still though,
nice over.
Yet to find a goal on the board here.
That was an amazing fake though, but no pre-jump on defense by Joyo. He waited until the shooter actually shot. He knew he had a little bit of time because the ball was so high, so he could react to it. So well done by him.
Oh, that's a fucking crazy pass. Oh my god, Archie.
It's Joyo off the corner, double to himself.
Joyo, oh my god, let's go. That looks
he wants to
disgusting.
sit downfield. He's sick of saving the ball. Now they're scoring into the top corner 2-1.
Yeah, if they make major, you know, fantasy teams are going to want Archie. It looks like he's moving upfield, trying to create that offense, but it was a great pass by Joyo. The great redirect off his own a wall read. And well done for GK. 100% though, back on the offense. See if they can get anything from this. Acro will just have to turn it away, but good pass out to Rezi, who will clear it right back in.
I really like that as well. Sometimes the defender just want, you know, when you've got 100 boost, you just want to air dribble yourself, but just flick it across, save as much boost as possible. Use your teammates on the sidewall. 90 seconds left. 100%. I'll hold on to this one. Be a huge game win for them. Solely can control this. Takes it up with boost. Still need to find one. It was magic from Joyo to find the pass. I love the trust from Archie to sit down, field off that goal, but you need to come up with something special again here. A minute 10 now left. Though he gets beaten. Louis P, can he find one more? Acro having to keep this ball in and just look at the boost from 100%. They're all sitting on 100. They're all pretty happy with the situation. Whereas GK, they're getting desperate here, Gibbs.
Yeah, it comes down to these 50-50 challenges, and right now, very conservative challenges by 100%. Just waiting behind the ball. They don't want anything getting by them.
Huge game coming up here. Whoever wins this, moving on to match point. I dare say whoever wins this game just wins. But the stats probably don't lie either. I reckon it's pretty good. Acro with the 50. Oli has to catch to himself. 35 seconds. GK needs to get to work. Looks to look for the ground pinch, but he's straight to Rezi in there, killing as much time as possible, going for ground, going for air dribbles, going for solo plays. But Archie's trying to step the pace up, finds the pass across. Louis P right there. Joyo steals boost. They're in a decent spot here, GK, but they need possession.
Nice bump.
Nice bump.
Oli!
Ooh, great shot, but one last defender makes the save, 100%.
Oh, Archie's gone.
Hold on for dear life.
Oh.
Someone's down the wrong end. 10 seconds left. There might be one last play if Joyo can scoop up the 100 boost. Denied by Rezi, and they are just going to sit back. Now all they need is the ball to hit the ground and move on to match point. Archie goes. Louis P pre-jumps. Joyo, does he go for a psych off his back wall? No, don't be ridiculous. This is LCS. He tries to control it. Acro just has to find maybe one more goal. In the end, doesn't matter because 100% have moved on to match point. A crucial Game 5 win.
Great game from them, but they knew they had the lead late in that game. The last minute or two, just challenge after challenge, they would just sit behind the ball and just wait. They didn't want any challenge to go over their head. None of them did. Very controlled effort there to just waste time on the clock to keep their 1-goal lead. Now, sometimes that is risky, but it works out here for 100%. GK now have to win 2 in a row, and I would say, like, based on your great analysis of Game 5 winners, like, I would say it's probably like 80% likely that if you're tied 2-2 and you win Game 5, that you'll win the match. So 100% is looking like they want to close it out on Neo 2.
Yeah, and I love that. You know, we talk about how dangerous it can be being too defensive. You know, in the final minute, but the confidence that 100% had there, they all had 100 boosts. So when you're challenging and knowing that you can make a solo play, that even if you know, it doesn't quite come off, your teammates are sitting behind, they're 100 boosts, they're not panicking, they're not going to overcommit, and that's the confidence that 100% needed. They locked it in 2-1. It was a beautiful goal from GK, but 100% well, able to get some solo plays. Archie needs to stop getting dunked into his own net so we can fall in Champions Field. I know you'd love to see another Game 7, Gibbs, because you just love casting.
Oh, I do. It's the greatest thing ever. Like, run out of 20-minute overtime as well in Game 6. So that'll be great. And then a 30-minute. Yeah, there won't be any bias on who scores that goal, for sure, in Game 6.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, here we go. 100% on match point. GK needs this win desperately. Let's see if they can break out of their defensive shell and get some offense on the board.
Well, let us know, chat, as well, who you've got in this Game 6. Do we get Game 7? Yes or no? Let us know. I'm thinking we're going the distance. There's something about today. If that Game 7 of the first series is ridiculous enough, let's see what GK can do. They need to find beautiful champ field. We need to go the distance here. There's the demo. Crazy with a 50. This is trouble. Only has to get back off the crossbar, but no one's there. Louis P finds the pass across to Rezi, who wasn't quite ready for that one.
But these 50-50 challenges, 100%. It feels like it's 80-20 right now. They're winning a ton of these. That could cost GK at one of these moments. Great pass here. Louis P who throws it down. No one available, though.
Joyo, come on.
Trying to play
Nice,
defense.
Joyo.
Some coming out from Archie. He gets neither of the defenders, and they turn it away.
Louis P trying to get out of D.
Control this one. 50 up. Acro needs corner boost first.
Archie's
playing
going
that
in the
first man
corner.
role exceptionally well so far. Early with a chance, but dusted this time by Acro.
Joyo, great
Control that
challenge.
one. 50. Rezi. Nice pop. Straight to Archie, though, this time.
Archie, why do you keep dumping it in like
All
this?
both sides. It shows the pressure that is on.
Oh my God.
You only want to jump, Gibbs. Did he want to challenge? He just sat there in like a statue. He backed up and got himself in all sorts.
Rezi, though, great read off the crossbar, but yes, a defensive mistake by Oli. You never want to see a car just backing up on the ground while the other player's in the air, and that's what happened there. Oli just missed positional play. He probably could have fast aerialed and got up there for somewhat of a challenge. Doesn't pan out. 100% take the lead on match point.
Acro. Mid boost acquired. Archie's found himself in a tricky position front post. 3 minutes, 100% to call series. There's a reset. There's a huge mistake, and that is not what you want to see. Rezi gets his brace.
We talk about these challenges. This one is just free. Joyo, gotta leave that ball for Oli. He just has to. Just a miscommunication there. And easy, juicy rebound for 100%.
That's sad.
And they'll take that every day of the week. They
sad
want
right now.
to play for another top 4.
Easy as you like. They just look like the better team. They look like the teamier team. We love saying that. And that was a prime example. That double commit is not what you want to see from GK. Archie low boost. Going to keep it into the corner, trying to keep pressure on. Back row. Doing really well to find a bit of space on the pitch. Joyo's beaten 2, but he's been removed from the map. It's crazy now. It's going to take a little bit of time. Half the game remains. 2 goals need to be found by GK. Oh, there's Archie. The blind spot gaming almost works again, but it's put Joyo under a heap of trouble. There's the third, and things are getting desperate.
The 2-goal swing, Archie out of nowhere. Like, you can't really fault him on that, but just a bad bounce off the top crossbar corner turns into a counterattack, and 100% a commanding 3-0 lead halfway through Game 6.
3-0, and they might nearly be putting this thing to bed. GK have to find something now. Archie loses that one. More 50s coming through. I mean, they've been so composed, 100%. Oli needs to come up with some magic with a 50. Doesn't get it to work, and he's got low boost. He'll be so slow back now. Here goes Louis P. Rezi trying to control this one. Acro's across. Oli pre-jumps. It's probably been... I was going to say he's been a model of consistency so far, but that first goal, I keep thinking about that one. Joyo tries to pop it up. In the minute 50, Gibbs, it's just not their game. They haven't found that similar structure play style, and they've really just fallen apart from what we saw after the timeout. There's another shot on net with Archie. 0, climbs across, but it's just completely down the wrong end for them.
It's just every challenge is going to 100%. Here's another one. Juicy rebound, but Resi just reads it a little bit wrong. He was playing for the far post play, which did not happen. So GK kind of get away with one there to stay alive, but they have to, at this point, throw everything at it. They need 3. Once there's a scoring opportunity, you're going to see them all go. It doesn't matter. Acro doing it himself. GK in shambles and 100%. Looking for another top 6 finish, going for top 4 tomorrow.
This is so disappointing from GK. Doing the predictions of this event, I thought maybe this is their chance to get a top 4 to sneak in there and really open up their major hopes. But, well, this is just putting a massive roadblock. This is putting a lot of pressure on that 3rd event from GK, but 100%, a top 4 in event 1. Yeah. And another strong win against the team that I guess they just have their measure gives.
And for this, it feels bad also for other teams around them because they want 100% to kind of falter, right? They want like everyone to play for that 4th place spot to trade wins. 100% is looking like that team right now at the very least. It's them and Dignitas. It seems like a 2-way road at this point. But GK, they're going to end up with 6 points after this. There's another goal by Resi, but this is just because, you know, they just have to send everyone for GK. But they'll have 6 points. The mates, and everyone is saying that the mates split is over. They have 1 more point than GK. So GK, very likely, their split is done here unless they win EU Open number 3.
Yeah, they need to win.
It's going to be a pretty handy run. I mean, potentially you're playing a dig. I mean, avoiding K-Corp fatality is probably the side of the bracket you want to be on. So 100%, I mean, the sky's the limit for them. Another top 4 would be absolutely incredible. It's been a fantastic series from them. They've just played some impressive Rocket League for a larger portion of this series than GK have. And 15 seconds left. This is really the exclamation mark on the series. Gives 5 goals, almost 6 in the end. Just too good.
And 100%, they're lining up for, like, if Dignitas lose later today, playing Dignitas for a top 4 spot yet again. So 100%, that's exactly the match they would want, because they want to take down those peers that are around them and have a commanding lead going into the final major. So 100% get the job done. And let's not forget that they were in the top 32 round. They went to Swiss 2-2. They were down 2-1 in their series, fought back and made it to top 16. Then also yesterday, they were down 2-1 to even qualify for top 8 and found a way to win 2 in a row. So 100% just barely scraping by at times, but when it's prime time, they show up to you.
Yeah, they played 4 game 5s in that Swiss stage, so they love the pressure. They love being in champ field. They didn't get to get all the distance there, but you probably were back in the min if it did go 7. They look fantastic. They just look like the better team. They weren't double committing nearly as much as GK, and felt like their game plan was consistent throughout the series.
Yeah, just a great team effort by Louis P as well. Like, he looked fantastic on the back half of this match. Every time he had the ball, like, it was magic, but the challenge game by all 3 members of 100% by the later half was just sublime. Every challenge was won by 100%.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Well, ladies and gents, we've sent a couple of teams home. The lower bracket, we'll step aside for now because we've got upper bracket games coming up, and perhaps what you've been waiting for, K-Corp taking on Vitality, well, that's coming up next.
There.
Don't pause, replay. Don't pause, press play.
Oh, what's that? Another viewer. Oh no. Hello. What up? We got K Corp next. Up by town. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Viewer. What up? How's it going? Our one viewer. What's poppin'? Exciting. I'm gonna be casting a little bit. If you go with that. I'm excited for this matchup. This was the finals last weekend. I mean, not last weekend, but the last Open. European Open. Tomorrow is going to be epic though. Tomorrow is definitely going to be exciting. Dude, in chat, if you want to make a prediction, I'm happy to see. Who do you think is going to win? I'm thinking K-Corp again, considering what we saw last time. It's like a remix of the song or something.
A decent fight, but again, Geeke falling just short of any kind of victory here in the final leg of the battle here towards Championship Sunday. It's 100% coming out victorious at the end of the day. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Open number 2. And joining me to talk about that victory there is, let me check here. Oh, it's Noah. I had no idea that you were on the squad, actually. So welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I joined start this week, so it's been pretty like a pretty quick ride, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be hectic. I mean, getting caught up on a squad's play style, what they're looking to do, their achievements. What was that process for you joining so late into the season here?
I mean, they already had it down pretty much. Like, they had a really good result Regional 1, so it was just about coming into it and ironing out some creases and working on like mental stuff. Like, you saw when they go down in series, they can bounce straight back, and that's like a massive credit to them. But it's just keeping them, pushing them, and just being a hype man in the background during series to keep them going.
That's good. I was going to ask like what the atmosphere was like, but it sounds like it's pretty good already, and you just add a little energy into it.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to talk about that series there. Maybe this was you getting them hyped up, but game 5, absolute blowout. What went on there with the squad?
I mean, it was just, we knew from the start to the end of that series that we were in full control when we played our game, and I think that game was like pretty much just summed up. We played it from start to finish. I think a lot of the goals that, I mean, like, no disrespect to Geeke, they're a great team, but for me, I feel like the goals that we were conceding were very preventable from our side. So it was, you know, that game I think pretty much sums up us playing from start to finish how we wanted to play, and you know, massive credit to the guys because they played insane today.
Now, obviously, the focus is just what you guys can do. But I mean, if you were to look at the other side here for Geeke, this obviously is 2 disappointing performances in a row for them. Can you maybe like analytically look and pinpoint maybe where you see this is happening? What's going on with that squad?
Well, I'm not sure if I really want to help them, do I? They're
That's fair enough.
opponents,
Okay.
So I'll let them figure it out.
That's fair enough. We'll work on your own squad, and that's it. Now, for you guys, you'll play, I believe, the loser of Ninjas Pajamas and Dignitas now. Now, this squad is currently 1-1 with Dignitas, whereas Ninjas Pajamas would be a new challenge here. What does it feel like the guys' squad, or for you as a coach, what would you like for them? Like, to be able to finalize that best of 3 with Dig, or have a new challenge?
I mean, obviously playing new teams and beating good teams is always good, but for me, it's about placement. And I think I would prefer to play Dig because they've beaten them before, and also because of major points. But like either team, we know we can beat. We'll go into the series confident, and it'll be a challenge either way. Like, they're both great teams.
That's fair enough. Hey, well, it's good to see you on the squad there, Noah. Thank you so much for joining me, and I wish you and your team much more victories in the future.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There's Noah joining us, coach now, 100%. I didn't even know, because Gibbs, he wasn't even on the Liquipedia, so I
thought you were making a joke, like saying Noah. Like, I didn't know you were on the team or something.
Not on purpose, yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
That wasn't
because it was terrible. But 100% gameplay was fantastic throughout that match. Only though, that save, wonderful. Only had a good series, I felt like, CJ. Just felt like his teammates kind of let him down at times. Like Joyo, kind of invisible the entire time, and Archie was trying to be that pressure man. It just wasn't really working out. But on 100% side, talk about Luis, like he was just showing up.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of, all 3 of GKs were trying to get things going in their own right, but it was, you know, on an individual basis, it wasn't really as a team. Whereas, as Noah just said, 100%, it feels like they've already got their play style locked down. It's just ironing out a few things, and when they did, you know, piece all together, they really dominated. Whereas GK were kind of scrapping away these 1-goal victory.
Yeah, it was a victory for 100%, and GK again just falling short. I feel like they definitely have to hit the OC internet hitting.
Oh my god.
This is just what he looks like, actually.
It's scuffed Rlcs.
Yeah. You sound amazing.
As long as I sound alright, then that's the main thing.
Yeah,
I think we're
let's give you a break from having to show that again and look at the bracket where they ended up here. But for Geeke, realistically, again, this is a new look, CJ, at the the drawing board for them. I mean, they're going to have to really figure something out.
Yeah, it's just not quite gelling, I guess, as a team. And as you see, Gibbs, they're all kind of just trying to do different things. Archie's pushing forward. Ollie's trying to, just force some offense and insta challenge to beat Joy's trying to be creative on the ball. But they're not all piecing together as a team. So pretty much a top 2, Gibbs, now for the final event, if that, a win
top 4
to get in the major contention.
Yeah, very likely they will
top 4
have
is
to
gonna be
win
yikes.
EU Open number 3. That is 15 points if they win that, but you can see them all the way down there. 6
This is
points
nice to
to
see
their
new
name.
players.
And again, I said probably that magic number will be around 20. It could be a little bit less, but it's probably not going to be, because if you make grand finals, you only get plus 10 points, and 100% is already sitting at 12. So I mean, 100% need to do that much to pass them, and obviously Vitality, K-Corp, and Ninjas are looking very good, so they should get up above that 20-point threshold here. So for GK, for teams like Mates, very likely will have to win EU Open number 3 to even have a chance.
Well, there's a few more teams on that standings list that need to play today, and it's Ninjas in Pajamas, Dignitas ending our day off on day 1 here on Saturday. Carmine Corp and Team Vitality are going to be the next match. Let's start talking about it. We got the Bees, we got the Blue Wall. Vitality coming up against these guys before, CJ. It didn't work. That grand finals last time was very much Blue favored.
Yeah, they absolutely smashed them, and it's hard to see. Well, I mean, you got the world champs everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
I mean, the way K-Corp are playing, it's hard to see them lose at the moment. They're kind of dropping a game here and there, but just the way they dismantled Vitality a couple of weeks ago, probably, it's hard to look past Gibbs. I don't know. I'm thinking it could go that way again.
And even in Open 1, we did the pro preseason power rankings. Unanimous number 1 was K-Corp, and that's with 2 world championships on Vitality with Zen. So that just shows how good K-Corp has been in practice as well. Every team thinks that they are better than the current world championship team. So K-Corp with Raleigh, they added him. They look like a brand new beast, and they look like favorites to win everything.
I guess the question coming into this is, like, we know K-Corp's coming in looking super fresh. Drawley, great addition. It's wonderful. Their opponents on the other side, though, is like, what's going on with them? How do they approach this match? Gibbs, mentally, did they have the drawing board? Is there a specific plan? Like, what does this team need to do to make sure what happened last time against K-Corp does not happen?
Well, I feel like at least, I'm going to say my favorite 2 words, quality loss. They got that out yesterday versus Ninjas in Pajamas for a seeding match, right? Sometimes it's good to lose because you usually learn more from losses than wins. Their offense was lights out throughout that match, a very high-scoring match between both teams. Monkey Moon's numbers are absolutely insane. But now you're going up against K-Corp, the number 1 defense last time around. They only gave up 1 goal per game throughout an entire tournament. Now they're sitting at 1.2 goals against per game. So K-Corp is so good on the defensive side that Vitality offense that we saw yesterday versus Ninjas has to show up here, but you can't give up so many opportunities right afterwards, and that's what they were doing against Ninjas. So they got to clean up the defense while trying to keep that offense as good as they possibly can.
A lot of the players are using the
is
same.
alive and well right now. Hashtags in the chat. Casey or Vit. Who do you think is going to win? Obviously, Casey has a bit of history here. They could show they've taken down Vitality before. But Vitality, I don't think it would be smart, CJ, to count them out at this point. I mean, we still look at these 2 teams as the top dogs of Europe, the top dogs potentially in the world, in a single 4-0, while devastating isn't something you just rest on for the rest of the season story-wise.
Yeah, I think the proof's kind of in the pudding, though, with even, you look at BDS last season, your Monkey Moon and Exotic now on Vitality. Even Zen last season, Major 1 or Split 1 Gibbs wasn't theirs. Monkey Moon is traditionally a guy that only shows up by the time, he's more of an August, September kind of operator, Split 2, whereas we're kind of following the same
probably
recipe
Alex
as last season. K-Corp won every single event last season in the first split and then fell off a cliff. And I don't know, maybe they're just better in January, February than these guys, and they need more time to get going than K-Corp.
It is?
And for fans of both these teams, this match doesn't necessarily mean that much right now, right? They're both in the upper bracket. They have 2 lives. They will both be favorited probably to make it back to a grand finals. It's more about whoever wins this very likely will not have to play Ninjas in that top 4 matchup, which is very, very big because they seem like that number 3 team in Europe.
I mean, I mentioned before you can't have that story of K-Corp's always going to win against them, but I think at this point we got the numbers, we got the data, we have to go on K-Corp. Now, looking at that, the question, I guess, is do either of you think it's going to be another 4-0 in this situation?
Oh, that's tough. To sweep Vitality, it's tough to sweep Vitality. I can't believe they did it in the first event. So I'd say 4-2, but that's kind of just a safe bet. That's just being safe, I guess. I could see a 4-1 though. Or a Game 7 or Vitality win. I don't know. They're that good. They can win, but right now K-Corp look like they're just in far better form, I guess. They're a step above.
Yeah, K-Corp looks untouchable, but you know that in Rocket League, that doesn't last forever. We saw that with K-Corp last year. Perfect split 1, didn't even make split 2 major. So you just never know what's going to happen. I expect Vitality, because of that loss to Ninjas, I think that actually helps them a little bit. So I do expect at least a 4-2. But K-Corp is just a different beast, and I do expect them to win this one.
Before we get into the Magic pair, I'd like to see chat's thoughts on this. I have a feeling that obviously it's going to lean heavy in the blue side, but not entirely. I mean, it's still close. As we said, I think you have to still have faith in this Vitality squad. I mean, look at the talent that you have on paper on this. It's not going to keep happening that they'll get dominated. But for now, it looks like most of us are going K-Corp. Again, only way to find out is to play another best of 7. Vitality is, of course, looking for revenge against the blue wall. The region looks to these two as the Titans, but Vitality needs to prove that they offer a challenge. K-Corp looks once again to dominate. Why don't we play some Rocket League and find out how it goes?
I think it's fair to say that this is the one we have all been waiting for, the rematch of the first Opens Grand Finals. Johnny, the question was asked on the desk, can Vitality get themselves a game? Yes, surely.
Yeah, you've got to think surely they get a game this time. They've got 4 losses to learn from the last grand final the two teams matched up in. So if they can go and look at those replays, if they can theory craft a way to get at least 1 game win, then that's at least something to build on later in the series.
Well, I have to do it the hard way. It's never easy against Carmine Corp, a team that are just refusing to be beaten throughout all of these events. The undeniable current crown holders here in Europe. And they're going to want to go and do it all over again, Carmine Corp. This for them will just be another step towards world domination. For Vitality, a chance to lay down a gauntlet. Vitality had a loss yesterday, that's why they're here. They want to revenge so much.
Well, that was already an early chance for Monkey Moon. He couldn't get the final touch on target before it was cleared by K-Corp. One of the things that we have to take note of as Vitality rattle the crossbar again is this will now be the 3rd season in a row where Vatira has had Monkey Moon's number in the second to last split. Now we are in a 2-split long season now. But yeah, Monkey Moon always finishes stronger. He's finished ahead of Vatira the last 2, in fact the last 3 World Championships, obviously winning one of them and finishing second in the other. So every single time Vatira gets one and then it's back to Monkey Moon. It's happening again.
Right now.
If it starts here, last time it already is. It's Charlie 1-0 KC.
You never doubted them for a
just
second.
too easy again. Vatira backboards the ball. Exotic does not do a good job there. He just slammed it upwards into the ceiling. It drops down for Rally to slot. Exotic had to get that one into the back corner.
These guys are
Exotic, I would say, that struggled the most for Team Vitality in that last grand finals. He was just a split second off the pace, and at this level, if you want anything other than perfect, you're going to be punished for it. As Monkey puts that one towards his own near post. Exotic did get involved in taking that one away. Vatira gets the challenge into the set. Hato's on this one already, and this is just going to fall for Vatira. Nearly more danger signs, but look how much boost Drali has got to come forward yet again at the Team Vitality goal.
Oh, nice.
Vitality are really forcing the issue right now, and it's not working. K-Corp have absorbed every single challenge. They've predicted every single touch. Vitality finally breaking into the half again, and it's swatted away once more by K-Corp's defense. K-Corp just so confident advancing. These guys actually got a goal in a brief 2v3 scenario yesterday against Dignitas. They really have been the team to beat. Now here comes Zen, the talisman for Vitality. Can he find a way through? Oh my goodness, he can! He slams it right past 2 of them. He didn't go around them. He just went right through it.
The first touch didn't look perfect. I was wondering if he was going for a flip reset or trying to get a double tap. No. In the end, as the crow flies, Zen forces it into that top corner. The Vitality do get an all-important response. Obviously, he's the player that you'd look towards then as the one to break through Carmine Corp. He
Rally
has to
over
be
Atto.
as good as he can possibly be.
Atto.
Atto has been playing pretty well for a long time himself. But Zen nips in. He's got time on the
Zen.
ball. Vatira's in
Oh,
front of him.
nice.
Goes underneath. Vatira does Zen nearly. Vatira got enough of a ball to get it back towards Atto.
Boys and girls gotta get
Carmine Corp
this.
can slow it down. And this is what impresses me most about Carmine Corp. They don't rush into it. They always look like they're playing at a second gear, and still they outpace everybody.
Yeah, remember last time the two teams
Oh,
played, it
nice.
started
That's a
off as a
great
pretty
passing
close
play.
affair before Carmine Corp started to run away with it earlier on in the series. Vitality did look
Rally,
like they could at
gets
least match
bumped off
them
the ball.
in the midfield for large
Zen
periods of time.
carrying the ball
But we're
forward.
going to need more of that magic from Zen.
Over to
Amazing that even despite Vitality's struggles last season and now starting this season losing so badly to Skatecarp, he's
But
still being
Rally's
talked
getting
about
right by
being
him.
best player in the world conversations because he just does things on the pitch and no one else is doing. He's trying to go all the way himself again here, stopped by Atto.
Vatira just
Avoid Monkey Moon
hinges
getting an
it.
accidental bump against him into that boost. Vatira goes almost over one.
Atto with a free shot here.
Monkey Moon looking slightly awkward defensively a couple of times. Thanks to Zen, he's not punished too much, but Monkey Moon just needs to slow things down. He stole Zen's boost, then he bumped out Exotic.
Right, into the corner.
Carmine Corp continue
Over to Rally.
to keep this attack going. Monkey Moon has been taken out of the
Nice.
game now. Zen gets something on that one from
Face him
Vatira.
up, but
Something opposite of where the
Zen
challenge
is
came in
not gonna
earlier.
get big
As Charlie forces a
Atto.
Atto might be the recipient, and Monkey Moon was there in the end on the goal line, but it's endless Casey Presh.
Finally a miss there. It was Drally not able to make contact.
Really
KC
well
do
handled
seem so
that.
composed. This is
This guy's crazy.
bad news for Vitality.
Best
If they were
referee
hoping
we've seen
KC would
today.
drop off in level at all for this matchup, it doesn't seem like it's happened.
Monkey over
And
some.
you're on the money. I think
Little
Vitality
side.
have been just a touch rushed at times.
Zen, a little
Urgently
bit
trying to
late.
defend as quickly as they can. KC meanwhile, although we're tied up 1-1, they seem like the more composed team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Vitality are having to work a lot harder
that even.
than Carmine Corp right now to keep this one at 1-1 and to keep themselves in it. Monkey Moon boostless at the end of his grasp. Just about got a touch on that one. Vatira fakes out, I think it was Zen. Zen stayed up though, but did get something on it. The Vitality swatting these attacks away, they have to do more. Really had too many chances apart from that Zen one that was out of nothing. Zen tries to challenge Charlie onto the back. Exotic gets the 100. Against Atto, gets it. Vatira's coming in, no boost, so has to leave it. And maybe this is Vitality's chance. Zen, flip reset, almost past it. Here's the double. Monkey Moon shoots. Somehow, Charlie saves again.
Yeah, great save by
It's gonna
Drally,
be
just getting
crazy
goal side
series.
as big as he could, but that really should have been, maybe could have been a goal there for Vitality.
Gotta trying to get
Zen did so
by,
well to
but
get the ball on the goal
Drally
line. Final
says
few seconds
no.
of game one. Exotic with an opportunity.
Oh my
First
God,
touch is good,
Exotic
it's
though.
dangerous, but the
Get
backboard is
through
covered.
there.
Watches this
Rally
one around the
now.
corner. Zen's underneath it. Zen has about 50 boosts.
Oh,
Just
Zen.
booms it as far as he possibly can. Atto was ready for it. This one trundling towards overtime, and
my.
Atto can kill them right now. Monkey Moon sends it downwards,
close.
almost hit the ramp, but it is OT.
He's been some
Once
crazy
again,
games
KC
today. Tomorrow's gonna be
deadly
insane.
in the closing seconds. Vitality have made it into overtime, and in that overtime, they're up first. Exotic. Oh, he scored it!
God.
His former teammate, Drally, looked like he was going to get a touch on this one, but it's gone in the top corner.
From nowhere,
Oh
again,
my
a couple of sucker punches from Vitality. Exotic's turn this time.
That's good.
As basic a ceiling play as you'll ever see, just using the ramp, slamming it down, getting it into the top corner. And now we see KC up against Vitality, losing in a series. Will they get just a little bit shell-shocked, Johnny?
That was a really interesting touch. I mean, I had to watch it a few times to tell. It looked like it might have just glanced off the defender and then hit Exotic again, which if that happened, it would have given the ball more power, but I'm not sure if it actually did. The color of the ball's trail as it went in was definitely orange, so Exotic got the last touch, and he did hit that very hard. I think he clearly got bumped after the contact, which would make it look like the ball's going faster than it is, as we're on his POV. He was definitely too fast for Drally. He was on the backboard, thought he had the whole goal covered. Exotic's shot was just a bit too quick for him.
Carmine Corp will be thinking we completely had the better of that game. I mean, like, maybe not statistically, the shots are similar, the saves are similar, but the eye test for me said that Carmine Corp were the more comfortable, they had the more boost, they looked more fluid and comfortable in their passing, and yet Team Vitality managed to get 2 goals out of pretty much nothing, so I'm expecting Carmine Corp change nothing, but when you lose a game in a best of 7 even against Team Vitality, you can just sort of feel something begin to shift for Carmine Corp perhaps.
For Carmine Corp, yeah, I expect, like you say, them to continue doing what they're doing. The game one overall did go pretty well for them. They had more shots than Vitality. They seemed like they were, controlling the midfield for the most part. So I don't expect much of a game plan change or any kind of change from them. But for Vitality, that win is finally have. That was a double thing. Led to an immediate chance on target that Vitality have saved.
Yeah, Vitality for them, it's about staying tall for the next 30 seconds or so, making sure they don't give anything away early and not double committing an attack like that. That was a huge double commit from Monkey Moon, who to my eyes, Johnny, so it's a little bit keen, I think I would say, if I had to critique anyone from Team Vitality.
That's a nice way to say rushed, isn't it?
It is a nice way. You know what I'm saying though, a bit jumpy is Monkey Moon right now.
He has looked strangely. I mean, for him, he's so calm. We saw, what kind of low heart rate he could play at in many high-profile matches, but it seems to be a conscious effort by Vitality. Rlcs getting up with the scoring here. This one's all about pass though. How about the center ball coming through from Atto? Dispossesses Vitality and finds Rally in the middle.
The turn of pace as well, catching it with the wave dash onto the wall. Just completely took Vitality by surprise to get that one into the center. The only person who wasn't surprised
they gotta just keep
was the
lead.
finisher with Drali. And Carmine
But the way today's going,
again, but he scored first in the last game.
Great catch by
this man on the ball right now that was the difference.
Trying to break out. Oh, what? Fatira turns right now? That's insane. I wasn't even expecting that.
From Vatira.
Kept
his ball cam on as he was rotating out, allowed him to turn back in on the play and actually score off of a challenge in the midfield. So really well done. A lot of players might have turned off ball cam there, start looking for boost. Luckily for him, he already had boost and he could just turn with ball cam.
Pace as well.
Again?
Not showing him any respect on that occasion. Monkey Moon and Exotic in the same corner. Carmine swamping them right now. Vitality looking like they've got nowhere to turn. Exotic just tries to slow down, but Atto isn't going to let him. Atto is the speedster at this point for Carmine Corp, and they just cannot escape his clutches. And here's Drali. Another play from him. The flip reset is met by Exotic. Atto's waiting for it. Zen gets a touch. As far as Vatira, Carmine Corp are not letting Team Vitality out. Even that pass, it was a bit awkward, ended up being perfect.
That's a bit better there for Monkey Moon. First touch, he gave it away. Next time, he actually managed to find a teammate in defense. That's really what Vitality need the most at the moment is some passes to each other in the defensive half, because they can't keep self-clear the ball straight towards Carmine Corp. It's an open net for Zen. He's just gone through everyone. It's 3-0. They're completely dominating game 2.
Rally making
even still,
Zen
should
look
have done much
silly.
better with that challenge. I think he
What was
underestimated
that?
the power that Drali had generated from that wall. 3-0.
Zen's overpaid, overhyped.
I mean, if Vitality were thinking like game 2's a bit of a freebie after winning the first, then that lifeline isn't going to last long. They have to improve upon this quickly if they are to survive in this series.
It's like we said, the K-Kart game plan looked like it was working. They were getting opportunities. They were out pressuring Vitality in game 1. Vitality were clinical to win it. And now we continue with more of the same. It's just more K-Kart pressure. They got 5 shots to 2 this time. They've outstruck Vitality in both games. Well, first game and a half, I guess. Vitality are having a real problem finding each other on the pitch. That's another Monkey Moon touch that just goes right towards the opponent.
He was so near. Couldn't quite get the touch that he wanted. Now there's going to be a counter. Vatira watches Zen. Forces Zen to get it towards Drali. That's better from Monkey Moon. Passing it to Exotic. The transition game has to be better from Vitality. And they're so boost off though that even when the pass is precise, it doesn't really matter.
Giving it away
get to his halfway line where someone from KC is waiting. It's perfect rotation, perfect pace, and the mechanics, they ain't bad either, Johnny.
Okay,
that's a good read by Monkey Moon. He saw the ground double tap attempt coming in from Drali. Tira's missed his sidewall pass attempt. Look at how many more rotations are coming through for Carmine Corp, and a miss does land. They're way upfield and they can rotate back and cover it. Well, I say that. They've just left the net open and Vitality have got their first goal. It's Exotic on the score sheet again. Monkey Moon actually deflected that into the back corner while off the defenders. Zen with a very nice mid pass towards Exotic.
So Vitality will have to tell themselves that this is an opportunity to get back into this second game. It hasn't looked like one that they can score 3 goals in, but that was a bit of a gimme. Can they once more build upon that momentum and surprise Carmine Corp? Not with Drali dribbling it straight back down against them. Monkey Moon takes a clean touch and this time leaves it to Zen. So the comm issues in Team Vitality seem to have improved. They get the ball forward. Zen gets a good boost steal as well in the center. Almost clears it, but Vatira dunks the heck out of him. Exotic versus, I think it was Vatira, who just refused to leave the play there. And it's Atto. And Atto's always a player that, like, he always seems like he's going to be beating to the ball, and then somehow he's there. It's like he skips a few frames in his car and gets the perfect dunk.
Yeah, Atto's movement is just unbelievable to watch. That's a good save by Monkey Moon to keep this game as competitive as possible. First touch of defense on point from Atto. Oh, what an interception. Monkey Moon trying to back pass that ball middle, and Drally was all over it. Final minute, Vitality. The last team to score, but they still need 2 more if they're going to keep the pressure on KC.
And their playstyle isn't just about attacking, they can have some decent game control as well when needed, but that touch was loose again.
Oh, I love this.
That'd have been something special. That's what you need to do to break through Carmine Court. Monkey Moon has another go. The challenge is good. Zen up against Atto. Monkey Moon gets the next touch. They're a bit boost-starved Vitality, but they're scraping about to keep this attack going until the big clearance comes in. And Vitality going to have to restart. And Zen has got nothing, Johnny. It's so disappointing. He goes to the wall, but he's got nothing to play with. And Carmine Court cannot be breached again.
I mean, that defensive touch just moments ago from Drally was ridiculous. It was a miss from Vitality in the midfield, but it's the power that Drally was able to generate that caused that miss. They're just not anticipating that sort of force. It looks like this one is going to go the way of Carmine Corp.
Tying it up.
That final touch confirms it. Carmine Corp, for the 2nd game in a row, dominate the midfield. And this time, it does result in a win.
Well, the scary thing for Vitality is that game 1 certainly could have gone this way. It could have looked like this. It could have felt, I guess it did feel like this. Let's see all these players respecting the ancient laws of Rule 1 by keeping the ball up at 0 seconds. Respect to them. But it's going to be 1-1 in the series, and that's a scary one for Team Vitality.
It is, and you know, you might even want to make a play style adjustment here. Vitality, they're not getting the ball out of defense safely. They're not getting the ball out of defense reliably. There's lots of ways to do that in Rocket League. It's not all about hard clears. It's not all about just getting rid of the danger. Sometimes that just gives the ball back to the opponents, and they put it back into offense again for them. They could maybe be trying to dribble the ball out of defense a bit more, Vitality. I would like to see some more low 50s from them. You're looking at that 2nd goal there, especially. That was Zen
kind of cold in here.
And again, Zen getting dunked on for the 3rd goal. There's a lot of situations where Vitality are getting dunked on, and the ball's just going into a dangerous area. If they can just get squarely behind it, that's less likely to happen. It's not, it's not a guaranteed fix, but it's something. It's something at least, making KC work a little bit harder.
Well, doesn't it? It sounds so very easy, but when you've got Atto charging down at you, and when you've got Vatira waiting behind him to score a double tap or something, then suddenly it all seems a bit more rushed and a bit more difficult. But Team Vitality are going to have to try and put their thoughts onto the pitch now, going into game number 3. Carmine Court will be feeling comfortable. They'll have got their tails up after that 2nd game. I feel like Vitality have to score first in this one, or else we could start to see their performances drop.
Well, let's see. 2 50-50s in a row on the kickoff. The ball spills free to Drally. It's just been an unbelievable force in the last year and a bit for Rlcs. One of the only players in the world who can really enter that conversation alongside the likes of Zen. Potentially best mechanics, best player at times. Atto as well, of course, such a terror in offense. And we talk a lot about Vatira historically, but what a return to form he's had. I think having Drally and Atto on the team has really relieved the pressure on Vatira. He can just play his own. I think he really is, at least when I think of him, a defender at heart, and one of the best in the world at it.
He's attacking, he punches that one forward towards the goal, but Monkey Moon was waiting in there. Team Vitality had some early pressure at the beginning of this one. The first real opportunity goes to Carmine Corp and Vatira. Here comes Zen. He's got 100 boosts to his name, but no ball. Exotics underneath this one, has to leave it for Zen. Zen goes over the top of one. Good ball to Monkey Moon, who must score in slow motion, but they all count.
Yeah, just enough power there. Atto was scrambling
still
back.
making it happen.
What a play. Again, it's Zen causing problems for Carmine Corp. He's got everybody panicking in the air, jumping up, expecting him to... Yeah, but I wouldn't put money on myself scoring from that right goal. I think I would have probably found a way to hit the post at the crossbar, or just missed the ball entirely. I'm sure you can all relate. But okay, Vitality, they got their first goal like you were hoping, at least for their sake. And then looking for a second. Again, very selflessly centering the ball.
And getting another look there towards the Karmine Corp half, towards their goal as well. Karmine Corp gonna have to show some resilience at this point because Vitality have started the third game the better.
From a stance,
And they return to their game 1 performance. The ability to shock Karmine Corp. Challenge goes to the center. Drali's following it. Leads it to Atto. Drali trying to sweep a path for Atto. Vatira's behind them both. This Monkey Moon that nips in there. Good pace again from Vitality. Dealing with the KC threat very well.
Oh my god, how do you fucking do that shit?
Forwards. There's Exotic. It's 2-0.
Breaking ankles.
Like we talked about maybe introducing the
Marking
low
with a
50
nice
game
bump.
into
Oh,
defense.
let's
They've
go.
gone for an
Two
offense
bumps
here. This
for
works
Marking.
wonders. Again, Karmine Corp expecting a high flick, expecting a high kind of shot on target, and it's just right at them. I mean, Zen was the one just dribbling it straight towards them there on the ground.
I'm just seeing the replay of that on the broadcast. So someone get a screenshot of all 3 Vitality players next to the ball in front of the KC goal. It looked hilarious. Or at the slightly wrong angle. There's a bit of a bump in there. One way or another, the goal was forced in by Exotic, and Vitality have a very important 2-goal lead. It could be 3. Monkey Moon to the middle. Atto almost
Vitality's alive and well in this. Everybody predicted
0 boost
Karmine
was a
Corp,
clean flick and gets the boost from Vitality. So great work on nothing from Atto. Exotic
They're
takes out
working
Drali.
hard.
Should clear Vitality's lines for now. Monkey Moon can't quite get the reset. And Drali is the one who can finally boom the ball away. Can't come up half a game here, Johnny. They have to mix something up.
You've got that aura of inevitability with Karmine Corp, though, don't you? At some point, they're going to respond, and Vitality are just hoping it's going to be later rather than sooner. Just over 2 minutes to go. Vitality's best game by far, obviously with the scoreline, but also with the territory, with the areas of the pitch where the game's been played. This is far more Vitality favored than either of the previous 2 games.
All the Vitality we expected to see coming into the season, but Karmine Corp are more than capable of snatching that away from them in an instant. Atto, I think, thought about the fake instead, went for the quick fire shot. 2 Vitality players dived in front of him.
Oh, this
Huge
is
demo
good.
on Monkey Moon.
Nice, Drali.
Oh, no way.
Oh! Dude, why didn't they let him just have it?
Credit in the bank for Karmine Corp, but I think Charlie had that one.
Well, he
Yeah.
certainly might have. He might want to go on to it again. That's going to be 3. Surely. Oh, a demo! How has he saved that? Exotic getting open that rebound, and he's been there.
What do I see?
And then Zed almost gets the cheekiest reader you'll ever see. Absolute chaos from
Okay, Drali going again?
Don't take your eyes off this one for a second. The mechanics are all
Dude,
coming
I
out.
didn't like
But
that.
Vatira wants
Let's
to
go.
shoot this one,
What's
but
in the
can't.
offense, though?
Zed now is racing Charlie.
I
There's
still
more
can't
goals in
fucking
this one,
believe
Johnny.
it.
Who's going to take it? Another bump comes in. But Exotic is left all alone
That
to
could've been
clear
a
his
blip.
lines.
Well, this feels like an incredibly volatile game state, which does tend to favor the team who need the comeback. This is what KC need. They're far from just flowing in the midfield right now, Vitality. They're trying to stabilize, and this is what they wanted. Exotic behind the ball. Even he's been dispossessed, though. It's Drali. Oh, Exotic got back to it. Popped it clear.
Karmine Corp, if ever a game has deserved an overtime, I'm, putting my allegiance to the flag right now, saying I want it. Vatira is there. Oh, it's the nip, a huge save from Exotic. Zen against Drali. 35 seconds left now. Vatira's going to win this one. Monkey Moon is left all alone. Atto was thinking about going for a bump, but didn't have the boost to do it. Zen lets it run. He lets it slow. Vatira's in, but he's got no boost, so can't do anything with it. Have Vitality done enough? Have they edged forward in this series? That's up against Monkey Moon. It has to be now.
Oh,
Casey has to get back in. Vatira hits the post.
Drali,
He's gonna
let's-
score, and we will have the late drama.
We knew it was coming eventually, and there it is. Vatira with the clean beat on 2 defenders. Vitality's composure ran out.
Epic.
Now they need a solid kickoff here. 14 seconds remaining, still in the lead by 1.
Kickoff coming up. Will we see any strats? Vatira up against Monkey Moon. They've both gone for it. Gone for the pinch kickoff.
No go
Exotic
kickoff there for
slows it
Vitality.
down.
That's huge for Vitality. They just get into midfield play by not going for the kickoff.
It's in there, gets a clean touch. Monkey Moon wants to kill this ball, is able to kill this ball, and it ends 2-1. Oh man, what a game that was! There was about 30 seconds in there, Johnny. That was some of my, honestly, my favourite 30 seconds of Rocket League, like, up there, certainly with online games, up there with my favourite 30 seconds of Rocket League ever. That was amazing.
This was just pure EU RLCS chaos, where there's some moments in this game where if you hit the nameplates and you paused it, took a screenshot, like you mentioned, said, to your average Rocket League fan, what rank is this? They'd say silver, because the whole lobby is in a 1 meter square. But that's just how these guys play. They react so quickly to what's happening in front of them that they can kind of get away with it. They're breaking all the rules that we try and play with. Oh, give your teammates space. You know, try not to double commit. These guys are like, no, forget double commit. We're triple committed. We're just going to go for this. But I love that play at the end there from Vitality. I might be the person in the world who likes this play the most. Maybe I'm the only one who likes it, but not going for the kickoff. They're up by 14 seconds to go. They just don't go for it. They just half flip onto the big boost. The idea there is to get a boost advantage, or at least get into a comfortable boost position, and then your third player is just going and applying ball pressure, just trying to keep Karmine Corp from getting the volatility that they need to create goals. And it worked. It worked really well in this situation. Sometimes you have to play an awkward defensive ending, but Vitality were comfortable with it.
Rolls straight into game 4. Both teams still have their tactical timeouts in this best of 7, and Team Vitality off the back of a Grand Finals 4-0 loss against Karmine Corp last time out, and off the back of a loss against Ninjas in Pajamas yesterday in the best of 5, have 2 games against Karmine Corp. The first was sketchy. That last one until the end was really clean. Vitality are still improving. Karmine Corp are going to have to do the same. We're going to have to see that first ball, especially in the pace that Zen is showing.
Well, Zen had all the options here. He had Monkeyman down the line. He had the option to air dribble bump or just take the shot. He's trusted himself there to create the angle of the air roll, and he makes it 1-0. Vitality's best look yet. They have completely turned this series around.
Ooh, lower bracket
pressure
run.
as well, straight from that kickoff. But the Tira has it from this one. Exotic is on the backboard with 65 boost to play with. Gets behind it, gets the floor pinch. That could have been dangerous if he got it on target. The Tira slows it down again. Into the middle, he pops it. Charlie is there. Exotic is doing a lot of work defensively, I've got to say, but he's been beaten by this one. This one's going to fall down. Monkey Moon was in a scary situation. Vitality survive again, and it just seems, Johnny, that fate has turned on Vitality's side. The ball is falling for them. Luck's going their way, and they're getting all the pressure.
Oh!
Wow! Nothing!
Absolute pixel touch sidewall skim from Zen, flying underneath the ball.
Oh my god.
Atos dropped it.
Casey's getting clipped.
For that one. Respect for Zen's second goal of the game.
He was last game to one that was half as good as that. Even by Zen's imperious standards. Like, that for him, you're saving the replay. I think Zen saves the replay on that one and wants to watch it back.
If I scored that, I'd go watch it back from everybody's POVs 3 times and then show all my friends, and then probably wake up because I'd have to be dreaming. But what a goal by Zen. I mean, he probably had a couple of pixels, maybe just 1 pixel on the ball to hit there to get that exact shot.
Insane.
Of course, he finds it.
Reality. That's all that matters really, but I can't wait to see that one again. I can't wait to
take
see
it back. I said,
okay. Casey
we got a game in our hands.
What a pass mid as well.
I was talking shit
Vitality
earlier.
Didn't get the clear they're looking for. Exotic is probably trying to bounce that one off the wall. Used the curve, but it kicked out into the middle. Casey did not take long to find the back of the net. So long left in the game, so Vitality can't get too excited here. I think the main thing that's helped them come back in this, well, maybe not come back, they've never been trailing, but at least take control of the series, has been their composure, and they lost it there.
Exotic's already up, continuing to sweep up for Vitality. A low-scoring game for him on just 54 points, but he's done plenty to get in the way. In comes Zeno. He's certainly got himself involved in an attacking sense as Zen. Tira comes up. Exotic has ventured forward, been relegated to full 3rd man in this one. Monkey touches it forwards. Actually, Monkey was on 74 points. So between Zen's teammates are on 120, and Vitality win 2-1 against Karmine Corp.
2 players left though. It's how many points you finish the game with, not how many points you've got at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. At least that's what I always tell myself when I'm driving about with 2 points halfway through the game.
This one goes to the side. Exotic's there. He shoots, but it's saved by Vatira.
You need to get more creative.
Monkey Moon. Looking to go up and over here. Does get that over the net before Atto could catch him. Drally's waiting on the far post side though. Just a swarm of KC midfielders. And now here comes the chance. Monkey Moon knocks it to the back corner, finding Zen in the process. And here he comes, going the other way, reset. And the dropped out pass. KC had bodies in the way.
Exotic's backflip there, it's all good from him. Zen picks up the 100 boost. Atto gets it forward towards the Vitality goal, and Zen beats Vatira, all ends up. Vatira actually was pre-jumping, waiting for Zen's touch, but only gets it then as far as Monkey Moon. Zen can pick his spot, he can plan through what he wants to do, he can slow down time. But this time, it's saved by Calming Corp. Charlie has to go himself over Monkey Moon, little air dribble, wanted to slam that one down, couldn't quite get the final touch. All three Vitality players go for it.
Atto might have been trying to kick that ball up into the backboard, didn't get the touch he wanted. Attack fizzles for KC.
Say that though.
You know, earlier in the series, games 1 and 2, those attacks were going on for much longer. KC haven't had the same success pinning Vitality back as they had earlier in the series.
Monkey.
This is out to Atto. Atto, a chance there, I thought, for a second, but through the smoke came Zen. And time is beginning to slip away for Calming Corp. A minute left. They'll stay patient for now, but just something to bear in mind as Vatira waits for that ball to drop. Zen forces it forwards again. Calming Corp have the ball where they do not want it, though. They want to get it back in the other half. Monkey Moon, for a second, looked like he was in. Zen's there to the back wall. Following up is actually nobody. So Vatira can keep it going for Calming Corp. Calming Corp looking like they're waiting for their chance to strike, but Vitality might punish them before then. Exotic onto the backboard, gets a touch on the ceiling, follows it up, nearly had time to force it in the net, but couldn't quite squeeze it there.
Vitality getting pretty close to getting that one extra security goal. KC, chances few and far between, especially compared to games 1 and 2. They need something now. They need to find that moment of creativity. Who's going to step up and make it happen? They've got a squad full of players who are capable, but Vitality are stuffing them at every turn.
Gets the challenge in the air, that's good enough for Vitality. 10 more seconds to navigate and they'll have this game. Exotic and Mike, there's a big demo though. Charlie has this one, no boost, can he get the flick? He can't with Zen there, but Zen inadvertently gets it back into his own line. That was almost scary for Vitality, but their best game yet of this series, maybe of this season, puts them 3-1 up overall.
This is going so well for Vitality now. They've taken control of the gameplay on the pitch. They've taken control of the series as a whole. Timeout, Calming Corp, no surprise there. They have got to figure this one out. Now, if you are worried, you know, what's going on here is one of the biggest teams, one of the top 2 teams in Europe about to be eliminated. Fear not, this is just the upper semi-final. But if you do lose this one, you've got a much harder matchup forecasted in the top 4. So this is big, and it's also massive for the confidence. But wow, what a goal by Zen. Look at the adjustment at the end there, just to get perfectly underneath the ball and get the ideal touch on it.
It's nice to see Zen react like that to a goal as well. Like, you know, there was obviously the context of taking the lead against Calming Corp or going 2-up, wherever it was. But also the fact, I think, for Zen, it must be rare now to have something you do on the pitch that really makes you react like that. And I think that was that moment for him. You know, that's what we can all relate to when you score the cool goal. But yeah, more importantly is the fact that it was enough to bring Team Vitality into such an advantageous point in this series. And Calming Corp are being left to sweat. They've got 60 seconds left before we go back into this series and into this game. And they're really going to have to change something here, because Team Vitality, after the first couple of games, have really begun to have a read on them.
They have. I mean, Vitality, I think they were a little bit lucky to come out the first 2 games of the series with a game win. It could have easily been 2-0 to Calming Corp after 2 games. They weren't completely destroyed, but I think Calming Corp were the better team for the first 2 games of the series. Since then, though, Vitality just completely changed the tune of the series. They really calmed down. We saw far less touches that were going wayward and just giving Calming Corp free possession, free opportunities to put Vitality in awkward positions. And now I'm really curious to see what K-Corp are going to switch up here. We know that this is a very versatile team. They are a very physical team. They're a very explosive team. But they're also a team who can play a counter-attacking style if they want to as well. So let's just find out. We're getting into game 5. Must win for Calming Corp. Triple match point for Vitality.
Well, all we can do is watch on and try and decipher what it is that KC have been discussing in their 2 minutes. Remember, Vitality still have their tactical timeout too. And the bump is real, Johnny. What a start 6 seconds in.
Well, this was not what Monkey Moon wanted. I mean, Vatira just shoots it on target from the halfway line, and Monkey Moon's in no man's land. Far too easy. K-Kart in only 6 seconds, ahead by 1. Oh yeah, they didn't really need to do anything special there. That was just a shot from the halfway.
I'm out buff, all right? That's what it
God,
is, okay? Let's not question the magic of the tactical timeout. It's a good second kickoff as well. Vatira up against Exotic. I think Vatira had the flip reset, but sadly for him, the ball looped away from him. That's an important touch there against Atto. Atto can slow it down.
Oh, no.
Chaos in the corner. That was fun for a second.
Zen and Monkey Moon getting a little bit tangled in defense. Now here comes Vatira. He's slow playing Zen. He's trying to get behind play himself. The ball's in.
Let's go. How does he do
Vatira is just
Monkey Moon is taking his head.
But nothing. Again and again.
My god.
And the demo as well is extra harsh from Charlie there. Just to make sure that Zen and Vatira had a little moment one-on-one.
What are these
And then
goals,
it was slammed
bro?
in the end by Atto. So a great start here for Karmine Corp. They're feeling much better about things now. It could be 3.
Oh, wow.
What? It should be 3. It really should be 3. Oh, it is 3. There you go. They knew what he was doing. It's fine.
What
Tactical
happened to this
He knew what he was
timeout?
doing. It's chill.
He had so much time here and he just moved the post. I can't believe that. Got off the post from Atto. I mean, he obviously thought that he was under more pressure. He thought a defender must be arriving, but actually he just had all the time in the world. Vitality's defense has completely disappeared. Their defense is just despawned in game 5.
I mean, we're approaching GG go next territory. Like, you know what? You've won the 5th. Let's just go straight to the 6th. But that doesn't exist. Vitality, you're going to have to play it through, so you might as well spend these next 4 minutes, I don't know, playing some Rocket League. If it was down to me, is what I'd suggest.
They got to play some
Exotic up against
defense.
Charlie. Yeah, exactly. Stop the ball going in the net. You know?
Okay,
Is that a controversial statement? Let's see.
Oh
Monkey
my
Moon
God,
is
that
trying to
was so
just
good.
loop that one forwards. He can't do it. I think they're going to turn towards Zen and be like saying, you know that goal you got in the last game? Checking you could repeat that trick 3 times, brother?
It would be nice. I mean, they've got a lot of time to figure out how to come
Who
back in
just
this
bumped
game.
Monkey? It was
And, oh, that's a good start by Monkey Moon. He's just trying to walk the ball in. He was
Nice.
hoping Vatira
Again.
would just disappear with the shot
job.
directly at him. Maybe hoping Vatira would pre-jump. But, yeah, they've made this one pretty difficult on themselves, Vitality. This is not going to be an easy comeback.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit difficult,
I'm
yeah.
out, buff.
But we'll see what they can force together. Exotic has been in and out of the series. Monkey Moon's made a few strange decisions, but for the most part, it's been pretty solid. And then Zen, of course, has scored some absolute screamers. Exotic might be able to get one of his own. Once the flip reset, can't quite get it. Vatira is slammed down. Monkey Moon, I thought he was in there, Johnny. But Karmine Corp survive, and Atto might make it 4. He goes to the musty. It's not quite there unless the dunk works out. Zen did enough to make sure that wouldn't be the case. Then he gets a snapshot down the other end. Exotic versus Vatira. Karmine Corp having to slow things down and just keep hold of what they've got for a little while.
This is good stuff for now for Karmine Corp. They don't need that volatile game state that they had earlier on. They just want to let the clock run itself down a little bit here before they go for anything else that's a little bit too crazy. Oh, what a save, Vatira! Denying Monkey Moon at the top corner. Of course, it would be Monkey Moon with the perfect top corner shot from that kind of range.
From Vatira, and the read on where Monkey Moon was going to had to put a lot of faith in his trust in the game, as opposed to reacting after Monkey Moon had taken the shot. That's why Vatira is one of the best defenders in the world, showcasing it again and again. And when your team's 3-0 up, that can be more than enough. Charlie, oh, clean touch, and the flick as well, almost over Exotic. He had to turn on his heels because suddenly his team will have to do some more defending. That one might just be bouncing in. It's going to hit the crossbar. Charlie's going to shoot, and one challenge gives KC their 4th.
Yeah, definitely getting into a go next scenario now. Zen was completely off the goal line here. He tried to keep his momentum so he would be able to charge down that play, and it just bounced right over him. Easy for Drally to score on the turnaround.
Honestly, I cannot, for the life of me, see any way that Team Vitality get back here in this game. It just seems like one of those ones that, from the off, belong to KC. That's credit to their coach, of course.
Oh.
A few bump attempts coming in, nothing to be said about it just yet. Atto's going to keep
They're
it
just
going.
playing
And
with their
yeah, if you're
food.
Vitality now, Johnny, do you actively give up, as in turn off the emotion for a minute or so? Just relax, try and take it easy?
I think they definitely want to just relax and not, not be too stressed about the comeback, and maybe even take it a bit further, where if they've got any, different kickoff strategies they haven't shown KC yet, it might be smarter to save them for game 6 instead of trying to use them here to get the impossible comeback. But yeah, with just over a minute left now, KC off their timeout, dominate the game. It started off pretty much with just dodgy defending for Vitality, clinical finishing by KC. And, you know, some of those positions were, well, all the positions were KC created, so they're going to feel absolutely justified in the 4-0 lead. But Vitality could definitely have done better in all of those scenarios. Is that one? It is one. Okay, Zen's made it 4-1 with 44 seconds left. It's playable. It's definitely playable, but they're going to need kickoff goals.
I think, you know, you were saying about you save your kickoff strats for this one.
Yeah,
I'd
they
chuck
might want
one
to
in right now.
You reckon
I'd chuck
one?
one in, yeah, just one. Just see if it works. You know, if it's going to be a complete shock to KC, there'll be a shock again.
Oh, it was actually
But
KC
win that
giving
one anyway.
Vitality a taste of their own medicine. They went for the no-go, just a half flip onto boost kickoff, which again is a very good kickoff at getting into the midfield when you're winning late in a game. That's a very safe thing to go for. Yes, they're in defense right now, but the clock is ticking down. They've got boosts to defend with, so it might look dangerous. This is, again, a very smart play by KC.
Monkey Moon is going to prod that one forward, and yeah, certainly now, I think discussions will be moving towards what you do in that next game. Vitality, I think, priority number one when you get to that next game. Give it 20 seconds without conceding. Nothing silly off the kickoff. Don't give anything away, because this one got away from them so fast. And I think it's a bit of a reminder from Karmine Corp how quickly that can happen if you lose concentration. And maybe they did off the tactical timeout. I don't know, we'll never know. Maybe it is just the power of the tactical timeout that Karmine Corp yielded there.
I really like
so
the both
one-sided
teams
was
now
boring.
have in this scenario where they want to play the safest kickoff strategy possible, just not concede a kickoff goal. Like the meta now for that is just to not go for the ball. If you told somebody that even 3 years ago,
Dude,
they
it's
wouldn't
gonna go
believe
to
you. They
7
think
again.
that
That
has
would
to be
be
way too
crazy.
risky.
All the
There's no way
series
the
go to
best teams in the
7.
world are doing that.
That's just
And here
so
they are,
long.
Karmine Corp and Vitality. You know, some people would put these teams 1 and 2 in the world, 1 and 3. You know, definitely all top 4 in the world right now. And yeah, they're just leaving it. They're just letting the other team have the ball because it's safer to do that than to go for a 50-50 in the center circle.
Vitality have not taken that tactical timeout here. Thoughts on that, Johnny?
I like that they've left it to till the next game. If they do lose another game, they'll obviously still have it. This one was it was over with enough time left in the clock that they had a bit of extra time, I suppose, to start that conversation about what to do differently in the next game before this game was even over. Final 20 seconds, I'd be surprised if they were even hard calming at that point about what they were doing. And yeah, lots of discussion going on the Vitality face cams as they prepare for their second attempt at match point, trying to be the first team to take down Karmine Corp in a main event. Karmine Corp, of course, did lose once. I think it was Vitality who lost once. Karmine Corp is still undefeated, right? I always assume it's Karmine Corp
Vitality that lost
losing.
yesterday. I know.
Yeah.
So it's
I always assume
up-and-coming
Karmine Corp
teams.
have lost to Mike Boy at some point, but I think this season is yet to happen.
I think they've managed to avoid the Mike Boy curse, which is very impressive. We'll see if they can do that, then maybe they'll be on for the perfect season and Material will finally win Worlds. But we will see if Mike Boy leaves them alone. As of right now, Team Vitality looked like a busted flush in the last game, but they've still got 2 more attempts as Atto gets the fake kickoff and the ball falls to Batira. They had their fun, but now it's all business, it's all serious. Atto up for Drali. Drali clean touch going forwards. Karmine Corp have started in this first 15 seconds pretty well again.
Oh.
This time, Vitality have stemmed the tide to get a chance of their own. Monkey Moon gets the challenge, but it's to Drali.
Yeah, Drali with a weak touch there, not the power he was looking for. That was almost brilliant though by Vitality, losing 50s on purpose to deflect the ball back towards teammates. Here comes Zen, ceiling reset, he's bumped out of the way. So important for Atto to get contact of Zen if he is missing the ball in that challenge.
Up has it all for himself. Monkey Moon thought about going for Atto, but Atto was up fast enough to be able to avoid the incoming bump. Drali has a chance here for a redirect. Not quite the pixel-perfect precision we saw from Zen earlier, but I respect the effort. Zen gets someone back towards Karmine Corp. And Team Vitality, I think, will be pleased with the way they've settled into this game. And now, especially with the demos coming, they'll be much more pleased if they can take the lead. Zen has a shooting chance. Atto says no, but more opportunities for Vitality.
The phenomenal defending there from Atto. Twice in a row called upon to make a key touch, and he did it both times. Now Drali, double tap off the crossbar. It's open for Batira, and he slots it off the crossbar and in.
We
That was
probably
done by
going to
Charlie
game
with
7.
triple tap. Look at this. One touch, two touch, three there. Nearly straight in would have been beautiful. Instead by Vatira, who got it in off the post. And Carmine Corp, despite having to do some defending at the start of this one, do take the lead in game 6. And the momentum is really now starting to swing their way as Atto gets a huge flip reset. Won't do too much. Zen comes forward. Zen bumps out Drali. Vatira's in now. He's got a flip reset for himself. Gets it straight in the same corner. Monkey Moon's there. Monkey Moon clears away.
Rally into the corner.
Key moments here for Vitality. K-Corp starting to seize control of the series and
K-Corp
just
smelling
rip it out
blood
of
right
Vitality's
now.
hands. Vitality's so close to the finish line, but that last win is eluding them for now. Exhausted.
Oh!
Double tap. Oh! Nearly nailed it at high speed.
Full of absolute bangers go in from double and triple taps. Exotics was the latest, but again it hit the crossbar, and unlike KC earlier, there was no one following up for Vitality. The whole play was at too much pace. Charlie has an air dribble, wants to get a bump on Zen as well, can't do it. Monkey Moon up against Vatira, and this one's going into the center where Zen tries to slam it down to Monkey Moon, but I think it was Vatira. Got another all-important bump. Carmine Corp certainly winning the battle of the bumps in the center. And Vatira has the ball clean. Team Vitality, I think, will be, apart from the goal, relatively chuffed with how this game has gone. They just can't quite break the deadlock.
Oh, big chance. Huge mind game. Zen would have had an open net of Exotic. Can land the demo on the last defender. KC, dodge it, make the stop, stay 1 goal ahead.
Charlie's there, wants to get the snapshot away. Exotic forced it into a challenge, which is read by Vatira.
Oh.
Misses! Charlie, can he put it away? Yes, he can! Vatira steals it. That doesn't matter. 2-0.
Oh, well, what on earth's happened to Monkey Moon here? Oh, he totally misread the bounce. He jumped up early for this one, thinking the ball was going to bounce more middle. And instead it bounces out into the kind of edge of the box area. So a rare miss from that kind of range. Monkey Moon did not even need to jump that early, especially with his fast aerial capabilities, some of the most sensitive controller settings in the world. 2-0. Carmine Corp again capitalizing on some shoddy defending out of Vitality.
Vatira almost made his way through. Just about slowed down before entering the real Vitality danger point. Charlie's quick reset is met by Monkey Moon, who is desperate to atone for that error, but it's awkward again. Exotic's left all alone. He's going to go to the ceiling. Anyone following up just then? Fortunate there for Team Vitality. Defensive misplays that Carmine Corp are punishing 9 times out of 10, but that one they get away with.
Oh, that's such smart play. Vitality. Exotic, I think he tried to predict a pre-jump there from Vatira, but Vatira just sat still, so Exotic shot made to look a bit silly there, straight at the goalkeeper. It's like he's hit the penalty down the middle and the goalie's just stood there and caught it. But you know, if Vatira pre-jumped there, he'd look like a genius. Fortunately, in this case, it did not happen. It's going to be 3-0. That's just going the whole way. Drally makes sure of it.
Oh.
KC for the second game in a row, running up the score.
The swing 1 second, it could be 2-1.
The timeout buff, it's still working.
3-0 against you. It is over with 56 seconds left, and suddenly you're thinking about game 7. Suddenly you're wondering in your mind what's going to be said in the tactical timeout. So many thoughts. Vitality going to have to get across. They're still in this one with 50 seconds left. If they can score in the next 5 or so, there was half a chance, but it's just not happening for them, Johnny. They are getting chances, they are getting opportunities, but it's like the start of the series. We're in game 2, and Carmine Corp are just shutting up shop, but Monkey Moon changes that with a bump on the goal line.
You know what? Once again, they've got a late comeback attempt. It was a great bump by Monkey Moon. He just knew where Drally had to be if he was going to try and save that. Covered it the whole way, but he had ball cam on. He also didn't want to be saving his teammate's shot there, so smart heads-up play. Now, can they get possession of the kickoff? They do. Monkey Moon deflects it back to Exotic on purpose. Exotic, pass 1. Can he get back to the ball? He can. In fact, he's able to get it middle, but Atto watched it, and he does get it clear.
Vatira doesn't even need to try and kill this one, just slows down the game.
No way!
He does score. We'll take the bonus.
That was a beautiful
Game 7
goal.
time. Let's do it.
Oh my god, Vatira's shitting on Zen.
Staying strong on the inside. Knew Zen was likely to jump off the wall, try and dunk on him. Just walked the ball into the center.
That was pretty.
And wow. Carmine Corp just had that
What a
plot armor
joy
once
to
again.
watch you guys.
It's almost more painful for Vitality than the last match they played against KC, where they were swept and sent home second place in the regional. You know, having 2 match points and having them taken away from you with one-sided games, that's got to hurt. But they do still have one more. They do still have a timeout, which I imagine they're about to call in a few seconds.
Mate, I wouldn't be surprised if we'll have an extra minute on top of the predetermined minute just to relax and settle into this Game 7. We have been blessed today, Johnny, here on this stream with the Game 7s that we've had. The second out of 3. Can't complain too much about that. This one is the highest quality, certainly in European Rocket League, perhaps in World Rocket League, this matchup right now. And this Game 7, I just hope Vitality perform in it. Whoever wins, I hope that they get Vitality back to how they were in Games 2 and 3.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see, you know, complete whiffs or, you know, accidental touches going wrong. Let's have a good Game 7. I do think Vitality off the timeout should be able to stabilize and produce more like what we expect from them. But will it be enough to beat KC, who have just found once again another level, and they just keep doing this? There's a reason everyone in Europe thinks this is the #1 team in the region at the moment. So there's a reason that pretty much everyone in the world thinks that they're the #1 team in the world. And really, Rlcs is the guy who's, I think, most impressive because of that fact. Rookie season, world champion. Now he's switched teams and he's winning with that new team against 2 former world champions, his teammates of his, former teammates, Exotic and Monkey Moon.
The return to form of Vatira is going to have to be studied, because in these last few games for Karmine Corp, he is looking to me like the best player on the pitch. Vatira has been everywhere. He's been blocking Vitality at source. He's been getting goals. He's been showing mechanical plays. And it's in the sense that Karmine Corp are outplaying Team Vitality in many ways, but it's only Vatira to me that's really toying with them. You think of the Zen goal line moment, and you think of the 0-second where I said, oh, he's just trying to slow it down. I will take the free goal as well. You know, that's the bonus that he'll accept. Vatira seems to be playing this game slower than everyone else in a good way. He seems to have complete control on the ball right now. And Team Vitality, they're going to be looking at him thinking, if we can block this guy, if we can slow him down in Game 7, we've got half a chance here. And he's looking relaxed as well, is Vatira. He's looking back to his best, and he's looking relaxed here with his new teammates.
They've got a great vibe, clearly, Karmine Corp. They've got such a good support system, producing several successful rosters since their entry to Rlcs. And this one, maybe potential to be the most successful. Can they beat Vitality again this time? From 3-1 down.
Oh my god.
This is it.
Karmine Corp
Vitality just need to worry about themselves. You need to try and stop the mistakes from plaguing them.
Man, they wanted the ball at Zen, and he bumps out Rlcs straight away in a mammoth Game 7. 2 Vitality players straight in the center of the pitch in front of each other, but it was won cleanly by one of them, so they got the ball towards Karmine Corp's half. But here comes Atto for a flip reset. Vatira in the center, pitches it towards Rlcs. I wonder if Atto meant that, actually, because Rlcs was in the perfect position for it. Rlcs almost is able to get this one into the center, tried to scoop it down. Karmine Corp looking fairly dangerous, but the first goal will be so key.
That was smart by Rlcs, just letting the ball go past him towards his teammate. While he put pressure on the defense. Oh, what clear. Vatira in a tough spot. Of course, as you mentioned, he's so calm right now. So locked in, just deals with it without any issues. Rlcs going the other way. Huge play game. Look at the center of the ball. No way to go past that in that position.
Monkey Moon has this one free, though. After Vitality survived that first real scare, Zen uses everything to punch the ball forwards. Atto does the same. End-to-end stuff at this point. The team really taking control of it until Rlcs changes that fact. Rlcs tries to go through 2 or 3 Team Vitality players. Zen goes for pre-flip into air dribble, but can't quite make it. And Team Vitality, I think, will take 0-0 at this point, because Karmine Corp have had 1 or 2 looks. Rlcs tries to bump out Monkey Moon and succeeds. Exotic could shoot here. I thought for a second that Vatira was going to be beaten if Exotic won the ball. He did, but Vatira still got in the way.
Monkey Moon opting for the hard clear to see if the KC defense are fully locked in with their defensive touches. You never know when somebody's just going to miss one of those. But not Vatira, not right now. Not in Game 7.
Atto also has 100, so Atto can cause all sorts of chaos here at Gensen, as you see there, as Atto just falls behind him. Just trying to make sure that Zen is aware his opponents are trying to get in his way. Exotic weaves his way through. Big demo from Zen on Drali, and a clean 50-50 from Monkey Moon. Has to be careful he doesn't pinch this one back towards his own net. Drali's in clean. Exotic in net with no boost.
No!
Save. He was there. It was blocked at source anyway. The Karmine Corp starting to whir into action.
Best chance of the game there. You'd think Drali would double that on target. Just got away from him a bit too much, and Vitality covered the follow-up as well. Half the game gone. Lowest scoring, or lowest shooting game for both teams so far.
Oh, Vatira just dusted him.
Vatira with a huge dunk. It's 1-0. Monstrous challenge in the midfield by Vatira.
Sometimes the simplest plays
Oh
are the
my
best.
God.
Just slam through the ball, disrespect your opponent. The ball going on target meant it was impossible for Vitality to get back in time.
So many game 7s today.
Still
What
half
the
the
fuck
game
happened
left,
here?
but Vitality chasing once again. Karmine Corp on the cusp of 3 game wins in a row, and what was that?
It's Exotic with the miss. Half flip kickoff.
Oh my god, what am I seeing?
Possession for free by Exotic. She should hit that. I mean, you've got to hit that at this level. He just misread the bounce, or misread the arc of the ball. Yeah, I think he misread the
Oh
bounce.
gosh,
of the ceiling,
Vitality's choking, they're
you'd think he'd
throwing.
read that. You'd think he'd get a piece of it, if not, you know, the
Zen's gonna
complete
carry.
direction he wants. At least something.
Double reset.
That's 2-0, and it's all too easy for Karmine Corp again.
Nice, there we go. We got a game.
They fire back. Vitality have got hope.
Zen.
It's Exotic. After I think Zen got a demo on Atto, he did.
For a
Zen,
double
of
flip
course,
reset.
making it
And
happen.
Exotic watched his play, then got the demo after. And it's Exotic that gets the goal, Johnny, and that could be paramount for his
Needs to
mentality
step up.
and for Team Vitality's as a whole. But they have to survive the resultant kickoff. Monkey Moon gets a clean touch. Great play from Monkey Moon to flip reset that one forwards. Monkey Moon's underneath this ball. Atto
You know, pass it to
something by
Monkey Moon
himself
with no
though.
boost. Fucking
So he's
retard.
searching for some boost, wanting to do something in this play. Has to go back to the center to get it. Vatira can go long. Zen wants to pinch
Ooh,
someone
that's
into the
good.
goal line. Exotic there up
Oh.
against Drali. Monkey Moon just waiting. Monkey
Nice
Moon goes
monkey.
high. This is good from Team Vitality. They've responded well.
Oh,
Exotic
what?
gets them. In fact, Johnny, they've responded perfectly.
Oh gosh, we're all tied up.
Wow, communication on point here from Vitality. Exotic on the backboard just faking that he's going to go for this one.
Holy shit. Okay, boys. No one's smiling on the other side anymore. Everyone's locked
Team
in.
Vitality finally have a little bit of momentum to their name. The fake kickoff comes in. Monkey Moon gets that one towards the target. Drali. Ball slams against him. Exotic gets a huge dunk as well. Now Monkey Moon is in. Exotic behind him. I wondered if Monkey Moon would go for the fake. He just sort of passed it towards Drali. Zen can clear. Suddenly it's Karmine Corp looking like they're against the ropes. They're the ones who have to survive. That pinch will help. Atto has a chance to win this one. Monkey Moon have more boost though. And so Zen can come back and sweep up for them.
Okay.
Vatira once again confident in the challenge. Atto misses his read, but
Hey, Drali.
there are plenty of players for both teams lining
Doing
up
well.
for their turn to enter the fray. Another pre-jump. Vatira is going as early as possible in every single aerial challenge. As we enter the final minute of gameplay, Vatira's now lurking downfield, providing an option maybe for Atto to fire at. It's KC piling on the pressure.
Next goal may well take this entire series.
Oh my god, next goal
and
wins
not their
pretty
opponents
much.
to the lowers. Neither team goes out here, but it still matters in the
Oh,
context of
Drali.
the season. Drali wins it clean. He goes for the double.
Monkey Moon is shaking his head.
Vatira again so quickly up into the air. Drali dusts Exotic, who was low in boost. And he smashes the double downwards underneath the pre-jump, he said.
37 seconds.
Drali had no
left for
boost. How did he
Vitality
do that?
to save a series that had so much potential. To
Okay,
break
wait,
through.
it's still, there's
Finally,
still
this
time.
bogey
Zen
team.
is fucking
Zen
insane.
can't quite get the dunk. Atto avoids the dunk again.
Monkey Moon,
as
he's a
well.
world
Monkey
champ.
Moon doesn't go to the ceiling.
He's a world champ! Oh my! What am I seeing?
Monkey Moon elevates and puts the ball in an unmissable position. Huge dunk
These
on
game
Drali
sevens
goal.
today.
Exotic knew he could squash it in against the post. We're tied up one more
shit.
time.
Just when you think this series is
Golden
said
goal,
and
golden
done,
goal.
up pops Monkey Moon to tee up Exotic from the kickoff. It's
Drali.
Drali. He might have another save, but
He got
Zen takes him
demoed.
out. Zen then takes out Vatira. So Exotic, what have you got? One
Exotic.
mistakes here, but that's a much better touch. Sends it forwards. Vatira to the side. Drali's underneath it. Not until Monkey Moon gets there first, though. Zen is
What am I seeing
beaten.
right now?
Monkey Moon has 100, so does Drali.
Okay, something bad's gonna happen.
Monkey Moon face it for Exotic. Zen might be underneath this one. Instead, it's Exotic. Saves on the goal like Johnny. It's overtime.
Oh my god, one. No, not like this. Okay.
Just a little heat check in overtime at Atto there. Who passes?
The backboard. Monkey Moon is
Monkey.
there. Is anyone following up? Zen is. So Drawley's clearance can't be perfect.
Yeah, they're low on boost. Casey's low.
Atto should get this read and does. Flings it forward.
Monkey's keeping it in. He's not letting them breathe.
They do not want this overtime to go into the minutes. Now is their
Off the backboard.
Carmine Corp, though, standing so strong defensively, and we know that one chance will be all they'll need to break forwards and break Vitality hearts.
Okay.
Once again, KC setting up that midfield defensive
Atto's
line
up early.
Atto undefended, backboard double. It's a tough one. He's to put it on, but saved. Zen with a follow-up double.
Oh!
It's up the chance and he couldn't hit it.
That could come back to bite them.
Anything left to offer? All the KC players have pushed forward into the attack.
Rally, reset.
The rebound in the end. Charlie with a flip reset that falls towards Zen.
Vatira's up early. That's a huge pinch, team.
Vatira can't get the next touch. Atto has to be so careful here. He knew
okay, that was oh shit.
He's all low. Goes for the straight shot, then the dunk. Neither of them work out perfectly. KC's turn to attack now.
It's absolute pandemonium. It's frantic. End-to-end stuff with both teams hitting the woodwork. Over a minute now. Monkey Moon forced to backboard it off his own backboard. He's trying to save it in reverse off the underside of his own crossbar. What is going on?
Oh, they're all so close.
This is wild right now.
Each other trying to get the killing blow. Vatira's underneath this one, can't go.
Oh, what the f was that touchdown?
Zen to the ceiling. Wants the flip reset.
No! No! What the fuck? What?
KC refused to lose.
This feels like a live grand final.
Yeah, this is insane.
The tournament. Vitality and Carmine Corp pushing each other the full way and
Not even top 4 yet.
2 minutes of overtime now gone. It feels like we've been in this overtime for at least 5. Zen with that chance.
Zen with a good bump.
Into the sky, but Ansel stays with it.
Here's Exotic. Can't get past Vatira, so Vatira keeps it in his own corner, but Monkey Moon gets into the center. That's a good challenge towards Zen. He shoots, it'll be saved by Atto. Not the best shot, but at least wasted some boost from KC and bought some time for Team Vitality to get things going. Monkey Moon tries to tip it riskily towards Zen. Zen has to avoid Drawley, Vatira.
Oh my god, I can't even talk.
And Monkey Moon over the top of one. Drawley is the last man back for Carmine Corp. He does
Exotic
excellent work
picks
to
it
get
up.
into Exotic.
Vatira just dusted him. Rally coming in fast. Atto.
Trying to clear their lines at the moment. This is dangerous for Carmine Corp. It's the best they've looked so far in overtime.
It feels like finally we've somewhat stabilized into relatively even midfield play. We're no clear team. No team has a clear advantage.
Oh my.
And a clear-cut scoring chance.
Okay, Atto, that was actually pretty good. But Zen is fucking bombing this and Exotic.
A goal could come out of anywhere. There's a miss from Vatira, just like that. It's Vitality trying to make a pre-jump.
That's oh my god.
KC going the other way. Exotic double.
Oh, he's on a psycho.
Played it pretty safe there. Made sure to make contact.
Oh man, just for a second, the psycho lights lit up for Exotic. And you're right, he did play it safe. He did not want to own goal.
Drally, come on. Oh, Drally's insane.
Here comes Charlie. Vatira's going for the bump, but Exotic can't do it. Monkey Moon underneath this one. Atto versus Exotic. Exotic does enough. Zen's underneath the ball. Vatira trying to squeeze Vitality in, trying to force the ball into the Vitality goal line. Monkey Moon past Drawley. Atto gets the save again, and Vatira can send it back to Team Vitality territory.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. I mean, both teams have got to be seriously aging right now with the stress they're experiencing.
Fucking Johnny
Huge
boy.
chance for Exotic. Saved by Vatira, who's an absolute wall there while being harassed by Zen.
Can't get by Vatira like that. Oh, Vatira wins too. He's gonna take the boost.
But Exotic will be able to come away clean.
Okay, somebody needs to get this ball. Double commit from K-Corp.
KC players, Zen against Vatira. The two stalwarts in their teams as Atto booms it towards Monkey Moon, tries to find Zen, but Zen has no boost. So comes in a bit later. Lovely first
shit! Oh,
to lead the third. Monkey Moon shoots
these fucking guys!
Raleigh should be able to just stake his claim on this ball as Exotic gets the 100 and ball control down the other end.
A nice back pass there by Zen to bring Exotic into the game. Zen's boostless now.
Monkey misses.
Vatira takes it away from them. It's a tricky position. Vitality low and boost. Nobody's really in a good position to defend the goal at the moment.
Oh, they need to get to that, but Monkey has full boost. He missed.
Monkey Moon just jumped past the ball. What's going on?
Oh!
For the save, but Monkey Moon literally just turned off his brain there for a moment.
Stop moving!
No way!
He was just praying it wouldn't happen. Zen gets the save. Monkey Boo gets away with it. Has to expel some air and chill out for a second. We've all done it, but none of these high stakes. Charlie onto the backboard. Monkey Moon, don't miss this one, Stella. Well done. He
Oh,
stays
nice
behind it. Solid
carry
play
with
from
Money.
his Octane. And a pinch out with Zen.
Oh, that's a huge punch.
Charlie's up
Oh,
by
Drally, you're insane!
now this overtime. Exotic pinches it down
Vatira,
towards Vatira.
going
He's up to
slow.
the skies by
He's
himself.
epic.
Against Vatira.
Vatira with a good bump. Oh my! I can't believe it.
There it is. It's done. It's dusted. Casey. Insigne Vatira is just spamming in chat.
Jesus Christ!
Vatira's read GHG VPS. I think he meant to say GG's.
Oh my God! Vatira looking with the holy shit!
GG's. Vitality are going to be
Look at this Vatira. Oh my God, the fake and then the bump. Oh, he's insane.
Opportunities. They had the ball on the goal line, just
Holy
millimeters away from
shit.
scoring. And they did make a couple of mistakes, and
He's
all
running.
three of the last games in the series that they'll definitely want to fix in the future.
Oh
but
my God,
let's
bravo!
forget about that and say well played to both teams. What a series they just played, and what a high tension series it
Holy
was. I mean,
shit.
it's so difficult in these moments to play perfect Rocket League. You don't know, in
That was
those situations,
fucking
Monkey Been jumping past
crazy.
the ball. You might have just had his thumb slip off the controller because you're playing at such a high pace, such a high intensity.
Oh
for
my
this
God,
length of
Monkey
time.
through!
But it's Vatira who ices it up. I mean, he left that about as open as you can make it without it being literally open for his teammate to get the winning goal. I can't even remember who it was. I just remember Vatira was the one who created it.
In the end.
It was Atto who got the winner, but yeah, Vatira just he slowed the game down. That was the key there. Just didn't panic, slowed it down, created an unmissable chance.
GHG VPS, you know, that sums it up beautifully there from Vatira. Just spamming your keyboard. Let's get a see if GHG VPS is in chat after that one.
Oh my God, that was the
Yet
craziest
again, Johnny,
game
7
ever.
more games there between these two.
Unreal.
Some of
He
them, one of my
never
favourite
fucking
best
disappoints.
overtimes we've seen in a very long time. And it is Carmine Corp, the inevitable team.
They are. They're still the team on top. They're still the team to beat.
Shit.
Nobody can take them down.
Oh.
To say now is we look forward to our final game of the day. It's just a few
Holy
letters.
fuck.
GHG VBS.
Jesus Christ.
Don't pause, replay.
Holy shit, dude. That's so fucking crazy. Dig and Ninja's pajamas. We're vibing after that game. That was fucking crazy. One more series, hun. And then we can dip. One more series, and then we can go for some. I thought like today was gonna be a complete waste, but that was good. I thought like today was gonna be a complete waste, but like there was crazy games just now, so that's good. Yeah, that's good. We got a video. We got a video out of it, you know. Fatir is looking insane.
Europe's Titans clashed early in the bracket, and boy, did they not disappoint. A chaotic battle into a Game 7 overtime, but it's once again the Blue Wall who walks away victorious. Vitality could not overcome them. Welcome back to the Rlcs Open number 2. And now I have joining me Atto. Atto, congratulations on the victory. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, hard series to be fair. Game 7 overtime. It was a bit panicky, but we take it.
Yeah, I want to know from you guys, what are you thinking? Because it seems like Vitality had a much stronger approach than the last time you guys played.
Yeah, for sure, but I think we trolled a bit the first 4 games and we didn't play like the way we want to play. And when Farah take the timeouts, we just woke up and had our test.
Farah gets the credit.
We just
like I said.
So yeah.
Okay, so well, for me, watching you guys after you won, there were big celebrations. You know, a lot of that comes from the stress of the chaos of a Game 7 overtime. But after winning 4-0 last time, it could be easy just to assume you'll win again. But with the big celebrations, it indicates you still very much respect Team Vitality.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they're the second best team in Europe, so if every win against them, it's like a big win, and we're just gonna celebrate.
In the back, like he's lurking. Fair's
From
lurking
your side
in the
now,
back.
because I keep using the word chaos because I think that's an appropriate word. There were demos, there were goal line saves. It looked like it would end at any time. Were your comms just as wild as the gameplay from our perspective?
I mean, sometimes when you have to do a clutch save, no one is talking in the TeamSpeak for like 5 seconds, and everyone is just quiet. So yeah, Rocket League comms are funny, but just weird to play, honestly, and they were so good in offense. It was
No.
annoying to play.
Right. Now, I guess before I let you go, I'm just curious, do you expect Vitality to be the team that faces off against you guys in a grand finals again, or is there another team that might be able to sneak on through?
I can see NIP as well, but if there is a NIP Vitality matchup, I think Vitality will win most likely. So hopefully it's another team, so we can play everyone, but I think it's gonna be Vitality if we go to one final.
Before you pass me off to the whole rest of the team again, I'm going to let you go here. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on your victory.
Thanks.
To Atto, again, I think they indicate, Cole, just how still important it is. They said that it was them that was failing early on, but they still respect the squad, and you really have to have Vitality on the other side.
The second they stop respecting Team Vitality is the second that Team Vitality will usurp them. You cannot, for an instance, take your eyes off this team in yellow because they will punish you over and over again relentlessly. However, for now, Leaf, it is Carmine Corp that still have the upper hand. But when you're having to win 3 games in a row to get there, and you're conceding goals like this one from Zen, which is an absolute, one of the best goals RLCS has ever seen, probably individually playing and in a vacuum. When that's happening, you just have to put your hands up sometimes and say, look, this is a proper opponent we faced today, and I'm sure they'll face each other again plenty more times this season.
The team are just making
A bit of a spoiler.
silly.
That will be the best goal for the place tomorrow. So,
I'd love for it not to be. I look forward to finding out why it's not.
Another one. That is absolutely true. But Gibbs, I mean, at the end of the day, the blue wall pulls on through.
Look at this.
And we all predicted them on the desk there, but the reality is it could have gone either way with that overtime.
Yeah, that highlight package could have easily been 20 minutes long, but it's been a long day today, so we got to keep it going. But man, oh man, that was the best match we've seen in RLCS all year. I would say maybe even all of last year as well. That was one of the best RLCS matches ever. We'll see if we see it again in the grand finals because of that upper bracket, they are now on opposite sides of it as we go forward. So we'll see if Vitality can make that lower bracket run.
And while you guys are scanning the code down there for your tickets to Birmingham, we're going to take a look at the bracket, just so as Gibbs was saying it, we can visualize it. In case you're a picture person like me, Vitality will be facing off against Startpoint now, Gibbs. Down on the bottom side, you said it. They can meet up against K-Corp, and I'm guessing most of us would fully expect that to be the result.
Yeah, it just depends on this next match because Ninjas in Pajamas have looked very good. They beat Vitality yesterday as well. So Ninjas in Pajamas, very likely that would be the match. But Dignitas is trying to play spoiler versus Ninjas in Pajamas to avoid playing 100% in that lower quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just looking at the bracket overall, I think coming into this, Cole, we had this concept of there's 2 teams in the region. You even heard right there, Atto mentioned Ninjas in Pajamas. Do we feel now that we've watched some of these matches in this bracket, in the lower bracket there, that maybe some of these teams are getting closer? Do we still feel that sentiment still holds true?
And so I do the Ninjas in Pajamas team streams on Friday, but I like to think I can say without bias that Ninjas in Pajamas to me are the 3rd team at the moment. It's Carmine Corp are S++, then you got Team Vitality at S+, and then you got NIP there in S. And Ninjas in Pajamas are vying to really solidify themselves in the top 3, so 100% beating GK Esports earlier on was not good for Ninjas in Pajamas because they want the teams around them to fall so they can guarantee their top 4. But coming up against Team Vitality yesterday and beating them 3-2 is showing that NIP are a serious challenger. And as the season goes on, they're improving they're improving week on week.
Well, hey, the schedule really is useless to us here on out because, there's one more best of 7 to play. And of course, it's going to be the aforementioned team in Ninjas in Pajamas. They'll be facing off against the legendary team of Dignitas. We know this team forever. We know these players. And I guess the question is, will Dignitas have it in them? Because Gibbs, I know for you at least, there's been some question marks, I guess, around the solidarity of their play.
Yeah, you have to talk about Jorius. He's lost 8 straight RLCS quarterfinals, and I don't think that includes technically this upper bracket plus the placement matches. So if you include those, you got to add 3 more losses onto that, so that'd be 11 in a row. When he gets to moments like this, he falters. Dignitas as a team, they've had very nice brackets through both of these opens. They literally, their best win is in the top 32 round. They did beat 100% last week, which is a good result, but that is their only win, and 100% obviously beat them for top 8 last time around. So Dignitas has 0 quality wins, while Ninjas in Pajamas, they have plenty. They beat the Mates, they beat Vitality, they have shown that they can be a top 3 team here. Dignitas has to take that next moment for them to take down one of these top 3 in Europe to show that, yes, we belong in the top 4. We're just not getting the benefit of these very nice brackets. We actually deserve to be a top 4 team, and that is what Dignitas is playing for here today.
Cole, I mean, if you want to add on that, go for it.
No, I was going to say, I mean, there he is, the sort of Mr. Dignitas in my mind. Apparently, Jackie's been with them for so many years, such an intelligent player. I was going to say that last time around Dignitas, I think they had a few high-profile errors in their later series, and I can't imagine that being the case this time against Ninjas in Pajamas. I think we're going to see a much more solid version of Dignitas here in this upper quarterfinal. And that stat about Jorius is crazy. That must play on his mind, right? Surely, if you've lost that many times in the same position, it must be in your head when you're going into the next time in that position.
I mean, it's like I guess it really depends on like just your mental as a person in general. I mean, like how serious are you taking it? I think the only way to not think about it is to not take this seriously, but then that could end up being the result of why that's happening, right? So yeah, you're right. If he's taking it serious, then Gibbs, like it's got to be at the back of the mind.
Yeah, then you got to talk about so like Nas and Jorius were teammates, and they're going to battle it out here. And for Ninjas Pajamas, Nas has been unbelievable. Like #1 offensive player, like all of Open #1. He's doing it again here. 1.45 goals per game. #1. Yeah, just throw him up there too.
The metronome is always watching.
Yeah, he's hanging up the hammer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's go. Look, I'm not teammates, all right, but I'm gonna try. You got Larjoski, you got the hammer in Nas, and you got the metronome in Itachi. You can't beat them. You can't beat them.
Cole. Nas already talked to you about this.
No,
he said no.
No, he didn't say no. He said when we said that Itachi was the metronome, he said I'd rather be the hammer. And that's fine. He already is the hammer. So Nas is the hammer. Itachi is the perfect metronome. Tick, tick, ticking along, making it so that he slows the game down, then he speeds it up. All right? I'm going nil. I'm just, I'm putting my bricks out there right now.
Keep your progressive fan votes going in chat right now. We'll tally them up in a second here. But yeah, realistically, I think at the end of the day, you heard it from Atto, you heard it from all of us. It's just we have to be in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas right now. Gibbs, I think, has made a good point of like, I mean, he pointed out before why Dignitas has to have some doubt on them and trying to vote for them.
Yeah, it's just hard because that high-powered offense of Ninjas in Pajamas, like Nas, he's been involved in 2.31 goals per game by himself. That would be 8th best European team in this tournament. So he's doing it by himself, Nas, there, while his teammates obviously are adding on to that as well. Like Ninjas in Pajamas, their offense is unbelievable. #2 offense throughout this tournament so far. I expect that to continue here versus Dig.
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, there's a lot of Dignitas fans out there. They just eke it out 53%. But once again, 4th time today, I'll say it, the only way to settle the debate is to do it in Rocket League. Ninjas in Pajamas. Looking like they might be the 3rd best in the region, but Dignitas has a chance to shut down any thoughts people have about that. Let's play our last match of the day.
Final match of the day, NIP trying to cement themselves as the top 3 team in the region. Dignitas trying to take the spot the Gentlemates have vacated with their elimination from the tournament. CJ, you have got to be on the NIP bandwagon here, along with the rest.
We're all about the NIP. We are all about the NIP. Let's crack in, JB. We've gone game 6. We've had a couple of game 7s today, and I'm expecting another cracking series here. But NIP got to be the favourites. Although the fans, the chat vote, I see you guys, 53% for Dig. Get on board.
No, if Dig are going to win this, they're going to need to help each other out in defense a lot more than they did the last time that they were in the playoffs. This is already a great start for them, though. Jori is opening the scoring with a very simple touch over the top.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start. I mean, all the talk was about Nas. He's already had 1 assist on the board, on the wrong team, though. Handed it on straight to Jorius, and that's top B. It's perfect start from him, who... You know, Jorius, Johnny, I think everyone knows that he's pretty good in Swiss. Everyone talks about it. He definitely gets sick of everyone talking about his lack of playoff.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. I'm glad you said it. That's a great start for him, though. He can crack some curse and really just move past it.
Yeah, he's trying. I mean, he really is trying desperately to move past it, but more for a reason than just to break Jorius' curse, they would much rather go through the upper brackets a bit of an easier way into the top 6 than having to go into that losing side. That's where, well, you know, there's upside to losing, though. I do want to say, they're waiting there. They're waiting down there, so you could argue that that's who Dignitas most want to be. Oh, Buck just misses there. Oski narrowly getting to the ball in time. That could have been 2-0 Dig.
Yeah, you didn't want to be losing, but you could argue that, as you said, you know, you keep your own destiny in your own hands. If they do lose, play 100%, take them down and move into that top 4. But I don't know, would you rather play a K-Corp? Would you rather play Vitality in that semi-final? The way that last series went, probably neither. They're both looking as good as each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to be a thought for Dig right now. That'll be just adequate copium if they do lose. That's what they can then think about after the fact. But as things stand, it's Dignitas, they're protecting their 1-goal lead pretty well here. You know, I mentioned earlier on, before they rudely scored and interrupted us, that they've got to help each other out in defense a lot more than they did in Event 1. It was mainly Stizzy getting alone left alone in defense and not making the right play. Jory is, can he make it 2? Not quite, it's off the goal line from Nas.
He's trying to sandwich that one with the reset, but just could not get that 75% in. It might have been.
I'm looking tired after the last
1-0
series.
still for Dignitas, as you said, looking for that team aspect in defense. Certainly a lot of eyeballs were on Stizzy in that first event. And, you know, coming up against an NIP, this would be a massive scalp to take. NIP, we're pretty big on
Oscar.
That's a fantastic shot. This is why, because Oski can just put in bullets like that.
Yeah, what a shot by Oski. Jorius was getting pressured by Itachi, and then he jumps over Itachi's bump, and he couldn't recover before the shot arrived and crossed the goal line. So good timing there on the bump from Itachi. No recovery possible for Jarius.
Yeah, he did well to avoid the bump, but that's kind of something you got to be worried about as well. There was no boost for Itachi, and he almost got himself in too much trouble trying to avoid it. He might have been better off taking contact there, Jarius, but nonetheless, 1-1 NIP strike back. As we said, they're looking fantastic. You'd have to say, Johnny, that win over Vitality is looking even better now after how they played against K-Corp.
Oh yeah, NIP having a great event so far. Top seed coming out of their group ahead of a Vitality, who are playing at an incredibly high level right now. And this is just such a dangerous team to allow into the series in any way, shape or form. Another thunderous strike from Itachi. This one is saved at the top shelf at the Dig goal.
You're looking now as well with particularly GK falling down early. This is just such a great opportunity for Dignitas. You're kind of only looking at 100% as that other team at the moment, at least, that could really trouble them. Obviously, we'll find out tomorrow. Perhaps a start point could put their hand up. But right now, this is a great chance. The NIP almost going to crack through their second. Dignitas, Johnny, since that first attack, there's really been a lot of defense. I'll show you where to put it, Johnny.
Oh no!
I think he might have learned that from Cheeky. He did play with Hunter at the Esports World Cup, who's got own goal of the season so far to his name. But Jarius has been taking notes. That was up there. That's probably quality.
It was quality finish, really. I mean, you got to put some respect on the touch there, on the placement. But yeah, worst case scenario, Jarius, he scored the first goal for Dig, and he scored the third goal of the game as well. But for the wrong team, it's Nas now. Can they get one more? It's a beautiful pass across, but this time Itachi not quite reading what we were seeing.
Yeah, that was a really good pass by Nas. I mean, you got to be there for that in the back post, I reckon, because he was definitely telegraphing that one as best as he could. Nas, he didn't hit it too hard. He didn't make it unplayable for once. Itachi wasn't in the perfect spot. Pre-jump. Jarius is just involved in absolutely everything right now. We can't make contact on that one.
Yeah, he's just attacking at both ends at the moment. He is seriously looking to score no matter what goal he finds. Nas throws it downfield, 50 seconds. Can Dig find their way back into this one? NIP with a freebie. It was pretty much open. Nas might have scored it, but anyway, Itachi now with a reset. Throws one more pre-jump from Stizzy. I might just walk it in. It's going to be Nas. And the Jarius own goal might not matter because NIP are putting the foot down.
So well played from Itachi, making it incredibly difficult for Stizzy to read what shot he's supposed to cover. Is he supposed to cover the immediate reset high? Is he supposed to cover the ground pitch low? Then he just 50s it perfectly towards Nas. Safe kickoff here for NIP. They are cruising in game one.
Yeah, similar sort of setup from Itachi that we saw in the top plays on the pre-show. He just really threatens so much and then basically does nothing. Sets it up for his teammates to walk it in for the tap in special. But 3-1, as you said, 20 seconds, looking pretty good for NIP. It was a disastrous start, but since then, has been one-way traffic, 15 seconds, and they're looking to lock this one down. Keep it in the orange half. Dignitas, not the worst start from them, Johnny, but not able to get the chocolates in game one.
Yeah, they had a bit of misfortune with the Joria's own goal. But even without that own goal, they have been outplayed in the latter half of this game, and definitely the majority of this game. NIP are playing at the kind of level this weekend that we're going to need to see more from Dignitas. I think I've been saying that a lot about this team, which is, you know, not something I enjoy saying. I do like the team, want to see them succeed, but they've got it in them to be better than this. They're not synergizing as well as we know they could, and they're not producing the level that we know they're capable of. We've seen it from each of the members of the team at, you know, moments. They've seen flashes of brilliance, but they're not really putting it together for sequences of games and really making me believe that they could be a top 4 team.
Yeah, they've all kind of individually shown, as you said, the pop-off ability, and that's kind of what I feel like we're hanging on. That's what the Dignitas fans are hanging on, if they can pop off it and be able to take down anyone in this region. But it is still the inconsistency that is going to hurt them, and you know, we just saw probably both sides of it there from Dig. We saw the fantastic start, and then, you know, if you're letting a couple of goals slip, I feel like the last series is a testament to it. You just have to be so consistent. You can't give up those easy goals, and that's what Dignitas did.
Yeah, and, you know, they're going to need to try and just make the adjustment that Vitality made, at least early in the series against KC. Not towards the end, but early in the series, I think they calmed down a lot. And Dignitas, they look panicky for me. They look like they're rushing, which is a symptom of a lot of Rocket League teams from the lowest level to the world-class level. At all levels, Rocket League is such a fast-paced game. It's easy to panic and easy to think that you've got less time than you actually do. So let's see, can Dignitas just calm it down a little bit and start to make the key touches. They're going to be necessary to even have a chance against NIP. That's one of them. Oh, what a save though. Point-blank range stop from NIP in the opening second.
Yeah, it's classic NAS behaviour. Already a save on the board. 10 seconds into the game. Apparently Jack drops that one down, but he's straight to Oski. You can see Attach getting to work. He's got no boost, but looking for bumps. NIP trying to assert their dominance here in game 2. After, I guess you could say a slow start, but I mean, Joria's just scored so quickly in that game number 1. Ever since then, it has been all NIP. Dignitas just trying to find something, maybe a bit of composure to build some offense, but I feel like the majority of the game has been played in that orange half.
Yeah, it's good force there by Stizzy. Where's the follow-up though? Dignitas won't be punished too hard for that small opening they had in the midfield. Now a big chance. Jorius decides to boom it directly down the middle of the pitch. Oski was ready for it. In fact, more than that, he sets up Nas. His double tap denied by Stizzy. You know, I'm going to be interested to see if Dignitas can find those outlet passes instead of just booming the ball directly towards NIP.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Is that sort of a play you'd rather see Jack go for the solo? He's got sort of 70-80 boost rather than just kind of launch it downfield. This time he's gone for the same approach. Just keep launching it. Forget what I said. We're playing volleyball. Have Jack, first goal.
A genius launch of the ball by apparently Jack. Reverse takeoff aerial there for Oski, proving to be a bit too slow in the position. Well, you know, it doesn't always work. Most of the time you'd bank on a pro player saving a long shot like that one, but sometimes you just get a goal for free. And worst case scenario, they're in a compromised position, so it's never a bad idea, but that is rare. A rare miss.
You never know. You just never know. He's hit it at the exact same play. The first time he caught it and turned it nearly into a goal. The second time, Jack said, want to see me do it again? And Wolowski wasn't ready that time. 1-0 Dig, almost a double from Jorius. It was blocked out this time near post. Jack keeping the pressure on for Dig. This is better from them. I like seeing the confidence, and well, Jack's not too worried about it. He's just going to nearly fall in. Stizzy back in time. He nearly went length of the pitch there. NIP, oh Johnny, we know how quickly they can fire back.
NIP, they are just such an organized offensive team. You know, whereas Dignitas have got the solo playability, I think NIP have got that, and they've also just got a more structured offense, in my opinion, at least from what we've seen so far. So the goals will inevitably come for them. Dignitas defense has been just a little bit shaky in Rlcs this season. Oh, great
that's a
Apparently
great
Jack with the dagger in this downwards quickly into the net. Now
Damn,
that was
be long fucking series,
off of Stizzy's setup. He manages to get the ball middle and bumps Oski out of the way.
Yeah, so much value from Stizzy. You can see just B1, B2. Getting the physical plays. As you said, it might be, you know, more unconventional than what we do see from NIP, but it's working now. 2 goals to the goal. Oh, off the kickoff almost. The strats coming through from NIP. I love the first touch from Itachi. Draws the double commit. Won't worry Jorius though. Half the game left. And Dig, the best possible response so far.
This is nice from Dignitas against Dizzy. Finding his teammate to the side of the pitch. How will Dizzy play this one? This is the kind of moment that you would get in trouble in the first regional, but this time he does so well. Buying time for Jack and Jorius to get back in position. Now they're called upon to do their part in the defense, and they both do. So this is more like it from Dignitas. This, you know, it's great to see them scoring at one end, but we need to see those kind of defensive sequences like that one.
There's a great wide shark. Gets a 50. Look at the demos coming through. NIP He's starting to really throw everything at him. The dribbles are way too good. Way too good. Itachi and Nash just cutting them to pieces off the demo. And Stizzy, he does not know where he's going.
Itachi slicing and dicing from one end of the pitch to the other. Completely leaving Stizzy in the dust there. And just like that, NIP are back within a goal. Dignitas have to stabilize. Have to hold on to this lead now. They lose this one, I think the whole series goes out the window.
And quickly he can turn. Stizzy will be feeling dizzy after that one app. Jack turning. 0 boost. He's actually going to leave it for Jora. Well, this is interesting from Stizzy. A massive waste of boost if he doesn't connect, which he has not. Jack's up. Does really well now. Oski has to dodge demos. It's a great first touch from Jack. Can he get a shot on Nas back in time? They push him for their third, which would give them a little bit of breathing room. This is certainly a better approach. Stizzy off the backboard. No one there to defend it. Itachi's low. Nas goes across everyone. Front post from NIP, but no goal for Dig.
Minute to go. Back pass for Itachi.
What?
The communication's gone out the window. Stizzy with the goal credit.
What the
with a own goal the season contender.
And he just fully turns his brain off. Oski with 100 boost, but Itachi said, how about your own net with 0? Why is he
What am I watching here?
Back pass.
3-1.
Silly shit, dude.
Eagle Gibbs was in net. Oski across with the pass with a shot, almost double save coming through. Dig now, 50 seconds. They've been handed this win. They just need to hang on for 45.
Oh, the ball's harmlessly bounced across the box. That's good news for Dignitas. Jorius is alone in defense for now, but Oski's boostless. Oski, even with no boost still, tricking Jorius into flying past it. Dignitas surely with the game win here. It's been gifted to them with that last goal. But earlier on, they definitely earned it. They did the lion's share of the work here. Oh, what a passing play. Oski can't really get too much fire on the shot. That might be it for Dignitas. One more clear should do it. They do get that hard clear they're looking for.
Yeah, just a clinical game from Dignitas in the end. 10 seconds left. Thank you very much to Itachi to secure that. But to Dig's credit, they did have the 2-1. It might actually be a not in the end if Oski doesn't get a touch on it. He will get the redirect. Stizzy's going to catch. Have some momentum going into the next game. But, well, after that game 1 and NIP looking in control, Dig fight back, tie it up.
Well, you know, I'm thinking more about that own goal from Itachi, and I'm thinking in particular about, you know, I can't remember who own goaled yesterday, but I tuned into Kamito's stream, something I love to do on Fridays. I'm sure a lot of you guys, like me, love to tune into Kamito, see just how, you know, how he's doing, what are the vibes, and they're usually great vibes because KC are doing very well. Now, whenever somebody own goals against KC, you say something that I don't speak a lot of French, but I do understand this particular phrase. I believe it's les mains contrôle, and that must be what happened there. Yeah, les mains contrôle, and it's actually there. So Dignitas have been working on their mind control techniques clearly. I mean, it's actually literally just passed into the net there. But yeah, thank you, Council, for that one. Just amongst other things.
We saw the, I was going to say, we saw the play cams from NIP laughing. I wonder if they were laughing off that own goal. Well, Nas might be the only one that found that funny. I'm not sure if Oski would have been too happy with that. It's actually a little bit embarrassed, but they can laugh that one off, at least. And no harm done just yet, but these sort of costly games can creep up on you.
They can't. And you know, I'm sure NIP will bounce back without any issues here. It's probably the best player of your team to own goal would be Itachi in that position. He's not going to care. He's just going to keep on doing his thing. Like Cole said, he's a metronome. He's consistent. He's reliable, except for that one moment where he own goal. For the rest of the match, he's going to be really consistent, reliable, I'm sure. Just keep on ticking along, and let's see. Let's find out, will NIP just bounce back as we expect them to do? And how are Dignitas going to continue this momentum?
Somehow more own goals than an OCE regional, but here we are. Welcome to Europe and welcome to the playoffs. Stizzy, I'm going to catch this one. 20 boost to work with. He might be looking for a fake, but Oski's ready for it. He has to track back, trying to race to the corner boost. Oski's still on the ball. Stizzy, look at the control. I did really like the change up though from Dignitas to the start of that second game as the demo as it comes through. They're looking certainly more calm than they were in game one, Johnny. They're looking composed. I like it.
They are. That was a good start there
I
from
honestly
Stizzy.
don't even care who wins
Here
this
he
one.
goes again. Oh, I thought that was going to be
for Jack, I guess.
contact from Itachi,
Actually,
but
yeah,
he just
I
let
like
it go
both.
through. Stizzy wasn't really ready for Itachi to let that one go through. Dignitas still have a big chance here. Stizzy, please no doubt that that's going to find the back of the net. Absolutely slamming it home from close range.
A couple of times as well, NIP just hesitating, and it leads to poor 50s, and it leads to Stizzy with fantastic positioning, capitalising on that centre ball. First goal once again for Dignitas, and maybe the momentum off that own goal could play more of a factor than we first realised. It's a nice bump off the kickoff. Stizzy answers. Appjack with the pass back. A bit of chaos. The Dignitas coming out on top.
Yeah, Dignitas, you know, they've played that sequence pretty well. Almost creating another goal scoring opportunity. Good defense out of Appjack. Making sure to stay goal side. Jory's just leaving the ball briefly. Running interference ahead of it. This is, like you mentioned, this is the best chance Dignitas are going to get. The best chance Jory is going to have in a while to win in the top 8, win in the playoffs of an RLCS regional. NIP don't look like themselves. This is an extremely strange performance from them. We've already seen some awkward touches, some whiffs, and we're only a minute and 30 seconds into this game.
You said it perfectly for Joris. I mean, he's already beaten Itachi with 2 OCE players. Now he's got apparently Jack and Stizzy. Surely he can get the job done. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. NIP looking a little bit rattled. They're not, it's certainly just a slower pace than we saw in game number 1. Trying to find their style again. Demo comes through from Jack, but Nas, great control. Fantastic first touch. Gonna have low boost, touching underneath. The positioning's working out. Yeah, Digger playing this messy style, but it's really stunting this NIP offense as that 50 nearly finds its way in the net.
That one just flew straight through the smoke towards the top corner. Luckily for Dignitas, it did not bounce in off the post. Stizzy getting involved again. Stizzy getting busy, I suppose, would have been a better way to say that, but we'll leave that one for later. It's halfway through the game, and Dignitas have still got control of the series.
I don't know if NIP really have worked out how to approach this Dignitas lineup. What are you watching? He's clearly back in time. Jory is up, flicks it across. Nas catches. It just feels, yeah, like Digger playing quite an awkward style, Johnny. Oh, that's it.
And it's in.
You're foreshadowing, of course.
Well, I've accidentally blessed them. It is eventually in, but I mean, they've left that exact play somewhat open a couple of times now. I'm a bit surprised to see that out of Dignitas. I mean, they will obviously want to force the initial touch, but that's not the dangerous stuff. The touch from Itachi there in the back corner is not the one you really need to be looking out for. It's the one that follows it. It's the shot on target that's going to come off of that pass. That's the one that they needed to also have somebody lined up to contest, but well worked from NIP. They're creating opportunities. That one had no response.
Yeah, it was a poor positional misplay there twice in a row, as you said, from Dig. We're looking to sharpen up now. As apparently Jack with the backwards takeoff. It's a nice catch with one over the top. If you found the dunk, perhaps it's no avail, but Dig's still ready for it. Joris looking for the drop down too. Well, his old teammate and new teammate, apparently Jack, with the 50. Nas right on the case. That's a nice dunk from Stizzy. NIP trying to pick up the pace in this game, but it still feels like Digger controlling this midfield.
It's good beat by Jack. Nas is just taking his time though. And he does so well. Just gluing the ball to the front end of his car. That's an awkward ceiling fight, so Oski's got to be careful here. He does make sure this time to keep the ball in a safe position. Dignitas are not attacking too quickly into the back corner of NIP. They're clearly holding just a little bit back here, so they don't overcommit like they already did to concede.
Yeah, it's smart. The slower you attack, you feel like the slower it's going to go back the other way. Jack had a nice chance. Oski's going to be slow to this. Maybe a low shot. You can see Joris trying to get it underneath. Itachi scoops up the boost. Less than a minute left. Next goal wins. You'd think Itachi going to stick around. Oski going to throw that one. Not going to be on target, though, and D were all ready for it. All three of them. Perhaps with an answerable bump. Jack flew himself, and now it's just going to be Stizzy last if they go quick. And Stizzy's right there. A change up from the aggression. And a big mistake. Jack free double take. Jack
Jack.
with the goal. 2-1.
Dignitas take the lead again. Oski missed the back row clear. Low boost position. Could not get the touch that he needed. Could not get the touch that NIP needed. And again, it's Dignitas who punish the mistake. Great double by Jack. Now they get the kickoff to go their way, though, NIP. Jorius is there and he's missed it. Well, that worked out wonderfully. Nobody saw that miss coming.
Oh, Nas certainly wasn't ready for it, but all of NIP have boost. 25 seconds, need to find one. Oski's got to wait across. It's a great pass. Jack couldn't get there, but the rest of the Dig defense could. 20 seconds, Itachi with boost. They have to go now. Dig trying to get the lead in this series, which seemed unlikely after game one. Oski throws it across. Last chance now for NIP. Stizzy throws it down the line. Dig just want to hang on. Everyone get back. There's the musty flick. Itachi with every. Well, goodness, they've let it go on the goal line. Ball still up. Oski over to Stizzy who clears. Down to Jorius. One more for good measure. Give us the double touch and he's put it down instead. Did get the win.
Well played, Stizzy. He was on pretty low boost in net there. That was a high backboard touch. And probably the hardest read you can make is, you know, a ball off your own backboard, having to jump up before the bounce. He absolutely nailed it. Beat the attacker to the ball, got a good clear that secured the win. You know, this is why you can't jump to conclusions. You know, a lot of people after Regional 1, where Stizzy did make a lot of mistakes in defense in particular, a lot of, you know, Rocket League fans wondering what's this guy doing on the team. But really, he belongs on the team. He's at this level, and it's great to see Jack and Jory is putting the trust in him and to give him the opportunity. And I don't think that they view it like that. They're not really just throwing him a bone here. They view him as an equal, and he showed it in that last game.
Yeah, MVP performance there in game number 3 from Stizzy, and the immediate timeout from NIP. Now down a game. They don't want to lose the next one, because then they'll be 3-1, although it didn't really affect K-Corp in the previous series. But NIP just, yeah, they look at just a little, I said it before, like this Dig play style is stunting them a little bit. They can't play with that flow that they want, and it's causing these awkward misplays that we saw from Itachi, and just they're not playing that smooth, fast pace that we expect from them.
Yeah, they definitely do look a bit off, and you know, we mentioned that Itachi, if there's one player in the team who's going to own goal and have a bad game, it's probably best that it's Itachi, because he's so likely to just, you know, regain. But he didn't really regain it. That wasn't, you know, again, another strange performance from him. He's not looking himself today. You know, he got on the wrong end of a ball in defense with a 50-50 that went center to allow Dignitas to open the scoring this game. He's just not really been as much of a factor as he usually is. So yeah, NIP are going to need him to step up. Oski was top of the scoreboard last game, but you know, he had a missed touch at the end of the game, albeit an awkward one. They've been quiet. They just haven't been themselves, and Dignitas haven't really needed to peak. They've just been taking the opportunities and punching mistakes.
And opportunities in this tournament as well, as we mentioned for GK earlier, with the Gentlemates going down and that 4th spot right on the line with 100%. This is a team that really needs to make the most of this now. 2-1 up in the series. Backs against the wall for the other team, NIP. You've got a fellow top 4 team on the ropes. You're only 2-1. There's still a lot of the series to go, but the way that Dig are playing, if they can just keep the foot down, keep focused, they could really take a huge scalp and move into that top 4 right now.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity, and it could just give them the confidence that they need. We mention it as you know, a bit of a talking point that, you know, is becoming more and more relevant the closer they get to it. But Jorius could win a playoff series. He could do it, and this could be the team to help him.
Why would you say it?
I mean, it has to be said. I'm not a superstitious person. I'm sorry if you are a superstitious Dignitas fan.
I'm a little stitious.
Yeah, yeah, just somewhere in the middle sort of stitious range myself. Just, you know, regular levels stitious. But They're doing it. They're doing what they need to do, and it's not been his fault entirely. I mean, I don't think he's cursed. I don't think he's been the problem in a lot of the teams that have resulted in playoff losses for him. Oh, what a sneaky shot that is. That was almost on target from behind the pitch. Oh, it is almost again on target. Stizzy creatively creating an own goal opportunity for NIP. Genius on a day like today.
Absolute genius. It was nearly 50 back into Joris, who was floating with no boost, but well, NIP a little bit lucky there. They really overcommitted third, and that ball nearly just rolled straight in the net. Nas going to push forward. NIP, what did Snasky talk about in that timeout for this team? As you mentioned, Oski's topping the scoreboard, but it's not looking like the normal Oski. It's not looking like the statistical chart topper of Nas and Itachi's own goaling. So it's clearly all three of them not quite firing at the moment, but it only takes one timeout. It only takes one game for this team to hit their straps.
Jack covered in Stizzy there in defense. Always good to have backup for those awkward positions. Now a chance again for Dignitas to make something happen. Stizzy booms it into the backboard. Jack's up quickly. And Itachi's completely missed again. That's going to be a free shot for Jorias. Saved by Nas this time, but again, mistakes from NIP that they can't afford to keep making.
It's lucky coverage from Nas, but look what it's done. He's got zero boost now, and Oski's in an awkward spot, so Stizzy might be getting free double tailwind here, but it's barred down and wide. Abjack's going to still boost. All from that one misplay from Itachi. They're still low-key NIP. You cannot afford to be doing this, and there's the shot. Nas with the save. Jorius almost with the skim. Dig are looking fantastic, even after the NIP timeout.
I think Dig can smell blood in the water right now. They know that they've got NIP on the ropes, and they're just trying to keep them there. They're trying to keep applying the pressure and force mistakes to happen. Joy is now with the mind game. 50s it down into the back corner. No boost in that back corner for Jack to seal, despite the fact that he's driven over it as if it was there. That's not the touch from Joy. It's going to keep the attack going, but Jack manages to find a way to enter the play regardless. Composure by Stizzy there, but he's been dispossessed. Only 2 minutes and change left, and key touch in defense there to deflect the shot wide at the digger.
Noski cuts it across Itachi for the touch, but they're not quite syncing up in offense, NIP, particularly from what we've witnessed, well, in Fridays and even in event number 1, but Itachi now with a chance. It's a nice reset. Jorius, very awkward on that one. Going to go for the backflip challenge. It has landed in Stizzy's lap with the early flick, and Jack so quick to follow it up, wins the 50. Dig looking to push forward. Jorius, third man, but with a lot of space off this side wall. He beats one. Can he get one more touch, perhaps on the Darkonovsky? They are still low boost in defense here, Johnny.
Yeah, Digger all over them, and this whole game has really felt like just defense stimulator for NIP, and on a day like today where things have been going wrong, this is not where you want to be. Mistakes in this area of the pitch immediately result in goals more often than any other, of course. There's Zapchuk again. Couldn't get the boost steal. Oski secured it and kept the ball control as well. Chance for NIP to finally get going, but again, it amounts to nothing.
Yeah, this is important though for Dignitas. They're not overcommit. One counter-attack could be costly here. And sometimes you can be a little bit surprised with the boost. There it is. It's just one shot and it's one play from Nas. Flicks it across to Oski, who does the rest.
And Jack just took a bit too long to get anything done in the back corner there. And how about that? You mentioned it right before it happened. The counter-attack from NIP was so quick, and Oski trusted Nas to do that as well. He moved upfield.
You can get a little bit surprised when you have that much pressure, JB, of just how much boost the other team has. You're thinking, surely they're low. We've been on attack for 4 minutes. And sure enough, Oski pushes downfield. He finds 100. Here's a chance for Jack. That shot was probably not even on target in the end, but Nas covers far post. Joris pushes forward with zero boost. This game has quickly got out of Dignitas' hands. They have had so much pressure. It's about to be 30 seconds left. They need to find one. There's the flick. Shot wide. Oski with a chance. 30 on the clock. Dig, I don't know how they're behind, but they need to find something now.
Yeah, now is the time to step up and capitalize on this opportunity that they've got to seriously control their own destiny. Jory is off the back wall. Looking for the air dribble bump. Can't find it. Nas takes it away from him, puts it on target, and it's Nas who's taking over the game. Set up the counter-attack earlier, and now completely shuts down Jorias and scores a second.
It's just one of those games. It's like statistically, you look at all the numbers, all the stats, it doesn't make sense. You've got 3 shots for NIP, 2 goals. Dignitas with 7, couldn't get one on the board. But the 5 saves have been the difference. The counter-attack play, they've been patient, NIP, and they have played a solid game despite sitting in their net for 4 minutes. And they, off the timeout, have tied this series back up out of nowhere.
Yeah. I don't think NIP are going to like that game as a whole. They're not going to enjoy how that was played. I don't think that was the plan, to just go into this game and,
oh my God,
you know, hope Dignitas can't find a way through your final line of defense.
This goes to
for
7
4 minutes, like you mentioned.
Suck.
But they took their chances. Nas,
every
in particular,
fucking series
was
went to game
clinical
7, bro.
with his outplays and really secured the game for them against the run of play. Now, interesting to see how Dignitas are going to respond to this. They've had more continued struggles this season than NIP have. And they have not called their timeout yet. They're going to save that for later should they need it. All tied up after 4.
You have to give a lot of credit to Nas. I mean, huge. Not only setting up that goal for Oski for that first goal of the game, Johnny, but also when Itachi was completely fumbling in the first 2 minutes of the game, he was covering everything in net. 3 saves, MVP performance from Nas. Getting his team right back into this series. That was a perfect chance. It was the perfect setup, the perfect game for Dignitas up until that first goal where, you know, they could be sitting 3-1 right now and looking at moving on to the top 4. Instead, it's game on again.
You know, they might think that it should be 3-1 at this point. You know, they had so many opportunities to score. And when you get games like that where you have 7 shots, 8 shots on no goals to show for it, and then suddenly the opponent score 1 counter-attack, it feels like you've been scammed. And that's how Dignitas are going to feel in this situation. They'll feel like that game has been taken away from them. But now they've got to go and prove that they are the deserving victors by righting what they'll consider to be a wrong in Game 5.
There's nothing worse than what these guys just witnessed. So much pressure, so much offense, but nothing on the scoreboard. 2-2 right now is into Aquadome. That's Jack sitting forward, taking an Archie approach from a GK series. First man aggression as Oski's very low, needs Itachi to pre-flip, does well. Jack gonna stick around. It's a 50. Oh, this is nice. Jack can get the drop down. The beautiful dig link-up play, but the finish isn't there.
Yeah, the finish just, it wasn't as good as it should have been. The pass deserved a better finishing touch. I mean, credit to Joris, his initial pass was spot on as well. Both passes were hit perfectly as Dignitas continued to knock on the door, but fail to get through it.
Cole mentioned in the pre-show, the pre-match, just about the rankings of these side. You know, he does the NIP team stream, puts them at 3, and I just feel like the way this series has been played, the quality, it does feel, John, I don't know if you agree that K-Core Vitality, those two teams just are a level above in terms of, this is just, feels a bit slower and more methodical, but at the same time, a bit more awkward for both sides.
It has been a very awkward series, and Dignitas, I think, for the most part, have been the better team. Stizzy nearly opened the scoring with a flip reset. He's been, you know, fantastic for the last game. And apparently Jack, looking to continue as Stizzy started there, did get a boost seal on his exit of the half. You know, you don't get a prize for being the better team in a losing game. It's all about who wins at the end of the day, and that's what NIP did in Game 4. Dignitas continuing to attack, but fruitlessly, and how frustrating it must be to get so many opportunities to score, come so close to scoring so many times, but not actually get a goal.
Yeah, that's a great first touch from Joris. Itachi was just as ready though, and it just becomes that question for Dignitas. They look almost unsure of when they really want to fully bite on a chance, when they really want to commit to it, or perhaps just, you know, keep that third man a little bit more passive, a little bit safer than perhaps they'd like. And you can just see them going through that thought process every time they attack. What a reset. Joris able to cover it with a beautiful double off the corner as well to get out of trouble. And look how quick Jack's on the scene. Zoski wants to throw this one across with a reset. Has Itachi waiting to double himself instead.
Oh my goodness.
It's almost gone in the net.
Well, NIP are also coming very close to scoring here. Nas has been deadly with his outplay potential. You know, Oski as well, he can just come online at any moment and 1v3 your team. Dignitas have to win this game, I feel, if they're going to win the series. They still very well could. Joris with a backboard touch. Itachi keeps it in a safe position.
It just feels like both sides at the moment are still sort of playing within themselves, trying to not make any mistakes, not overcommit too much, as Joris tries to find the 50. Nas does really well. Stizzy has to control this one with boost. Touch is going to wait for Oski to challenge third. There's a pop over the top for Jack off the corner straight to Itachi. 90 seconds scoreless game, and it's been very low scoring. Dig. Well, I don't know if that will be comfortable considering last game really just came down to 2 fatal mistakes from them. It's minute 20 now. There's a nice clear coming through, but Joris right there to clean up. Stizzy throws it up. Does he get the first touch? No. Neither side really putting up quality chances, but it's a lot of possession at the moment for Dig.
Yeah, you know, these touches that are being made, they're somewhere between good setups and bad shots. I'm not sure, honestly, with some of the touches, if it's just a bad hit or a good setup for someone else, because the follow-ups are there, but there seems to be a little bit of power lacking in situations where you'd expect a booming touch to go high into the backboard and really apply some pressure. There's a good one by Jack. That's the kind of power you want in those situations.
Bro.
Just to test the defender. Nas, of course, does pass the test, as you would expect. And now the ball's moving end to end as both teams look for that winning goal in regulation.
It could be right here. Oski's probably had to save his own shot to try and find the extra pass, but even before NIP, you can see how quickly they can find a hole. Dignitas looking more vulnerable. There's the reset from Oski, but Jack with 100 boost doesn't actually collect and doesn't catch it or control the ball. He's going to have to make another save. Stizzy helps him out as well. 15 seconds. Do we get OT here in game 5? Joris is going to be 0 boost. Itachi's trying to control it. Does any team want to score is the question I'm going to ask, because so many safe plays are being played. Here's the last chance with a drop down. No. Ball still up. Oski throws it on net. Jack with 100. Brings this to overtime. I want to say it's just funny gameplay at the moment.
It's a hard game to read. I mean, I feel like no player and no team is really in their comfort zone. They're not in the flow state right now. They're having to manually think about everything, but here's a chance. Nas with the reset to the backboard. Jarius collects it before it can bounce dangerously. You know, when everybody's having a hard time fully making the plays they want to make in the pitch, it makes life more difficult for the whole lobby. Everybody having a difficult time reading the game right now, I feel.
Yeah, it's just everyone feels like they're sort of stumbling their way around the pitch. Nas, can he get one more over the top? There's Oski. There's the shot. It's wide off the post. Jack with the collect. Can he turn it into a counter-attack down the other end? No, he's got no boost. Even these great chances, they're just slow enough that both teams are able to really stack the defense and get out of trouble.
Like, it was Nas again for NIP there. The facilitator, the creator. Almost setting up that winning goal for Oski. I mean, he did his part. He got the ball past the entire defense. Some expert aerial control. Minute into overtime now. Dignitas are trying not to overextend. They want to attack, but they're afraid of the counter.
Have we seen a demo of bumper play? Joris Joris calls game. No one on the backboard from NIP, and Joris snipes.
Oski and Nas both lining up in the net there. Nobody jumping, nobody challenging. And Jarius does not miss from that range. Rifles it into the backboard and then sends it home from point blank range.
Even that last play there, I mean, it didn't feel like there was much of a build-up from Dignitas, and all of a sudden NIP don't have anyone on the backboard. As you said, Oski's just backing up in net with Nas, and for really no reason. Usually that'd be a regulation cover on the backboard, or he'd wait deeper back post. Kind of sums up this series so far. You're not really sure who's in control. It kind of feels one way or another, but the lack of quality chances just leaves you guessing.
Well, I mean, that right there, that was the moment. NIP had the opportunity. Nas with a great setup attempt. And, you know, great setup as well by Jack, to be fair. Oski didn't have boost, so I think Nas has got to go there. You've just got to challenge. You're not going to save a rebound from that, or you're not going to save a double tap from that range unless you get very lucky with a read. So I think he's probably just got to commit earlier and leave Oski behind him to defend the net should the shot go through slowly, because there is always a chance that the attacker tries to mind game you, put it on target directly, or just try to drop it underneath you. But yeah, stacking the net like that with two players doesn't really cover enough. You know, you're both doing the same thing there, and Oski couldn't really do anything because Nas is just parked in front of him, waiting for the play to come to him.
Well, we've had a whole lot of sweeps in other events, but today is not the day for that. We're getting at least a game 6. Do we get another game 7? Do we get a third of the day? Or will it be Dignitas who just, you know, sniped another chance. And it kind of feels like these guys play each other so much, Johnny, that they're afraid to play their normal style in a way. As they need to figure out some way to place it with some fluidity. This is a nice chance for Abjack with the bump coming through. Just going to walk it in. Stizzy getting aggressive.
That's a really smart play by Stizzy. Wasted no time. Forced Oski into the air. And Jack actually faked the pop there. Just popped the ball briefly and then took it back down again. That would have been almost impossible for Oski to save. In the solo defensive position his team left him in.
Best case scenario, best possible start here from Dig. Just 30 seconds in to perhaps the final game here. Itachi, leave that one. Jack's been super consistent so far this series. One of the few to not have owned gold. Jorius can control this one. By an own goaler. This Nas now puts it across, but he's handed it straight to Stizzy, who's trying to control it. Jorius just crept up on third man and finds a crucial pop.
Yeah, I love that the bar for consistency in this series for you has its own goal. That's something. Oh, where's the goal here though? How is that not gone in? Muscle threw it to the center, but NIP couldn't finish it.
I think Oski was playing goalkeeper for a second there. He caught himself in surprise how there was no one back. Joris now takes it up, doesn't get it around Itachi, throws it off the ceiling, saves his flip. His Nas is right there, but he's low boost. Oski just sits in front of the net, backflips. Does he get one more? He's going to fake it out for apparently Jack. The touch comes through. He's not able to control it either, but such low boost for NIP. You can see zeros across the board. Oski just with 30. Nas the only one with a full tank at the moment. Tachi scoops up that corner. It's a nice fake. Stizzy's too close though. He's just done everyone. Is anyone ready for Stizzy?
He's pranked absolutely everyone. I mean, I don't think any of those challenges were particularly good, but Stizzy, credit to him, he kept his cool with the entire NIP lineup throwing themselves towards him. He just stayed behind the ball and scores.
They just charged. It looked like for sure he was going to get demoed, but Stizzy said someone call an ambulance, but not for me, and he's done all three. 3 minutes to go. 2 goals to the good of Dignitas. Nas looking to control it. NIP look a shadow of their former self. This is not the same team that took down Vitality yesterday.
I just have absolutely no idea where the defense was there for NIP. I mean, they were all there, but they weren't there at the same time. It's another goal for Stizzy. Once again, NIP have got everybody in
Thank
defense.
God, this shit's over.
But they might as well not be there because Stizzy doesn't care. He's just going right through them.
They're attacking so slowly that NIP just have no idea how to combat it. That was the slowest air dribble from Jorius that sent all 3 in the air. The 50 didn't come through, and Stizzy flexes his muscles. Great shot pinched with post and 2 cars out of the net.
Well, Dignitas, surely they've got it now. Surely Jorius has got his playoff win. Can we say it with half the game to go, a 3-goal lead? Can Jorius do it? Can Dignitas do it for Jorius? He's done it. The curse might be broken right now. Apparently Jack with a huge save. Nas gonna try and keep that curse intact. Denied by the man himself.
You can just see his teammates getting wobbly at the thought of perhaps breaking the curse. It's got to take a monumental feat to hang on from here with 2 minutes left. Everything on the line. Jorius to win a match on the line. You wouldn't read about it. Itachi with a shot. Stizzy in front of the net. Oski trying to keep it in. NIP do not have an attack unless it's that man Nas.
Well, Nas has been the main facilitator of their offense in the last 2 games. 2 games where they've struggled to get too much going in offense.
Holy.
They need to get a lot more in their favor if they are going to
Ole,
deny Jorius that win,
ole.
deny Dignitas the win that they as a team need as they look to break into the top 4 in EU.
Jorius throwing everything at this, just 90 seconds. They need a goal every 30 here. NIP. Itachi has been pretty quiet this series. All of NIP been quiet, but Oski's been too. And he has an open it. And Nas is there. Who else?
This is so
and they
fucked up.
find their first.
Oh, Jorius and Jack with a double commit there. And Jack just could not find any good position there. He's tripping on the goalpost as Nas puts it in the top.
Oh,
surely it's not happening again. Surely Jorius can't be this cursed.
he just couldn't find the motor skills to turn his car into a place that would get that ball out of trouble. Stizzy pre-jumps. Dignitas, just do it for Jorius. Everyone wants to see him finally break the curse. Oski doesn't want it though. He tries to pop it over.
This can't be happening.
Please!
There's absolutely no way. Oski with a huge play. Setting up Itachi. And look how much time there is left. There's so much time for Dignitas to choke this. I mean, for NIP to clutch this.
3-0 up with 90 seconds on the clock. We've got 67.
No.
No. Shot. Apparently Jack trying to lift his good friend over the line. He needs to find something. Itachi, 55 seconds. NIP out of 9. They've woken up. Double commit. Dignitas, they're just hanging on, Johnny. There's 50 seconds left.
Surely. Oh, what a huge touch by Stizzy. That's massive. He's coming in huge for the team. After so many questions were asked about him, he's answering them all today. But now Oski coming out of Jorius and Stizzy with a great double commit to make the save.
It's like watching the 300 Spartans. They're just hanging on against all odds. Dignitas, they have to do it. Stizzy pops it up. NIP, they've got to go. They've got boost, they've got control. And Dignitas are parking the bus for this last 20 seconds.
Full-on defense by Dig, but one of them's been demoed. Stizzy's in the net alone. Another tough read, and he makes it again. That's outrageous. Again, Stizzy reading the bounce over his own head.
To rite of passage, 10 seconds, last chance. Oski takes it up. Can Jorius do it? They need to find the ground now on 0. It's a massive mistake. Itachi, apparently Jack. NIP trying to keep it up. Stizzy's right there. He's got full boost. This has to be it. There's no way they can score from here. Jorius did it down. He's done it. Dignitas top 4. Jorius first playoff win. NIP in the lower bracket.
The curse is broken. And all it took was a generationally, uncharacteristically bad performance from NIP. But Dignitas have done it. They won't care. They will not give a monkeys if NIP had an off day. They're into the top 6 guaranteed. They're into the top 4 guaranteed. And it's NIP who'll have to battle through 100% tomorrow.
And talk about the beauty of this esport, the beauty of this game, Rocket League, the 2 series that we just watched back to back. Just,
that was an absolute
just shows
slog.
you the diversity of this, the contrast of how top 4 teams can play.
The EU just an unbelievably competitive region.
Cinema.
Even own goals and accidental back passes are things that EU just does differently than other regions, Brad. They're really competing with OCE right now for own goal this season with the performance we've just seen. But NIP will bounce back, I'm sure. They're going to need to be careful of tomorrow. They play a dangerous 100% roster tomorrow, and if they don't win that, then they'll be trailing 100% in points going into the last event. And Dignitas are already nipping at their heels.
A team that we had pinned at number 3, Johnny, could potentially, as you said, be really scratching for a 4th spot. Dignitas, a massive win, and wowee, what a series. EU, they do the good stuff good, Johnny, but we also over here, we do the bad stuff good as well.
Yeah, let's head back to the desk. We said all we could say about this one, CJ. The desk, I'm sure, I've got plenty to weigh in on. Dignitas advance, NIP fall to the lower bracket. What have you got to say about it?
Well, Gibbs, I want you to talk about this one. They finally done it.
Man, 8 straight quarterfinal losses for Jorius, and then that doesn't even include the 2 placement ones, so really 10, and he finally gets it done. Congrats to Dignitas. We've been talking about, or at least I've been talking about, open 1 and 2. Very easy brackets for them, but they show up versus Ninjas in Pajamas, who we all just coined 3rd best in Europe. And Dignitas is like, wait a minute, we can play up to that level. They show it here. Maybe not the level of play you want out of both of these teams necessarily, but they beat Ninjas in Pajamas either way to maybe take over that number 3 spot, or at least be in the conversation for that number 3 spot, Cole.
I mean, I don't think they've taken it over just yet. I'd still say on the balance of the season so far, Ninjas in Pajamas are our 3rd base team, but Dignitas certainly today were the much better team. And it was almost quite poetically to see them have to withhold that offensive barrage and their defense stand firm after it was sort of so fairly chastised last time around.
Well, and you know they believe it too. I mean, you saw their cameras afterwards. Like, even this wasn't a grand finals. This was well before that. And the devastation that we saw from the Ninjas in Pajamas players, obviously, Cole, the expectations they have for themselves was really high.
Yeah, it's the expectations they have for themselves. Also, I think this was not a free hit for them, but certainly an opportunity to really start to distance themselves from 100%, and the other teams that are around that top 4 of Gentlemates going out already as well. They haven't taken that, and that means that tomorrow they then have to get through 100%. So they've given themselves a much more difficult path if they are to make Birmingham, and suddenly the thought of not making Birmingham becomes real.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I guess in general, I'm actually going to ask this to Jack too, but how do we feel about overall this grouping below K-Corp Vitality, Gibbs? Because I don't know, we say Dignitas is like that, one of those top 4s, but like it does still feel like there's quite the battle, especially with Ninjas and Pajamas not being an absolute solid 3rd.
Yeah, but after Open 1, I think everyone would have just said K-Corp Vitality, then everyone else, maybe Ninja's 3rd. But now it muddies the waters a bit, because let's not forget that yesterday Ninjas and Pajamas took down Vitality to get this match as well. So Vitality fell down a bit, but then they played up to K-Corp. I think all of Europe, it's gotten a little bit more muddy, and that's what we want, like as people watching, because we want to see more upsets happen or more diversity than just we know our top 2 and then who cares about the rest. So right now there's a big conversation around a lot of these teams, and it really just comes down to, can you show up on one of these weekend days and make a run? Because if you make one of these runs to a grand finals, you're going to make that major.
Cole, you said, I just want to make sure it's not biased. You said Ninjas Pajamas. You still believe them to be one of those better teams, potentially even better than Dig. Can you tell me why?
They've just shown it more across the start of the season. I mean, obviously, I don't believe in completely changing a ranking based on one series. You know, you think back 24 hours ago, what would if I had come on to you guys and said, "Oh, Nip are better than Vitality because we beat them in a best of 5," you'd say, "What, Cole? You're crazy." So I need more from Dignitas so far. But you know, they may well do more, and I know you're chatting with Jackson. Hopefully, he'll be convinced that they will. I'm sure he will as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, all these players are going to give the respect out. It was interesting, though, hearing that, you know, from Atto that he had thoughts on Ninjas and Pajamas being the team that would walk through on this match rather than Dignitas. So it shows that even, I guess, at the pro level, the past K-Corp Vitality, it can really be, I guess, kind of anyone's game. And Gibbs, I'm just curious if and when that story might change.
It's tough to say because K-Corp looks so good, but I do love that in Europe we had 4 matches for today, and I think most of us got 3 out of the 4 wrong, which is a great sight because I think Europe has become predictable. I think Rocket League in general at times it's always like, these guys are favorites. They win 90% of the time, but we're starting to see that at least early in this year, we don't necessarily know who are those top dogs. And on any given day, these teams have a chance to beat the other. And that includes, again, like teams like 100%, who are such an underdog team, coming out and making waves. So that match tomorrow, Ninjas and 100%, is absolutely huge because either way, Dignitas, they're basically guaranteed at least to be tied for 4th going into the final Open, because even if they lose, then one of those 2 other teams has to lose with them in that 5th place spot. So they'll be tied with them there, unless Team Starpoint wins this whole thing. So that could happen, I guess, technically, but that seems like an outside shot.
Yeah, a lot of stories to look at here. I mean, it's the Geek getting dropped out again in that lower bracket 1. You got Vitality losing again to K-Corp, albeit in a much better fashion this time. And again, Dignitas taking a victory and breaking a curse. And to talk about that, I actually do have apparently Jack standing by. So let's bring him in right now and ask about this. First off, welcome to the show, apparently, Jack. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. We had a long day of Rocket League today, and honestly, a lot of good matches. So I honestly can't complain. Of course, we're getting tired by the end of it. But I want to ask you, looking at the end of that match there, did you guys feel any panic? Because there were a couple goals that looked like you guys had a win, and then they scored 2 goals in a row within like a minute. Did you guys have any panic going on at that moment?
Yeah, of course, that's pretty natural to happen in a high pressure situation. You know how big this match was to keep us in a good spot for contention in the major. So we knew the stakes, and we knew how close we were getting. So of course a little bit of panic is going to creep in. That's pretty natural, but we managed to kind of close it out and stay calm when we needed to in the moments, and get it done.
I want to talk to that curse that I mentioned before. Jorius had a top 8 curse. He had, I think, 8 quarterfinals in a row that he was unable to get through, and that's finally broken now. So congratulations to him. Has he mentioned that at all? Has that ever been something that's at the back of his mind that he's brought up?
I can't speak for what's going on in his mind. Everyone's got their own things they're kind of dealing with and won't speak about. If it was me, of course, naturally, something would be in the back of his mind. I'm sure he's very happy to get it done, but I think that the community did over-exaggerate it compared to what he would personally believe, if that makes sense. Every player believes, that they're the best kind of thing or close to it. So I think that he probably wasn't thinking about it as much as people think he would have been, if that makes sense.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Well, I want to get to something you can touch on then, because I haven't been able to talk to you since then. You're back in Europe. I mean, for you, how is it? I mean, in terms of just being able to adapt, is the play style different? Overall look at that shift from one region to the other, and how's your journey in that been?
Yeah, so coming back to Europe, obviously I played here before. Times have changed. Everyone's gotten better at the game, and Europe really pushed himself forward as the best region in the world in the last 2 years since I left, actually. Maybe coincidence there, but so I think the play style is definitely a lot quicker here. The players are just better. It's harder, but the thing that is toughest to get used to actually is playing later in the day compared to North America, where you're playing at like 11 a.m. there, basically where I was at, I think it was. So that was quite nice. I liked that because I like playing with like natural light coming into my room. Here, playing with like artificial lights on, it's just horrible. So playing later in the day, for me personally, I'm not a fan of, but it's nice to be back in Europe, back at home in England, and with some kind of familiar faces. It's a good time.
It's funny because that's probably the opposite of a lot of the players who want to wake up at 4 or 5
I can't,
and then play later.
It, yeah, I had to wake up at like 11:30 today because we were playing at like 7 p.m. actually later than that. So I had to wake up later to, be awake. So, and I don't like waking up late, so it was horrible. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's an interesting take on that. Yeah, true. I never really thought about that. But I guess one more before I let you go. I mean, another story that we end up talking about is having you guys at the potential top 4, like taking that 4th spot in the top 4 there in Europe. But then of course there was that loss to 100%. Do you think the pool is a little bit deeper than maybe the desk is thinking, or was like Open 1 more of like you guys not really hitting your stride?
Look, I think 100% are a fantastic team, and especially after they beat us, I think that they got a lot of confidence from a top 4 finish that allows them, or will allow them to play very, very well in the future as well. So I think that initially I was surprised by their level, and I do think that we should have lost the series because we did, but in our minds, we could have very easily won that series. It was a very close series, and maybe things are different then. But now they're 100%. Well, they're definitely at that level. I keep saying 100%. They're definitely at that level. They're extremely good, extremely consistent, very mechanical, very confident, and I think they'll only get better. So I think that they're surprising a lot of people, and I'm happy for them. Annoyed that they're at that level as a competitor, but happy for the guys on that team, of course, as a person. So I'm maybe going into the regional, people were underrating the depth a little bit, but I think everyone knows how good they are now, and I think everyone knows how many good teams are fighting for this kind of top 4 spot.
Well, hey, you got the rest of the day to chill out and not think too much about it here, so I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for joining me again, Jack, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you again in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure.
There it is. Yeah, I think it's... it definitely feels like they're starting to. I think he was just saying you have to give them respect, but there's definitely the belief there, Gibbs, that they are, and they have to believe themselves to be in the top 4.
Oh, absolutely. Like when you are competing at the highest level, you're always going to think that you're one of the best teams, right? Like every time I do these pro power rankings and I hand it out, every single team rates themselves way higher than their peers, right? Because they believe that they're a top 3 team, right? So it's just the way it is. But what a run for Dignitas. Huge win there. For Ninjas, it's like a head scratcher, right? Because you take down Vitality one day, then you lose to Dig, and now you got to bounce back against a very good 100% team that has tons of major implications. That's going to be the match of the day for me, of just in terms of who's in that top 4 running. But obviously, we're going to find a champion tomorrow, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
No, that's for sure. You can see it on screen, your schedule right there. We obviously don't know our last matchups because we have to play some games to get to those, but there are a couple matchups you can take a look at in here just if you need it one more time. Is your bracket and how that's fallen apart so far here. Cole, again, I think we have to just look at, you know, K-Corp and Team Vitality still as like the real story. Like that's the meat, I think, of this region, and most teams are going to be grinding to take down those teams as they're going to have to face them in the next little bit here.
Well, teams will be looking at Team Vitality, at Carmine Corp, trying to think, how can we take these guys down when we face them at a major? I imagine the Falcons are thinking it. I imagine the NRG are thinking it in North America. What I would say, though, is the one I'm really looking forward to tomorrow is Ninjas in Pajamas versus the 100%. That's like, everyone's talked about Carmine Corp versus Vitality as the story of the season in EU, but we sort of know they're both going to make the major realistically. Whereas NIP versus the 100%, that's a real, like, almost a knockout game you'd expect. If 100% lose their vibe, they might drop down. So huge match tomorrow in the low bracket.
Right. Hey, well, if you want to see those teams live, you can do that. You can join us for a live event. The first one is going to be, of course, in Hamland. Nicole, I'm handing off the obligation to shill tickets to the closest people geographically, and it is you.
Make me sell Birmingham, and I was like, oh, that's a tough sell for a Brit, but I can sell the Birmingham major. Yes, that is going to be fantastic. Everyone come along, we'll all be there. It'll be great. We can hang out, have some good times, and just enjoy all the sights. It rains there sometimes.
That's just all of England, I thought, though.
Yep, no, they sell kebabs there, which are tasty, and chips, and all the British things you could want. So there you go. Happy days.
I love it. And you'll get to see Cole as well, which is like just the cherry on top of it. So anyways, yeah, scan the code, get your tickets. We hope to see you there. But that is it, of course, here for our first day of the Open number 2. We do have Championship Sunday tomorrow, so we hope you join us then. Same time as usual. No more words to say. Go play some ranked, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more RLCS.